This is Audible.
Infinite Jest, written by David Foster Wallace. My head is spinning on its axis. Just a moving right triangular circle of interdependence and waste creation and utilization, see? And when are we going to get you out on the old eschaton map for a little geopolitical sparring, Ars? What with those hands and wicked lob? Incidentally, the arrhythmic meaty whacking sounds is Booger hitting himself in the thigh and chest in there, which self-abuse is a textbook symptom of an anxiously depressed episode. With this I can create sympathy, for, confusingly to me, fusion produces no waste. This we are taught in the science of my home nation. This is the very essence of the promise of the attraction of fusion, for a densely populous and waste-impacted nation such as mine. We are taught fusion to be self-sufficient and wasteless perpetuation. Alas, my need to visit the lavatory is becoming distended. But except no, although this was the very roadblock that stymified annulation and what had to be overcome and was overcome, though in a way so unintuitive and abstracto-conceptual that this is where your third-world educational systems really sadly in need of like a massive, up-to-date textbook airlift or something. It's also at just this point in the fusion, wastelessness problem where our own glorious optical founder, Inks X Da, Mrs. Inks, I know who you refer, the man himself, at just this point, makes his final lasting contribution to state science after he quit designing neutron diffusion reflectors for defense. You've seen the copper light plaque in Tavis's office. This is from the AEC for the Inkster's Da's lasting contribution to the energy of waste. The purpose for which I was upon the stairs and became disoriented was to visit a lavatory. This was long ago. Hold your water, 1 second is all this'll take. You wouldn't even fucking be here without Ink's Da, you know? What the guy did was he helped design these special holographic conversions so the team that worked on annulation could study the behavior of subatomics in highly poisonous environments without getting poisoned themselves. They thus are studying holographic conversions of the poisons instead of the poisons. Men's sanity and corporate sterno ours, like an optical glove box, the ultimate prophylactic. Please conduct me. But, for instance, did your nation know that the whole annular theory behind a type of fusion that can produce waste, that's fuel for a process, whose waste is fuel for the fusion, the whole theory behind the physics of it comes out of medicine? This means what? A bottle of medicine? The study of medicine, ours? Your part of the world takes annular medicine for granted now, but the whole idea of treating cancer by giving the cancer cells themselves cancer was anathematic just a couple decades back. Anathematic? As in like radical, fringe, wacko, laughed out of town on a rail by, quote, mainstream established science, whose idea of treatment was to, poison the whole body and see what was left. Though annular chemotherapy did start out kind of wacko. You can see these early microphotos Shock's got that poster of, that he won't take down even after you're sick of it. The early microphotos of cancer cells getting force-fed micro-massive quantities of overdone beef and diet soda, forced to chain-smoke micro-sized Marlboros. Near tiny, little cellular phones, I am standing first upon one foot and then upon another foot. Except, and corollarying out of the micro-medical mode, was this equally radical idea that maybe you could achieve a high-waste annulating fusion by bombarding highly toxic radioactive particles with massive doses of stuff even more toxic than the radioactive particles. A fusion that feeds on poisons and produces relatively stable plutonium fluoride and uranium tetrafluoride. All you turn out to need is access to mind-staggering volumes of toxic material, therefore placing the natural fusion site in the great concavity. Roger, and Yawul. Here things get abstractly furry, and I'll just skim through the fact that the only kertwang in the whole process, environmentally, is that the resultant fusion turns out so greedily efficient that it sucks every last toxin and poison out of the surrounding ecosystem, all inhibitors to organic growth for hundreds of radical clicks in every direction. Hence the eastern concavity of anxiety and myth. You end up with a surrounding environment so fertily lush, it's practically unlivable. A rainforest of sterabolic anoids. Close enough. Therefore, rapacial pharaoh hamsters, and insects of Volkswagen size, an infantile giganticism, and the unmacheteable regions of forest of the mythic eastern concavity. Yes, ours. And you find you need to keep steadily dumping in toxins to keep the uninhibited ecosystem from spreading and overrunning more ecologically stable areas, exhausting the atmosphere's poisons so that everything hyperventilates, and thus and such. So this is why EWD's major catapulting is from the metro area due north, into the eastern concavity, keeping it at bay. See how it all comes together? Mr. Thorpe will evince keen disappointment if I resort to removing my blindfold to locate a lavatory. Ars, I hear you. I hear fine. You don't need to go on and on. The thing to keep in mind if you have to take Watson, is the cyclic effects of the waste delivery and fusion. Major catapulting is on what days? The dates which are in each month prime numbers, until midnight, which eradicates the overgrowth until the toxins are fused and utilized. The satellite scenario is that the eastern part of Grid 3 goes from overgrown to wasteland to overgrown several times a month, with the first week of the month being especially barren and the last week being like nothing on Earth. As if time itself were vastly sped up, as if nature itself had desperately to visit the lavatory. Accelerated phenomena, which is actually equivalent to an incredible slowing down of time. The mnemonic rhyme Watson tried to get the boog to remember here is, wasteland to lush, time's in no rush. Decelerated time, I have got you. And this is what the boog's saying is eating him alive the worst, conceptually. He says he's toast if he can't wrap his head around the concept of time in flux, conceptually. It jacklights him for the whole annular model overall. Granted, it's abstract, but you should see him. One half of the face is like spasming around, while the other half of the mole just hangs there, staring like a bunny you're about to run over. Lyle's trying to walk him real slowly through the most basic kiddie physical principles of the relativity of time in extreme organic environments. In between Booger's trips back to the sauna, the irony for the Booger Man is you don't really even have to know that much about temporal flux stuff, since Watson's forehead gets all mottled and pruny-looking when he thinks about it himself. Do not please necessitate begging from me, Idris Arslanian. The eastern concavity, of course, being a whole different kettle of colored horses from what Inc. calls the barren Eleotical wastes of the western concavity, let me tell you. I will let you tell me anything, as long as this is told to me over the porcelain of a lavatory. Interesting step you're doing here, Id, I'd have to say. I beg without frequency. My home culture views begging as low cost. Ours? I'm standing here thinking we could work something out, maybe. I commit no illegal or degrading acts, but I will, if forced, beg. Forget that, I'm just thinking. You're Muslimic, isn't that right? Devoutly. I pray 5 times daily in the prescribed fashion. I eschew representational art and carnality in all its 4,404 forms and guises. Body a temple and such like? I eschew. Neither stimulants nor depressing compounds pass my lips, as is prescribed in the holy teachings of my faith. I'm wondering if you had any specific plans for this urine you're so anxious to get rid of ours, then. I am not following. What say we hash it all out over some porcelain, then, brother? Mike Pamulus, you are in motion a prince, and in repose a sage. Brother, it'll be a cold day in a warm climate when this kid right here's in repose. It was strange upon strange. It was almost as if the legless and pathologically shy punting groupies were somehow afraid of moments Juno-esque Ms. Steepley. Orrin had seen his last wheelchair the day before she came up, and now he realized, driving, it was only hours after she'd left that they were now back, with their shy ruses. The excitement, hope, acquisition, contempt cycle of seduction always left Orrin stunned and wrung out, and not at his quickest on the uptake. It was only after he'd cleaned up and dressed and exchanged the standard compliments and assurances, taken the elevator's glass pod down the tall hotel's round glass core into the lobby, gone out through the pressurized revolving door into the scalp-crackling gust of Phoenix heat, waited for the car's directional AC to render the steering wheel touchable, and then injected himself into the teeming arteries of Route 85 and Bell Road west, back out toward Sun City, ruminating as he drove, that it twanged on him that the handicapped man at the hotel's room's door had a wheelchair, that it was the first wheelchair he'd seen since Hal had hit him with his theory, and that the legless surveyor had, stranger, the same Swiss accent as the hand model. En route, R. Lentz's mouth writhes, and he scratches at the little rhinophthemic rash, and sniffs terribly and complains of terrible late autumn leaf mold allergies, forgetting that Bruce Green knows all too well what coke hydrolysis's symptoms are from having done so many lines himself, back when life with M. Bonk was one big party. Lentz details how the vegetarian new Joelle girl's veil is because of this condition people get where she's got only one eye that's right in the middle of her forehead, from birth, like a seahorse, and asks Green not even to think of asking how he knows this fact. While Green acts as lookout while Lentz relieves himself against a Market Street dumpster, Lentz swears Green to secrecy about how poor old scarred-up, diseased Charlotte Treat had sworn him to secrecy about her secret dream in sobriety was to someday get her GED and become a dental hygienist, specializing in educating youngsters pathologically frightened of dental anesthesia, because her dream was to help youngsters, and but how she feared her virus has placed her secret dream forever out of reach. All the way up the spurs Harvard Street toward Union Square, in a barely northwest vector, Lentz consumes several minutes and less than 20 breaths, sharing with Green some painful family of origin issues about how Lentz's mother, Mrs. Lentz, a thrice divorcee and data processor, was so unspeakably obese she had to make her own muumuus out of brocade drapes and cotton tablecloths, and never once did come to Parents' Day at Bishop Anthony McDiartima Elementary School in Fall River, Massachusetts, because of the parents had to sit in the youngsters' little liftable desktop desks during the Parents' Day presentations and skits. And the one time Mrs. L. hove her way down to BAMES for Parents' Day and tried to seat herself at little Randall L.'s desk between Mrs. Lamb and Mrs. LaRue, she broke the desk into kindling and needed 4 stocky cranberry farmer dads and a textbook dolly to arise back up from the classroom floor, and never went back, fabricating thin excuses of busyness with data processing and basic disinterest in Randall L.'s schoolwork. Lentz shares how then, in adolescence, his mother died because one day she was riding a Greyhound bus from Fall River, Massachusetts, north to Quincy, Massachusetts, to visit her son in a Commonwealth Youth Corrections facility Lentz was doing research for a possible screenplay in, and during the voyage on the bus she had to go potty. And she was in the bus's tiny potty in the rear of the bus, going about her private business of going potty, as she later testified. And even though it was the height of winter, she had the little window of the potty wide open, for reasons Lentz predicts Green doesn't want to hear about, on the northbound bus, and how this was one of the last years of unsubsidized, ordinational year dating, and the final fiscal year that actual maintenance work had ever been done on the infamous 6-lane commuter-ravaged Commonwealth Route 24, from Fall River to Boston's South Shore, by the pre-ONANite Governor Clapprood's Commonwealth Highway Authority. And the Greyhound bus encountered a poorly marked under-construction area where 24 was all stripped down to the dimple-ironed sheeting below, and was tooth-rattlingly striated and chuckholed and torn up, and just in general basically a mess. And the poorly marked and unflagmanned debris plus the excessive speed of the northbound bus, made it jounce god-awfully, the bus, and swerve violently to and fro, fighting to maintain control of what there was of the road, and passengers were hurled violently from their seats, while, meanwhile, back in the closet-sized rear potty, Mrs. Lentz, right in the process of going potty, was hurled from the toilet by the first swerve, and proceeded to do some high-velocity and human waist-flinging pinballing back and forth against the potty's plastic walls. And when the bus finally regained total control and resumed course, Mrs. Lentz had, freakishly enough, ended up her human pinballing with her bare and unspeakably huge backside wedged tight in the open window of the potty, so forcefully ensconced into the receptacle that she was unable to extricate, and the bus continued on its northward sojourn the rest of the way up 24, with Mrs. Lentz's bare backside protruding from the ensconcing window, prompting car horns and derisive oratory from other vehicles. And Mrs. Lentz's plaintive shouts for help were unavailed by the passengers that were arising back up off the floor and rubbing their sore noggins and hearing Mrs. Lentz's mortified screams from behind the potty's lock-reinforced plastic door, but were unable to excretate her because the potty's door locked from the interior by sliding across a deadbolt that made the door's outside say, "Occupied, occupado, occupe," and the door was locked, and Mrs. Lentz was wedged beyond the reach of arm length, and couldn't reach the deadbolt no matter how plaintively she reached out her mammoth, fat-waddled arm. And, like fully 88% of all clinically obese Americans, Mrs. Lentz was diagnosed clinically claustrophobic and took prescription medication for anxiety and ensconcement phobias, and she ended up successfully filing a 7-figure suit against Greyhound Lines and the almost-defunct Commonwealth Highway Authority for psychiatric trauma, public mortification, and second-degree frostbite, and received such a morbidly obese settlement from the Dukakis-appointed 18th Circus Civil Court that when the check arrived in an extra long-size envelope to accommodate all the zeros, Mrs. L lost all will to data process, or cook or clean, or nurture, or finally even move, simply reclining in a custom-designed 1.5-meter-wide recliner, watching interlaced Gothic romances, and consuming mammoth volumes of high-lipid pastry brought on gold trays by a pastry chef she'd had put at her individual 24-hour disposal and outfitted with a cellular beeper. Until 4 months after the huge settlement, she ruptured and died, her mouth so crammed with peach cobbler, the paramedics were hapless to administer CPR, which Lentz says he knows, by the way. CPR. By the time they hit the spur, their northwest tacking has wheeled broadly right to become more truly north. The route down here is a modrion of alleys narrowed to near defiles from all the dumpsters. Lentz goes first, blaze-trailing. Lentz gives these sort of smoky looks to every female that passes within eyeshot. Their vector is now mostly north-northwest. They stroll through the rich smell of dryer exhaust from the backside of a laundromat off Dustin and Commonwealth, the city of Metro Boston, Massachusetts at night. The ding and trundle of the B and C greeny trains coming up Comm Ave's Hill West. Street drunks sitting with their backs to sooted walls, seeming to study their laps, even the mist of their breath discolored. The complex hiss of bus brakes, the jagged shadows distending with headlights' passage, Latin music drifting through the spur's projects, twined around some 5/4 shine stuff from a boombox over off Feeney Park, and in between these, a haunting plasm of Hawaiian-type music that sounds at once top volume and far, far away. The zithery, drifting Polynesian strains make Bruce Green's face spread in a flat mask of psychic pain he doesn't even feel is there. And then, the music's gone. Lentz asks Green what it's like to work with ice all day at Leisure Time Ice, and then himself theorizes on what it must be like, he'll bet, with your crushed ice and ice cubes in pale blue plastic bags, with a staple for a twisty, and dry ice in wood tubs pouring out white smoke, and then your huge blocks of industrial ice, packed in fragrant sawdust, the huge blocks of man-sized ice with flaws way inside like trapped white faces, white flames of internal cracks. Your picks and hatchets and really big tongs, red knuckles and rimed windows, and thin, bitter freezer smell with runny-nosed poles in plaid coats and calpacs. Your older ones with a chronic cant to one side from all the time lugging ice. They crunch through iridescent chunks of what Lance IDs as a busted windshield. Lance shares feelings on how between 3 ex-husbands and feral attorneys and a pastry chef that used pastry dependence to warp and twist her into distorting a testament toward the chef, and Lence's being, through red tape, still in Quincy's YCA hold, and in a weak litigational vantage, the ruptured Mrs. L's will had left him out in the cold to self-fend by his urban wits, while ex-husbands and patissiers lay on Riviera beach furniture, fanning themselves with high-denomination currency, about all which Lance says he grapples with the issues of on a, daily basis, leaving Green a gap to make understanding sounds. Green's jacket creaks as he breathes. The windshield glass is in an alley whose fire escapes are hung with what look like wet frozen tarps. The alley's tight-packed dumpsters and knobless steel doors and the dull black of total grime. The blunt snout of a bus protrudes from the frames of the alley's end, idling. Dumpster's garbage doesn't have just one smell, depending. The urban loom makes the urban night only semi-dark, as in licoricey, a luminescence just under the skin of the dark, the swelling. Green keeps them updated regarding time. Lance has begun to refer to Green as brother. Lance says he has to piss like a racehorse. He says the nice thing about the urban city is that it's one big commode. The way Lance pronounces brother involves one R. Green moves up to stand in the mouth of the alley, facing out, giving Lance a little privacy several dumpsters behind. Green stands there in the start of the alley's shadow, in the bus's warm backwash, his elbows out, and hands in the jacket's little pockets, looking out. It's unclear whether Green knows Lance is under the influence of Bing. All he feels is a moment of deep, wrenching loss, of wishing getting high was still pleasurable for him, so he could get high. This feeling comes and goes all day, every day still. Green takes a gasper from behind his ear and lights it, and puts a fresh one on deck behind the ear. Union Square, Alston. "Kiss me where it smells," she said, so I took her to Alston, unquote. Union Square's lights throb. Whenever somebody stops blowing their horn, somebody else starts blowing their horn. There's 3 Chinese women waiting at a light across the street from the guy with the lobsters. Each of them's got a shopping bag. An old VW Bug like Dooning Glynn's VW Bug, idling, mufflerless outside Riley's roast beef. Except Dooney's Bug's engine is exposed, where the back hood got removed to expose the Bug's guts. It's like impossible to ever spot a Chinese woman on a Boston street that's under 60 or over 1.5 meters, or not carrying a shopping bag, except never more than one bag. If you close your eyes on a busy urban sidewalk, the sound of everybody's different footwear's footsteps, all put together, sounds like something getting chewed by something huge and tireless and patient. The searing facts of the case of Bruce Green's natural parents' deaths when he was a toddler are so deeply repressed inside Green that whole strata and substrata of silence and mute dumb animal suffering will have to be strip-mined up and dealt with, a day at a time in sobriety, for Green to even remember how, on his 5th Xmas Eve in Waltham, Massachusetts, his pop had taken the hydrant-sized little Brucey Green aside and given him, to give his beloved mother for Xmas, a gaily Gauguin-colored can of Polynesian Mauna Loa brand macadamia nuts. Said cylindrical can of nuts, then toted upstairs by the child, and painstakingly wrapped in so much foil sheen paper that the final wrapped present looked like an oversized dachshund that had required first bludgeoning and then restraint at both ends, with 2 rolls each of Scotch tape and garish fuchsia ribbon to be subdued and wrapped and placed under the gaily lit pine. And even then, the package seemed mushily to struggle as the substrata of paper shifted and settled. Bruce Green's pop, Mr. Green, had, at one time, been one of New England's most influential aerobics instructors, even co-starring once or twice, in the decade before digital dissemination, on the widely rented Buns of Steel aerobics home video series, and had been in high demand and very influential until, to his horror, in his late 20s, the absolute prime of an aerobics instructor's working life, either one of Mr. Green's legs began spontaneously to grow, or the other leg began spontaneously to retract, because within weeks, one leg was all of a sudden nearly 6 inches longer than the other. Bruce Green's one unrepressed visual memory of the man is of a man who, progressively and perilously, leaned as he hobbled from specialist to specialist, and had to get outfitted with a specialized orthopedic boot, black as a cauldron, that seemed to be 90% sole, and resembled an asphalt spreader's clunky boot, and weighed several pounds, and looked absurd with spandex leggings. And the long and short of it was that Brucey Green's pop was aerobically washed up by the leg and boot, and had to career change, and went, bitterly, to work for a Waltham novelty or notions concern, something with in the name. Acme Novelties Notions, or some such, where Mr. Green designed sort of sadistic, practical joke supplies, specializing in the Jolly Jolt hand buzzer and Blammo cigar product lines, with a sideline in entomological ice cubes and artificial dandruff, etc. Demoralizing, sedentary, character-twisting work is what an older child would have been able to understand, peering from his night-lit doorway at an unshaven man who, clunkily, paced away the wee hours on a nightly basis down in the living room, his gait like a bosun's in heavy seas, occasionally breaking into a tiny, tentative gluteal thruster squat and kick, almost falling, muttering bitterly, carrying a Falstaff tallboy. Something touching about a gift that a toddler's so awfully overwrapped makes a sickly pale, a neurasthenic but doting Mrs. Green, Brucey's beloved mamma, choose the mugged dachshund foil sheen cylinder present first, of course, to open on Xmas morning, as they sit before the crackling fireplace in different chairs, by different windows, with views of Waltham sleet, with bowls of Xmas snacks, and Acme logoed mugs of coca and hazelnut decaf, and watch each other taking turns opening gifts. Brucey's little face aglow in the firelight as the unwrapping of the nuts proceeds through layer and stratum, Mrs. Green a couple times having to use her teeth on the rinds of tape. Finally, the last layer is off, and the gay-colored can in view. Mauna Loa, Mrs. Green's favorite and most decadent special treat food. World's highest calorie food except for like pure suet. Nuts so yummy they should be spelled S-I-N, she says. Brucey excitedly bobbing in his chair, spilling coca and gummy bears, a loving toddler, more excited about his gift's receipt than what he's going to get himself. His mother's clasped hands before her sunken bosom, sighs of delight and protest, and an easy open lid on the can, which the contents of the macadamia-labeled can is really a coiled cloth snake with an ejaculatory spring. The snake sprongs out as Mrs. G screams, a hand to her throat. Mr. Green howls with bitterly professional practical gag mirth and clunks over and slaps little Bruce on the back so hard that Brucey expels a lime gummy bear he'd been eating. This, too, a visual memory, contextless and creepy, which arcs across the living room and lands in the fireplace's fire with a green little sss aflame. The cloth snake's arc has terminated at the imitation crystal chandelier overhead, where the snake gets caught and hangs with quivering spring as the chandelier swings and tinkles, and Mr. Green's thigh-slapping laughter takes a while to run down, even as Brucey's mamma's hand at her delicate throat becomes claw-shaped, as she claws at her throat and gurgles and slumps over to starboard with a fatal cardiac, her cyanotic mouth still open in surprise. For the first couple minutes, Mr. Green thinks she's putting them on, and he keeps rating her performance on an Acme interdepartmental 1 to 8 gag scale until he finally gets pissed off and starts saying she's drawing the gag out too long, that she's going to scare their little Brucey, who's sitting there under the swinging crystal, wide-eyed and silent. And Bruce Green uttered not another out-loud word until his last year of grade school, living by then in Winchester with his late mother's sister, a decent but dust-bowly-looking Seventh-day Adventist who never once pressed Brucey to speak, probably out of sympathy, probably sympathizing with the searing pain the opaque-eyed child must have felt over not only giving his mama a lethal Xmas present, but over then having to watch his widowed asymmetrical pop cave psycho-spiritually in after the wake, watching Mr. Green pace and clunk around the living room all night, every night after work, and an under-microwaved supper for two in his Frankensteinian boot, clunking around in circles, scratching slowly at his face and arms until he looked less scourged than brambled, and in loosely associated mutters cursing God and himself and Acme nuts and serpents or whatever, and leaving the fatal snake up hanging from the fake crystal fixture and the fatal Xmas tree up in its little red metal stand until all the strings of lights went out and the strings of popcorn got dark and hard and the stand's bowl of water evaporated so the tree's needles died and fell brownly off onto the rest of the still unopened Xmas presents clustered below, one of which was a package of Nebraska corn-fed steaks, whose cherub motif wrapping was beginning ominously to swell. And then finally the even more searing childhood pain of the public arrest and media scandal and sanity hearing and Midwest trial as it was established after the fact that the post-Xmas Mr. Green, whose one encouraging sign of holding some tattered remnants of himself together after the funeral had been the fact that he still went faithfully every day to work at Acme Inc., had gone in and packed a totally random case of the company's outgoing Blamo cigars with vengefully lethal tetrol-based high explosives, and a VFW, 3 Rotarians, and 24 Shriners had been grotesquely decapitated across southeastern Ohio before the federal ATF traced the grisly forensic fragments back to B. Green Sr.'s Blamo lab in Waltham. And then the extradition and horribly complex sanity hearing and trial and controversial sentencing. And then the appeals and death watch and lethal injection, Bruce Green's aunt handing out poorly reproduced W. Miller tracts to the crowds outside the Ohio prison as the clock ticked down to injection, little Bruce in tow, blank-faced and watching, the crowd of media and anti-capital activists and Defarge-like picnickers milling and roiling, many T-shirts for sale, and the red-faced men in sport coats and fezes, oh, their rage-twisted faces, the same red as their fezes, as the men careened this way and that in their little cars, formations of motorized Shriners buzzing the gates of the ODC Maximum facility and shouting, "Burn, baby, burn," or the more timely, "Get lethally injected, baby, get lethally injected." Bruce Green's aunt, with her center-parted hair visibly graying under the pillbox hat and face obscured for 3 Ohio months behind the black mesh veil that fluttered from the pillbox hat, clutching little Bruce's head to her underwired bosom day after day until his blank face was smooshed in on one side. Green's guilt, pain, fear, and self-loathing have, over years of unprescribed medication, been compressed to the igneous point where he now knows only that he compulsively avoids any product or service with in its name, always checks a palm before a handshake, will go blocks out of his way to avoid any parade involving fezes in little cars, and has this silent, substratified fascination/horror gestalt about all things even remotely Polynesian. It's probably the distant and attenuated luau music echoing erratically back and forth through angled blocks of Alston cement that causes Bruce Green to wander as if mesmerized out of Union Square and all the way up Comm Ave into Brighton, and up to like the corner of Comm Ave and Brainerd Road, the home of the Unexamined Life nightclub with its tilted, flickering bottle of blue neon over the entrance, before he realizes that Lentz is no longer beside him asking the time, that Lentz hadn't followed him up the hill even though Green had stood there outside the Union Square alley way longer than anybody could have needed to take a legitimate whiz. He and Lentz have become separated, he realizes. Now way southwest of Union, on Comm, Green looks around at traffic, and T-tracks, and bar patrons, and TUL's huge bottles-low neon flutter. He wonders whether he's somehow blown Lentz off or whether Lentz has blown him off. And that's all he wonders. That's the total complexity the speculation assumes. That's his thought for the minute. It's like the whole nut can and cigar traumas drained into some psychic sump at puberty, sank and left only an oily slick that catches the light in distorted ways. The warbly Polynesian music's way clearer up here. He starts up the steep hill on Brainerd Road, which terminates at the Enfield line. Maybe Lentz can't move straightforwardly south at all past a certain time. The acclivity is not kind to asphalt spreaders' boots. After the initial crazed, gerbil-in-brain phase of early withdrawal and detox, Bruce Green has now returned to his normal, psycho-repressed cerebral state, where he has about one fully developed thought every 60 seconds, and then just one at a time, a thought, which materializes already fully developed and sitting there, and then melting back away like a languid, liquid crystal display. His in-house counselor, the extremely tough-loving Calvin T., complains that listening to Green is like listening to a faucet with a very slow drip. His rap is that Green seems not serene or detached, but totally shut down, disassociated, and Calvin T. tries weakly to draw Green out by pissing him off. Green's next full thought is the realization that even though the hideous Hawaiian music had sounded like it was drifting up northward from down at the Alston Spur, it's somewhat louder now the farther west he moves toward Enfield's Cambridge Street dogleg and St. Elizabeth's Hospital. Brainerd, between Commonwealth and Cambridge Street, is a sine wave of lung-busting hills through neighborhoods Tiny Ewell had described as depressed residential. Unending rows of crammed-together triple-decker houses, with those tiny, sad architectural differences that seem to highlight the essential sameness, with sagging porches and psoriatic paint jobs, or aluminum siding gone carbuncular from violent temperature swings. Yard litter, and dishes and patchy grass and fenced pets, and children's toys lying around in discarded attitudes, and eclectic food smells and wildly different patterned curtains or blinds in a house's different windows, due to these old houses are carved up inside into apartments for like alienated BU students, or Canadian and concavity-displaced families, or even more alienated BC students, or, probably, it looks like, the bulk of these leaseholders are green and bonk-esque, younger, blue-collar, hard-partying types that have posters of the Fiends in Human Shape, or Choosy Mothers, or Snout, or the Bioavailable 5 in the bathroom. And black lights in the bedroom, and oil change stains in the driveway, and that throw their supper dishes into the yard and buy new dishes at Caldor instead of washing their dishes, and that still, in their 20s, ingest substances nightly and use party as a verb, and put their sound system speakers in their apartment's windows facing out, and crank the volume out of sheer high-spirited obnoxiousness because they still have their girlfriends to pound beers with, and do shotguns of dope into the mouth of, and do lines of being off various parts of the naked body of, and still find pounding beers and doing bongs and lines fun, and get to have fun on a nightly after-work basis, cranking the tunes out into the neighborhood air. The street's bare trees are densely limbed. They're a certain type of tree. They look like inverted brooms in the residential dark. Green doesn't know his tree names. The Hawaiian music is what's pulled him southwest, it emerges. It's originating from someplace in this very neighborhood, somewhere around West Brainerd, and Green moves upriver toward what sounds like the source of the sound with a blankly horrified fascination. Most of the yards are fenced in stainless steel chain-link fencing, and occasional yard dogs whine or, more commonly, bark and snarl and leap territorially at Green from behind their fences, the fences shivering from the impact. and the chain-link stuff dented outward from previous impacts from previous passers-by. The thought that he isn't scared of dogs develops and recedes in Green's midbrain. His jacket creaks with every step. The temperature is steadily dropping. The fenced front yards are the toy and beer can strewn type, where the brown grass grows in uneven tufts, and the leaves haven't been raked and are piled in wind-blown lines of force along the base of the fence, and unpruned hedges and overfull wastebaskets and untwisted trash bags are on the sagging porch, because nobody's gotten around to taking them down to the EWD dumpster at the corner. And garbage from the overfull receptacles blows out into the yard and mixes with the leaves along the fence's base, and some gets out into the street and is never picked up, and eventually becomes part of the composition of the street. A non-peanut M&M box is like intaglioed into the concrete of the sidewalk under Green. So bleached by the elements, it's turned bone white and is only barely identifiable as a non-peanut M&M box, for instance. And, looking up from identifying the M&M box's make, Green now espies Randy Lentz. Green has happened upon Lentz, way up here on Brainerd, now strolling briskly alone up ahead of Green. Not close, but visible under a functioning streetlight about a block farther uphill on Brainerd. There's some disincentive to call out. The incline on this block isn't bad. It's cold enough now so his breath looks the same whether he's smoking or not. The tall, curved street lamps here look to Green just like the weaponish part of the Martian vessels that fired fatal rays in their conquest of the planet, in an ancient cartridge Tommy Ducey'd never tired of, that he labeled the case War of the Wells. The Hawaiian music dominates the aural landscape by this point now, coming from someplace up near where he sees the back of Lentz's coat. Someone has put Polynesian music speakers in their window pretty clearly. Creepy, slack-key steel guitar balloons across the dim street, booms off the sagging facades opposite. It's Don Ho and the Soul Hoopy Players. The grass skirt and foamy breakers sound that makes Green put his fingers in his ears, while at the same time he moves more urgently toward the Hawaiian music source. A pink or aqua three-decker with a second-floor dormer and red-shingled roof, with a blue and white Canucker flag on a pole protruding from a window in the dormer, and serious JBL speakers facing outward in the two windows on either side of the flag, with the screens off so you can see the woofers throbbing like brown bellies hula-ing, bathing the 1700 block of West Brainerd in dreadful ukuleles and hollow log percussives. All the blunt fingers in his ears do is add the squeak of Green's pulse and the underwater sound of his respiration to the music, though. Figures in plaid flannel or else floral Hawaiian shirts and those flower necklaces melt in and out of lit view behind and over the window speakers, with the oozing quality of large group chemical fun, and dancing, and social intercoursing. The lit windows make slender rectangles of light out across the yard, which, the yard, is a sty. Something about Randy Lentz's movements up ahead, the high-kneed, tiptoed skulk of a vaudeville fiend up to no good at all, keeps Green from calling out to him, even if he could have made himself heard over what to him is a roar of blood and breath, and ho. Lentz moves through the one operative streetlight's cone, across the sidewalk and over to the stainless chain link of the same Canucker house, holding something out to a Shetland-sized dog whose leash is attached to a fluorescent plastic clothesliney thing by a pulley and can slide. It's cold, and the air is thin and keen, and his fingers are icy in his ears, which ache with cold. Green watches, rapt on levels he doesn't know he has, drawn slowly forward, moving his head from side to side to keep from losing Lentz in the fog of his breath, not calling out, but transfixed. Green and Mildred Bonk, and the other couple they'd shared a trailer with T. Ducey with, had gone through a phase one time, where they'd crash various collegiate parties and mix with the upper-scale collegiates. And once, in one February, Green found himself at a Harvard U dorm, where they were having a, beach theme party, with a dump truck's worth of sand on the common room floor, and everybody with flower necklaces and skin bronzed with cream or UV booth salon visits. All the toe-headed guys in floral untucked shirts walking around with locked-jawed noblesse oblige, and drinking drinks with umbrellas in them, or else wearing Speedos with no shirts, and not one fucking pimple any place on their back, and pretending to surf on a surfboard somebody had nailed to a hump-shaped wave made of blue and white papier-mâché, with a motor inside that made the fake wave sort of undulate. And all the girls in grass skirts oozing around the room trying to hula in a shimmying way that showed their thighs lipovac scars through the shimmying grass of their skirts. And Mildred Bonk had donned a grass skirt and bikini top out of the pile by the keggers, and even though almost 7 months pregnant, had oozed and shimmied right into the mainstream of the swing of things. But Bruce Green had felt awkward and out of place in his cheap leather jacket and haircut. He'd dyed orange with gasoline in a blackout, and the Eat the Rich patch he'd perversely let Mildred Bonk sew onto the groin of his police pants. And then they'd finally got tired of the Hawaii Five-0 theme and started in with the Don Ho and Soul Hoopy CDs. And Green had gotten so uncomfortably fascinated and repelled and paralyzed by the Polynesian tunes that he'd set up a cabana chair right by the kegs and had sat there overworking the pump on the kegs and downing one plastic cup after another of beer foam until he got so blind drunk his sphincter had failed. And he'd not only pissed, but also actually shit his pants, for the second time ever, and the first public time ever, and was mortified with complexly layered shame, and had to ease very gingerly into the nearest-by head and remove his pants and wipe himself off like a fucking baby, having to shut one eye to make sure which him he saw was him. And then there'd been nothing to do with the fouled police pants, but crack the bathroom door and reach a tattooed arm out with the pants and bury them in the living room's sand like a house cat's litter box. And then, of course, what was he supposed to put on, if he ever wanted to leave that head or dorm again to get home? So he'd had to hold one eye shut and reach one arm out again and, strain to reach the pile of grass skirts and bikini tops and snatch a grass skirt and put it on and slip out of the Hawaiian dorm room out a side door without letting anybody see him. And then ride the Red Line and see Greenie, and then a bus all the way home in February in a cheap leather jacket and asphalt spreader's boots and a grass skirt, the grass of which rode up in the most horrifying way. And he'd spent the next 3 days not leaving the trailer in the spur in a paralyzing depression of unknown etiology, lying on Tommy D's crusty-stained sofa and drinking Southern Comfort straight out of the bottle, and watching Ducey's snakes not move once in 3 days in their tank. And Mildred had given him 2 days of high-volume shit for, first, sulking antisocially by the keg, and then screwing out and abandoning her at 7 months gone, to a sandy room full of tanly, anomic blondes, who said catty things about her tattoos, and creepy boys who talked without moving their lower jaw, and asked her things like where she summered, and kept offering her advice on no-load funds, and inviting her upstairs to check out their Dewar prints, and saying they found overweight girls terribly compelling, and their defiance of cultural-ascetic norms. And Bruce Green lay there with a head full of hoopy and unresolved pain, and didn't say a word or even have a fully developed thought for 3 days, and had hidden the grass skirt under the dust ruffle of the couch, and later savagely torn it to shreds and sprinkled the clippings over Ducey's hydroponic marijuana development in the tub for mulch. Lentz goes in and out of Green's focus several times within a dozen andante strides, still out in front of the Canadian refugee-type house that's drawn Green on. Lentz, holding a little can of something up over one side of the fence's gate and dribbling something onto the gate, holding something else that suddenly engages the dog's full attention. For some reason, Green thinks to check his watch. The pink or orange clothesline quivers as the leash's pulley runs along it, As the dog comes up to meet Lentz inside the gate he's slowly opened. The huge dog seems neither friendly nor unfriendly toward Lentz, but his attention is engaged. The leash and pulley could never hold him if he decided Lentz was food. There's bitter-smelling material from his ear on Green's finger, which he can't help but sniff. He's forgotten and left the other finger in his ear. He's now pretty close, standing in a van's shadow just outside the pyramid of sodium light from the streetlight, like 2 houses down from the source of the grisly sound, which, all of a sudden, is in the silence between cuts of Ho's early "Don Ho from Hawaii with all my love," so that Green can hear baritone Canadianese party voices through the open windows, and also the low lulations of baby talk of some sort from Lentz. "Hooty hooty doggy woggy," and what not. Presumably directed at the dog, who's coming over to Lentz in a sort of neutrally cautious but attentive way. Green has no clue what kind of dog it is, but it's big. Green can remember not the sight, but the 2 very different sounds of the footfalls of his pop, the late Mr. Green, pacing the Waltham living room, the crinkle of the paper bag around the tall boy in his hand. It's well after 22:45 hours. The dog's leash slides, hissing to the end of the day-glow line, and stops the dog a couple paces from inside of the gate, where Lentz is standing, inclined in the slight forward way of somebody who's talking baby talk to a dog. Green can see that Lentz has a slightly gnawed square of Don G's hard, old meatloaf out in front of him, holding it toward the straining dog. Lentz has the blankly intent look of a short-haired man with a Geiger counter. The hideously compelling Ho starts again, with a total abruptness that makes CD so creepy. Green's got one finger in one ear, shifting around slightly to keep Lentz's lamp shadow from blocking the view. The music balloons and booms. The Knucks have turned it way up for "My Lovely Launa Una Luau Lady," a song that's always made Green want to put his head through a window. Part of the instrumentals sound like a harp on acid. The hollow log percussives are like a heart in your extremist-type terror. Green fancies he can see windows in the houses opposite vibrate from the horrific vibration. Green's having way more than one thought per minute now, the squeak of the gerbil wheel starting to crank deep inside. The undulating shiver is a slack steel guitar that fills little Brucey's head with white sand and undulating tummies and heads that resemble New Year's subsidized parade balloons. Huge, soft, shiny, baggy, wrinkled, grinning heads, nodding and bobbing as they slowly inflate to the shape of a giant head, tilted forward, straining at the ropes they're pulled by. Green hasn't watched a New Year's parade since the year of the Tuck's medicated pads, which had been obscene. Green's close enough to see that the Hawaiianized Knuck house is 412 West Brainerd. Blue-collar-type cars and 4x4s and vans are all up and down the street, packed in a somehow partyish attitude, as in parked in a hurry, some of them with Canadian lettering on the plates. Fleur-de-lis stickers and slogans in Canadian on some of the windows also. An old Montego, cammed out into a slingshot dragster, is parked square in front of 412, in a sort of menacing way, with 2 wheels up on the curb and a circle of flowers hung jauntily over the antenna, and the ellipses of dull fade in the paint job of the hood that show the engine's been bored out and the hood gets real hot. And Lentz has gotten down on one knee and breaks off some of the meatloaf and tosses it, underhand, to the ground inside the leash's range. The dog goes over and lowers its head to the meat. The distinctive sound of Gately's meatloaf getting chewed, plus the ghastly music's zithery, warbling roar. Lentz now rises, and his movements in the yard have a melting and wraith-like quality in the different shades of shadow. The lit window farthest from the limp flag has solid, swarthy guys in beards and loud shirts, passing back and forth, snapping their fingers under their elbows with flower-strewn females in tow. Many of the heads are thrown back and attached to Molson bottles. Green's jacket creaks as he tries to breathe. The snake had leapt from the can with a sound like sprong. His aunt at the Winchester breakfast nook, in dazzling winter dawnlight, quietly doing a word search puzzle. 2 dormer windows are half blocked by the throbbing rectangles of the JBLs. Green's the type that can recognize a JBL speaker and Molson Green bottle from way far away. A developed thought coheres. Ho's voice has the quality of a type of ointment. Any displaced and shaggy nook head in these windows, chancing to look out into the yard now, would be able to probably see Lentz depositing another chunk of meat in front of the pet, and removing something from up near his shoulder under his topcoat as he's melting stealthily all the way around behind the dog, to sort of straddle the big dog from the rear, easing the last of the loaf down in front of the dog, the big dog hunched, the crunch of Don's cornflake topping, and the gooey sound of a dog eating institutional meat. The arm comes out from under the coat, and goes up with something that looks like it would glitter if the window's yard light reached far enough. Bruce Green keeps trying to wave his breath out of the way. Lentz's fine coat billows around the dog's flanks as Lentz braces and leans and gathers the hunched thing's scruff in one hand and straightens up with a mighty grunting hoist that brings the animal up onto its hind legs as its front legs dig frantically at empty air, and the dog's whine brings a lay and flannel shape to the lit space above one speaker overhead. Green doesn't even think of calling out from his shadowed spot, and the moment hangs there with the dog upright and Lentz behind it, bringing the upraised hand down in front and hard across the dog's throat. There's a lightless arc from the spot Lentz's hand crossed. The arc splatters the gate and the sidewalk outside it. The music balloons without cease, but Green hears Lentz say what sounds like, "How dare you?" with great emphasis, as he drops the dog forward onto the yard, as there's a high-pitched male sound from the form at the window, and the dog goes down and hits the ground on its side with the meaty crunch of a 32-kilo bag of party-sized cubelets, all 4 legs dog-paddling uselessly, the dark surface of the lawn blackening in a pulsing curve before its jaws that open and close. Green has moved, unthinking, out of the van shadow toward Lentz, and now thinks and stops between 2 trees by the street in front of 416, wanting to call to Lentz and feeling the strangled aphasia people feel in bad dreams, and so just stands there between the tree trunks with a finger in one ear, looking. The way Lentz stands over the hull of the big dog is like you stand over a punished child, at full height and radiating authority, and the moment hangs there distended like that, until there's the shriek of long shut windows opening against the hoe, and the dire sound of numerous high-tempo loggers' boots rushing downstairs inside 412. The creepily friendly bachelor that lived next to his aunt had 2 big, groomed dogs, and when Bruce passed the house, the dogs' toenails would scrabble on the wood of the front porch, and run with their tails up to the anodized fence as Bruce came by, and jump up, and sort of play the metal fence with their paws, excited to see him, to just, set eyes on him. Lentz's arm with the knife is up again and ungleaming in the streetlight's light, as Lentz uses his other hand on the top of the fence to vault the fence sideways and tear ass uphill, up Brainerd Road, in the southwest direction of Enfield, his loafers making a quality sound on the pavement and his open coat feeling like a sail. Green retreats to behind one of the trees as beefy flannel forms with leis shedding petals, their speech grunty foreign and unmistakably Canadian, a couple with ukuleles, spill out like ants over the sagging porch and into the yard, mill and jabber, a couple kneel by the form of the former dog. A bearded guy so huge a Hawaiian shirt looks tight on him has picked up the meatloaf's baggie. Another guy without very much hair picks what looks like a white caterpillar out of the dark grass and holds it up delicately between his thumb and finger, looking at it. Yet another huge guy in suspenders drops his beer and picks up the limp dog, and it lies across his arms on its back with its head way back like a swooned girl, dripping and with one leg still going, and the guy is either screaming or singing. The original massive Nook with the baggie clutches his head to signal agitation as he and two other Nooks run heavily to the slingshot Montego. A first-floor light in the house across Brainerd lights up, and backlights a figure in a sort of suit and metal wheelchair, sitting upright next to the window, in the sideways way of wheelchairs that want to get right up next to something, scanning the street and Nook-swarmed yard. The Hawaiian music has apparently stopped, but not abruptly. It's not like somebody took it off in the middle. Green has retreated to behind a tree, which he sort of one-arm hugs. A thick girl in a horrible grass skirt is saying "Dieu" several times. There are obscenities and heavily accented stock phrases like "stop" and "there he goes," with pointing. Several guys are running up the sidewalk after Lance, but they're in boots, and Lance is way ahead, and now disappears as he cuts like a tailback left and disappears down either an alley or a serious driveway, though you can still hear his fine shoes. One of the guys actually shakes his fist as he gives chase. The Montego with the twin cam reveals muffler problems and clunks down off the curb and lays two parentheses as it 180s professionally around in the middle of the street and peels out up in Lentz's direction. A very low and fast and no-shit car. Its antennas gay lay, tugged by speed into a strained ellipse, and leaving a wake of white petals that take forever to stop falling. Green thinks his finger might be frozen to his ears inside. Nobody seems to be gesticulating about anything about maybe an accomplice. There's no evidence they're looking around for any other unwittingly guilty accessory-type party. Another wheelchaired form has appeared just behind and to the right of the first seated, backlit form across the street, and they're both in a position to see Green up against the tree with his hand to his ear. So it looks like he's maybe receiving communiques from some kind of earpiece. The Nooks are still milling around the yard in a way that's indescribably foreign, as the one Nook staggers in circles under the weight of the expired dog, saying something to the sky. Green is getting to know this one tree very well, spread out against its lee side and breathing into the bark of the tree, so his exhaled breath won't plume out from behind the tree and be seen as an accomplice's breath, potentially. Mario Incandenz's 19th birthday will be Wednesday, the 25th of November, the day before Thanksgiving. His insomnia worsens as Madame Psychosis's hiatus enters its third week, and WYYY tries bringing back poor Miss Diagnosis again, who started in on a Pig Latin reading of the Revelation of John that makes you so embarrassed for her, it's uncomfortable. For a couple nights in the headmaster's house living room, he tries falling asleep to WODS, an AM fringe outfit that plays narcotizing orchestral arrangements of old Carpenter's songs. It makes things worse. It's weird to feel like you miss someone you're not even sure you know. He gets a serious burn on his pelvis leaning against a hot steel stove, talking to Mrs. Clark. His hip is swaddled in bandages under Oren's old corduroys, and there's a sucking sound of salve when he walks, late at night, unable to sleep. The birth-related disability that wasn't even definitively diagnosed until Mario was 6, and had let Oren tattoo his shoulder with the red coil of an immersion heater, is called familial dysautonomia, a neurological deficit whereby he can't feel physical pain very well. A lot of the ETAs kid him about they should have such problems, and even Howells sometimes felt a twinge of envy about it. But the defect is a serious hassle, and actually very dangerous. See, for instance, the burnt pelvis, which wasn't even discovered until Mrs. Clark thought she smelled her eggplant overcooking. At the headmaster's house, he lies on the air mattress in a tight down bag on the edge of the violet plant light, with the wind rattling the big east window, listening to buttery violins and what sounds like a zither. There's sometimes a scream upstairs, shrill and drawn out, from where CT's and the mom's rooms are. Mario listens closely for whether the sound ends up as Avril laughing or Avril screaming. She gets night terrors, which are like nightmares but worse, and which afflict small children, but apparently also adults who eat the day's biggest meal right before bed. His nighttime prayers take almost an hour, and sometimes more, and are not a chore. He doesn't kneel. It's more like a conversation. And he's not crazy. It's not like he hears anybody or anything conversing back with him, Hal's established. Hal had asked him when he'll start coming back to their room to sleep, which made Mario feel good. He keeps trying to imagine Madame Psychosis, whom he imagines as being very tall, lying in an extra-large beach chair on a beach, smiling and not saying anything for days, resting. But it doesn't work very well. He can't tell if Hal is sad. He is having a harder and harder time reading Hal's states of mind or whether he's in good spirits. This worries him. He used to be able to sort of pre-verbally know in his stomach, generally, where Hal was and what he was doing, even if Hal was far away and playing, or if Mario was away. And now he can't anymore. Feel it. This worries him, and feels like when you've lost something important in a dream and you can't even remember what it was, but it's important. Mario loves Hal so much, it makes his heart beat hard. He doesn't have to wonder if the difference now is him or his brother, because Mario never changes. He hadn't told the moms he was going to walk around after he left her office, after their interface. Avril usually tries, in a non-intrusive way, to discourage Mario from taking walks at night, because he doesn't see well at night, and the areas around the ETA Hill are not the best neighborhood, and there's no skirting the fact that Mario would be easy prey for just about anybody, physically. And though one perk of familial dysautonomia is a relative physical fearlessness, Mario keeps to a pretty limited area during insomniacal strolls, out of deference to Avril's worry. He'll sometimes walk around the grounds of the Enfield Marine PHH at the bottom of the hill's east side, because they're pretty much enclosed, the grounds are, and he knows a couple of the EM security officers, from when his father got them to portray Boston police in his whimsical Dial C for Concupiscence, and he likes the EM grounds at night because the different brick houses' window light is yellow lamplight. And he can see people on the ground floors all together playing cards, or talking, or watching TP. He also likes whitewashed brick, regardless of its state of upkeep. And a lot of the people in the different brick houses are damaged, or askew, and lean hard to one side, or are twisted into themselves through the windows, and he can feel his heart going out into the world through them, which is good for insomnia. A woman's voice calling for help without any real urgency. Not like the screams that signify the moms laughing or screaming at night. Sounds from a darkened upper window. And across the little street that's crammed with cars, everybody has to move at 00 hours, is Ennett's house, where the headmistress has a disability, and it had a wheelchair ramp installed, and has twice invited Mario in during the day for a caffeine-free millennial fizzy. And Mario likes the place. It's crowded and noisy, and none of the furniture has protective plastic wrap, but nobody notices anybody else or comments on a disability. And the headmistress is kind to the people, and the people cry in front of each other. The inside of it smells like an ashtray, but Mario's felt good both times in Ennett's house because it's very real. People are crying and making noise and getting less unhappy, And once he heard somebody say God with a straight face, and nobody looked at them, or looked down, or smiled in any sort of way where you could tell they were worried inside. People from the public can't be in there after 2300 hours, though, because they have a curfew. So Mario just totters past on the broken sidewalk and looks in the ground windows at all the different people. Every window is lit up with light, and some are slid partly open, and there is the noise of being outside a house full of people. From one of the upstairs windows facing the street comes a voice going, "Give it here! Give it here!" Someone is crying, and someone else is either laughing or coughing very hard. An irritable man's voice from a kitchen window at the side says something to somebody else that just said something like, "So get dentures," followed by curse words. Another upstairs window, over at the side by the wheelchair ramp and the kitchen window, where the ground is soft enough to take the stress of a police lock and lead block nicely. The upper window has a billowing lengthwise flag for a curtain, and an old bumper sticker on the glass, half scraped off, so it says, "One day at," in cursive. And Mario is arrested by the quiet but unmistakable sound of a recording of a broadcast of 60 minutes, more or less, with Madame Psychosis, which Mario has never taped a show of, because he feels it wouldn't be right for him, but is strangely thrilled to hear someone in Ennis thinking enough of to tape and replay. What's coming from behind the open window with the billowing flag for a curtain is one of the old ones, from the year of the Wonder Chicken, Madame's inaugural year, when she'd sometimes talk all hour and had an accent. A hard east wind blows Mario's thin hair straight back off his head. His standing angle is 50 degrees. A female girl in a little fur coat and uncomfortable-looking blue jeans and tall shoes clicks past on the sidewalk and goes up the ramp into Ennett's back door without indicating she saw somebody with a really big head standing, braced by a police lock on the lawn outside the kitchen window. The lady had had on so much makeup she'd looked unwell, but the wake of her passage smells very good. For some reason, Mario felt like the person behind the flag in the window was also a female. Mario thinks it might not be out of the question that she might lend tapes to a fellow listener, if he could ask. He usually checks etiquette questions with Hal, who is incredibly knowledgeable and smart. When he thinks of Hal, his heart beats, and his forehead's thick skin becomes wrinkled. Hal will also know the term for private tapes made of broadcast things on the air. Perhaps this lady owns multiple tapes. This one is from 60 Minutes More or Less's first year, when Madame still had a slight accent and often spoke on the show, as if she were talking exclusively to one person or character who was very important to her. The moms revealed that if you're not crazy, then speaking to someone who isn't there is termed apostrophe and is valid art. Mario'd fallen in love with the first Madame Psychosis programs because he felt like he was listening to someone sad read out loud from yellow letters she'd taken out of a shoebox on a rainy PM. Stuff about heartbreak and people you loved dying and U.S. woe. Stuff that was real. It is increasingly hard to find valid art that is about stuff that is real in this way. The older Mario gets, the more confused he gets about the fact that everyone at ETA over the age of about Kent Blott finds stuff that's really real, uncomfortable, and they get embarrassed. It's like there's some rule that real stuff can only get mentioned if everybody rolls their eyes or laughs in a way that isn't happy. The worst-feeling thing that happened today was at lunch, when Michael Pemulus told Mario he had an idea for setting up a dial-a-prayer telephone service for atheists, in which the atheist dials the number, and the line just rings, and no one answers. It was a joke, and a good one, and Mario got it. What was unpleasant was that Mario was the only one at the big table whose laugh was a happy laugh. Everybody else sort of looked down like they were laughing at somebody with a disability. The whole issue was far above Mario's head, and he was unable to understand Lyle's replies when he tried to bring the confusion up. and Hal was, for once, no help, because Hal seemed even more uncomfortable and embarrassed than the fellows at lunch, and when Mario brought up real stuff, Hal called him boo-boo and acted like he'd wet himself, and Hal was going to be very patient about helping him change. A lot of people are appearing out of the dark and walking by to go in for the curfew. They all seem afraid and scowl to pretend they're not shy. The men have their hands in their coat pockets, and the females have their hands at their coats' throats, keeping them shut. One young person Mario's never seen sees him struggling with the police lock and helps him disengage the bar and get the lead block into his backpack. Just that little bit of help that makes the difference. Mario is suddenly so sleepy he's not sure he can get up the hill to go home. The musics that played at the beginning of Madame Psychosis's career are the exact same that played to the end. What sounds so unacceptable without her there? Mario's forward list is perfect for walking up hills, however. His pelvis's salve makes a sound but doesn't hurt. In the big protruding window of Ennett's house's headmistress's office, that the window overlooks the avenue and the train tracks and the Ning's clean father and son grocery, where they give Mario yellow tea in the a.m. when he comes by when it's cold, the last thing Mario can see, before the hillside's trees close behind him and reduce the Ennett house to shattered yellow lighting, is a wide, square-headed boy, bent over something he's writing at the headmistress's black desk, licking a pencil end, and hunched all uncomfortably with one arm curled out around what he's writing in, like a slow boy, over a class theme at Ringe and Latin Special. Live-in staffers' evening duties are divided pretty evenly between the picayune and the unpleasant. Somebody has to hit the area meetings to verify residents' attendance, while somebody else has to miss a nightly meeting to man the empty house and phones and do the picayune daily log. After the meeting's let out, Gately's supposed to do a head count every hour and make a log entry on who all's there and what's going on. Gately has to do a chore patrol and log entry on chore performance and nail down tomorrow's chore assignments off the weekly sheet. The residents need to have everything expected of them spelled out in advance, so they can't bitch if they get popped for something. Then people who haven't performed on their chore have to be told they're on a week's restriction, which tends to be unpleasant. Gately has to unlock Pat's cabinets and get the key to the meds locker and open the meds locker. Residents on meds respond to the sound of the meds locker the way a cat will respond to the sound of a can opener. They just, materialize. Gately has to dispense oral insulin and virus meds and pimple medicine and antidepressants and lithium to the residents who materialize for meds, and then he has to enter everything in the medical log, which, the medical log, is an incredible fucking mess. He has to get out Pat's week-at-a-glance book and print out her next day's appointments on a sheet of paper in block letters, because Pat finds her own palsied handwriting impossible to read. Gately has to confer with Jeanette Foltz about how different residents conducted themselves at St. E's Sharing and Caring, at Brookline's BYP, and a women's NA step down in East Cambridge they let a couple of the senior females go to, and then log all the data. Gately has to go up and check on Kate G., who claimed to be too sick to hit AA again tonight, and has been in bed in her room more or less steadily for 3 days, reading somebody called Sylvia Plate. Going up onto the women's side of the upstairs is an incredible pain in the ass, because he has to unlock a little steel cage over a little button at the bottom of their stairway by the back office, and press the button to sound an upstairs buzzer, and shout up the stairs, "Mail on the floor," and then give the female residents as much time as they need to get decent, or whatever, before he can come up. Going up there has been educational for Gately, because he'd always had this idea that women's areas were essentially cleaner and pleasanter than men's areas. Having to verify the chore in the women's 2 bathrooms smashed his long-standing delusion that women didn't go to the bathroom with the same appalling vigor that men did. Gately'd done a fair amount of cleaning up after his mother, but he never much thought of her as a woman. So the whole unpleasant thing's been an education. Gately has to check on Dooney Glynn, who has recurrent diverticulitis, and has to lie fetal on his bunk when he gets an attack, and has to be brought Motrin, and a Slim Fast shake that Gately had to make with 2% milk because there was no skim left, and then food bank crackers and a tonic out of the basement's machine when Glynn can't drink the 2% shake, and then log Glynn's comments and condition, neither of which are good. Somebody has made those disgusting marshmallowy Rice Krispie things in the kitchen and then not cleaned up after themselves. And Gately has to clomp around finding out who's responsible and get them to clean it up. And the code about ratting among the residents is such that you'd think he was a narc all of a sudden. The daily bullshit here is hip deep, and not so much annoying as soul-sucking. A double shift here now empties him out by dawn, just in time to clean real shit. It hadn't been this way at the start, the soul-sucking aspect, and Gately, every couple minutes, wonders again what he'll end up doing when his year's staff term is up, and his soul is sucked out, and he's sober but without any money, and still clueless, and has to leave here and do something back out there. Kate Gompert, when he buzzed and went up to the 5-woman room to look in, had made a possible sideways comment about hurting herself. And Gately has to call Pat at home about it, and she's out or not picking up, so then he has to call the house manager and relay the verbatim comment and let her interpret it and tell Gately what action to take, and how the comment stands in relation to Gompert's suicide contract, and how the whole thing should be logged. A resident at Ennet had hung herself from a heating pipe in the basement a couple years before Gately arrived, and there are now baroque procedures for monitoring ideation among residents with psych issues. The number of 5 East at St. Elizabeth's is on a red card in Pat's Rolodex. Gately has to collect the previous week's counselor reports and collate them, and get the residents' files together, and get any updates or changes printed out and into the files for tomorrow's all-staff meeting, where the staff gets together in Pat's office and interfaces on how each resident seems to be doing. Residents have a pretty good idea that their alumni counselors basically rat them out, in toto, at each staff meeting, which is why counseling sessions tend to be so incredibly dull that only really grateful, giving Ennet alumni are willing to serve as counselors. Filing organization is picayune, and for Gately, using the back office's TP array to print stuff out is unpleasant, mostly because each of his fingers covers almost 3 keys of the keyboard, and he has to hit each key carefully with the tip of a pen, which sometimes he forgets to retract the nub of, leaving blue smears on the keys that the house manager always gives him an ass-chewing for. And Gately has to have each newer resident into the office for at least a couple minutes to, touch base and see how they're doing, and make it clear they're regarded as existing, so they can't just melt into the living room's decor and disappear. The newest guy is still sitting in the linen closet, claiming he's comfortablest there, with the door open, and the new helpless Amy Johnson hasn't come back yet. A brand-new court-ordered female, Ruth Van Cleve, who looks like one of those people you see in pictures of African famine, has to fill out intake forms and go through orientation. And Gately goes over the house rules with her and gives her a copy of the Ennet House Survival Guide, which some resident, years gone, had written for Pat. Gately has to answer the phone and tell people who call the office for a resident that residents can receive calls only on the payphone in the basement, which he has to say, yes, is frequently busy. All the time. The house prohibits cellular/mobiles and has a boundary about the office phone for residents. Gately has to kick residents off down there when other residents in line come and complain they've exceeded their 5 minutes. This also tends to be unpleasant. The payphone down there is undigital and unshut-offable, and a constant source of aggravation and beefs. Every conversation is life and death, Crisis down there 24/7. There's a special way to kick somebody off a payphone that's respectful and non-shaming, but also firm. Gately has gotten good at assuming a blank but not passive expression when residents are abusive. There's this look of weary expertise the house staffers cultivate. Then they have to flex their face to get rid of when they're off duty. Gately's gotten so stoic in the face of abuse that a resident has to mention actual unnatural acts in connection with his name for Gately to log the abuse and give out a restriction. He's respected and well-liked by almost all the residents, which the house manager says causes the veteran staff some concern, because Gately's job is not to be these people's friend all the time. Then, in the kitchen, with the fucking crispy treat bowls and pans still a fucking mess, Wade McDade and some other residents were standing around waiting for various things to toast and boil, and McDade was using his finger and pushing the tip of his nose up so that his nostrils faced straight out at everybody. He was looking piggishly around and asking if people knew any people where their nose looked like this right here. And some people said yes, sure, why? Gately checked the fridge, and again saw evidence that his special meatloaf had a secret admirer, it looked like. Another big rectangle cut out of the leftovers he'd carefully wrapped and laid out on the sturdiest shelf in there. McDade, who Gately struggles daily with the urge to hit McDade so hard there'd be nothing but eyes and a nose down over the tops of his cowboy boots, McDade's telling everybody he's constructing a gratitude list at Calvin T's Tough Love suggestion, and he says he's decided one of the things he's grateful for is his nose doesn't look like this here. Gately tries not to judge on the basis of who laughs and who doesn't. When Pat's phone rings and Gately leaves, McDade's squunching his upper lip up in his hand and asking people about acquaintance with cleft palates. Gately has to monitor the, emotional barometer in the house and put a wet finger to the wind for potential conflicts and issues and rumors. A subtle art here is maintaining access to the residents' gossip grapevine and keeping on top of rumors without seeming like you're inducing a resident to cross the line and actually eat cheese on another resident. The only thing a resident is actually encouraged to rat out another resident on here is picking up a substance. All other type issues, it's supposed to be staff's job to glean and ferret out, etc., to decoct legitimate infractions out of the tides of innuendo and bullshit complaint 20-plus bored, crammed-together, street-canny people in detox from wrecked lives can generate. Rumors that so-and-so blew so-and-so on the couch at 0300, that thus-and-such-is got a knife, that X was using what had to be some kind of code on the payphone, that Y's gone back to carrying a beeper, that so-and-so's making book on football out of the 5-man room, that Belbin had led Dial to believe she'd clean up if he made crispy treats, and then she weaseled out, etc. Almost all of it's picayune, and over time, as it accretes, unpleasant. Rarely a feeling of outright, unalloyed sadness as such afterward, just an abrupt loss of hope. Plus, there is the contempt he belies so well with gentleness and caring during that post-coital period of small sounds and adjustments. Orrin can only give, not receive pleasure, and this makes a contemptible number of them think he is a wonderful lover, almost a dream-type lover, and thus fuels the contempt. But he cannot show the contempt, since this would pretty clearly detract from the subject's pleasure. Because the subject's pleasure in him has become his food, he is conscientious in the consideration and gentleness he shows after coitus, making clear his desire to stay right there, very close and intimate, when so many other male lovers, the subjects say, seem, afterward, to become uneasy, contemptuous, or distant, rolling over to stare at the wall, or tamping down a smoke before they've even stopped twitching. The hand model told him, very softly, how the photographer's big pink Swiss husband, after coitus, hove himself off her and lay there, stunned under his stomach's weight, his eyes narrowed to piggy slits, and the faint smirk on his face, that of a gorged predator. Not like the punter, uncaring. As was SOP with subjects, she became then briefly stricken and anxious, and said no one must ever know. She could lose her children. Orrin administered the standard assurances in a very soft, intimate voice. Orrin was resoundingly gentle and caring afterward, as she could somehow just intuitively tell he would be. It was true. It gave him real pleasure to give the impression of care and intimacy in this interval. If someone asked about his favorite part of the anticlimactic time after the subject lay back and glisteningly opened, and he could see her eyes holding him whole, Orrin would say his number 2 favorite is this post-seminal interval of clingy vulnerability on the subject's part, and gentle, intimate care on his own. When the knock on the room door came, it seemed like a further grace, for the subject had been up on an elbow in bed, exhaling slim tusks of cigarette smoke from her nose, and starting to ask him to tell her things about his own family, and Orrin was stroking her very tenderly, and watching the twin curves of smoke pale and spread, and trying not to shudder at the thought of what the inside of the subject's fine nose must look like, what gray-white tangles of necrotic snot must hang and twine up in there, from the smoke, whether she had the stomach to look at a hanky she'd used, or whether she balled the thing up and flung it from her with a sort of shudder knew he'd feel. And when the brisk action of male knuckles sounded against the room's door, he watched her face whiten from the forehead down, as she pleaded that no one must know of her, whoever was there, and stabbed out her butt, and dove beneath the blankets, as he called out for patience to the door, and veered to the bathroom to wrap a towel around him before he went to it, the sort of bland hotel door you used a card and not a key for. The defiled, guilty, and frightened married hand model's wrist and hand protruded for a moment from the edge of the bedding, and felt the floor for shoes and clothes, the hand moving like a blind spider and sucking things up under the blankets. Orrin didn't ask who it was at the door. He had nothing to hide. His mood at the door became extraordinarily fine. When the wife and mother had erased all evidence of herself, and heaped the bedding over her, so she could lie there, sniffing grayly and imagining that she was hidden from view, just one lumpy part of a celibate napper's disheveled bed, Orrin checked the door's fisheye peeper, saw only the hallway's claret-colored wall opposite, and opened the door with a smile he felt all the way down to his bare soles. Swiss cuckolds, furtive Near Eastern medical attachés, Zoftig print journalists. He was ready for anything. The man in the hall at the door was handicapped, challenged, in a wheelchair, looking up at him from well below peephole range, bushy-haired, and mostly nose, and looking up into the swell of Orrin's pectorals, making no attempt to see around him into the room. One of the disabled. Orrin looked down and felt both let down and almost touched. The little fellow's wheelchair, shiny, and his lap blanketed, and his string tie half hidden by the clipboard he held to his chest with a curled and motherly arm. "Serve," the man said, nothing else, joggling the clipboard a little like an infant, presenting it as evidence. Orrin imagined the terrified subject, lying there, hidden and trying to hear, and despite a sort of mild disappointment, he felt touched at whatever this shy ruse of an excuse for proximity to his leg and autograph might be. He felt for the subject the sort of clinical contempt you feel for an insect you've looked down and seen, and know you're going to torture for a while. From the way she smoked and performed certain other manual operations, Orrin had noted she was left-handed. He said to the man in the wheelchair, "Goody. Bless our mind is 3% simple. Eager to cooperate in any way." The man cocked his head in that way people in wheelchairs do. "Scholarly academic study." "Pisser." Leaning against the jamb with arms crossed, watching the man trying to process the dissimilarity in the size of his limbs. No shins or extremities, however withery, extended below the wheelchair's blanket's hem. The guy was like totally legless. Oren's rising heart went out. Chamber of Commerce survey. Certain veterans group. Systematic inquiry. Consumer advocacy polling operation. 3 percentage points error on either of 2 sides of the issue. Bully. When the man had taken out his pen with a flourish and looked down at his board, Oren got a look at the yarmulke of skin in the center of the seated man's hair. There was something almost unbearably touching about a bald spot on a handicapped man. "What do you miss, please?" Oren smiled coolly. "Very little, I like to think." "Backtrack. USA citizen?" "Yes." "You have how many years?" "Age?" "You have which age?" "Age is 26. "Over 25? "That follow." Oren was waiting for the ruse involving the pen that'd get him to sign something so that the very shy fan club would get their autograph. He tried to remember from Mario's childhood how long under blankets before it got unbearably hot, and you started to smother and thrash. The man pretended to notate. "Employed, self-employed, unemployed." Oren smiled. "The first." "Please list what you miss." The whisper of the vent, hush of the wine-colored hallway, vaguest whisper of rustling sheets behind, imagining the growing bubble of CO2 under the sheets. "Please list freestyle elements of your USA lifetime you recall, and/or at present lack and miss." "I'm not sure I follow." The man flipped a page over to check. "Pine, yarn, winsome, nostalgia, lump of throat." Flipping one more sheet. "Westville as well." "You mean childhood memories? You mean like cocoa with half-melted marshmallows floating on top in a checker-tiled kitchen warmed by an enamel gas range, that sort of thing? Or omniscient doors at airports and star markets that somehow knew you were there and slid open before they disappeared? Where did those doors go?" "Enamel is with the E?" "And then some." Oren's gaze now was up at the ceiling's acoustic tile, the little blinking disk of the hall's smoke detector, as if memories were always lighter than air. The seated man stared blandly up at the throb of Oren's internal jugular vein. Oren's face changed a little. Behind him, under the blankets, the non-Swiss woman lay very calmly and patiently on her side, breathing silently into the portable O2 mask with canister from the purse beside her, one hand in the purse on the Schmeisser GBF miniature machine pistol. "I miss TV," Oren said, looking back down. He no longer smiled coolly. "The former television of commercial broadcast?" "I do." "Raison, in several words or less, please. For the box after raison," displaying the board. "Oh, man." Oren looked back up and away, at what seemed to be nothing, feeling at his jaw around the retromandibular's much tinier and more vulnerable throb. "Some of this may sound stupid. I miss commercials that were louder than the programs. I miss the phrases, 'Order before midnight tonight,' and 'Save up to 50% and more.' I miss being told things were filmed before a live studio audience. I miss late-night anthems, and shots of flags and fighter jets, and leathery-faced Indian chiefs crying at litter. I miss sermonette and evensong, and test patterns, and being told how many megahertz something's transmitter was broadcasting at." He felt his face. "I miss sneering at something I love. How we used to love to gather in the checkered-tiled kitchen in front of the old boxy cathode-ray Sony, whose reception was sensitive to airplanes, and sneer at the commercial vapidity of broadcast stuff." "Vapidity," pretending to notate. "I miss stuff so low-denominator I could watch and know in advance what people were going to say." "Emotions of mastery, and control, and superiority, and pleasure." "You can say that again, boy." "I miss summer reruns. I miss reruns hastily inserted to fill the intervals of writer strikes, actors' guild strikes. I miss Jeannie, Samantha, Sam and Diane, Gilligan, Hawkeye, Hazel, Jed, all the syndicated airwave haunters, you know? I miss seeing the same things over and over again. There were 2 muffled sneezes from the bed behind him, and the handicapped man didn't even acknowledge, pretending to write, brushing his string ties dangle away again and again as he wrote. Orrin tried not to imagine the topography of the sheets the subject had sneezed into. He no longer cared about the ruse. He did feel tender somehow toward him. The man tended to look up at him like people with legs look up at buildings and planes. You can, of course, view entertainments again and again without sources, on tele-entertainment discs of storage and retrieval. Orrin's way of looking up, as he remembered, was nothing like the seated guy's way of looking up. But not the same. The choice, see? It ruins it somehow. With television, you were subjected to repetition. The familiarity was inflicted. Different now. Inflicted. I don't think I exactly know, Orrin said, suddenly, dimly stunned and sad inside. The terrible sense, as in dreams, of something vital you've forgotten to do. The inclined head's bald spot was freckled and tan. Is there a next item? Things to tell me you do not miss. For symmetry. Balance of opinion. Orrin smiled. Plus or minus? Just so, the man said. Orrin resisted an urge to lay his hand tenderly over the arc of the disabled man's skull. Well, how much time do we have here? The skyscraper gawking aspect was only when the man's gaze went higher than Orrin's neck. They were not shy or indirect or even the eyes of someone in any way disabled, was what struck Orrin later as odd. Besides, the Swiss accent, the absence of a signature ruse, the subject's patience with the wait, and the absence of gasping when O pulled the covers abruptly back later. The man had looked up at Orrin and flicked his eyes slightly past him, at the room behind with pantyless floor and humped covers. Orrin was meant to see the glance past him. Can return at a later time which we specify. You are, comment dit, engaged? Orrin's smile wasn't as cool as he thought, as he told the seated figure that that was a matter of opinion. As at all DSAS-certified halfway facilities, Enid House's resident curfew is 23:30 hours. From 2300 to 23:30, the staffer on night duty has to do head counts and sit around like somebody's mom waiting for different residents to come in. There's always ones that always like to cut it close and play with the idea of getting discharged for something picayune, so it won't be their fault. Tonight, Planette H and the deeply whacked-out Yolanda W come back in from Footprints around 23:15 in purple skirts and purple lipstick and ironed hair, tottering on heels and telling each other what a wicked time they just had. Esther Thrale undulates in a false fox jacket at 23:20 as usual, even though she has to be up at like 04:30 for the breakfast shift at the Provident Nursing Home, and sometimes eats breakfast with Gately, both of their faces nodding down perilously close to their frosted flakes. Chandler Foss and the spectrally thin April Cortelyou come in from someplace with postures and expressions that arouse comments and force Gately to log a possible issue about an in-house relationship. Gately has to bid good night to 2 craggy-faced brunette ex-residents who've been planted on the couch all night talking cults. Emil Minty and Nell Gunther, and sometimes Gavin Dial, who Gately did 3 weeks of a municipal bit with once at Concord Farm, make a nightly point of going to smoke outside on the front porch and coming in only after Gately says twice he's got to lock the door, just as some limp, rebellious gesture. Tonight they're closely followed by a mustacheless Lentz, who sort of oozes through the door just as Gately's going through his keys to get the key to lock it, and kind of brushes by and goes up to the 3-man without a word, which he's been doing a lot lately, which Gately has to log. Plus the fact that it's now after 23:30, and he can't account for either the semi-new girl, Amy J., or, more upsetting, Bruce Green. Then Green knocks at the front door at 23:36, Gately has to log the exact time, and then it's his call whether to unlock the door. After curfew, staff doesn't have to unlock the door. Many a bad news resident gets effectively bounced this way. Gately lets him in. Green's never come close to missing curfew before and looks god-awful. Skin potato white and eyes vacant. And a big quiet kid is one thing. But Green looks at the floor of Pat's office like it's a loved one, while Gately gives him the required ass-chewing. And Green takes the standard dreaded week's full house restriction in such a vacantly hangdog way, and is so lamely vague when Gately asks, does he want to tell him where he's been at, and why he couldn't make 23:30, and whether there's anything that's an issue that he might want to share with staff? So unresponsive, that Gately feels like he has no choice but to pull an immediate spot urine on Green, which Gately hates doing not only because he plays cribbage with Green, and feels like he's taken Green under the old Gately wing, and is probably the closest thing to a sponsor the kid's got, but also because urine samples taken after Unit Number 2's clinics closed have to be stored overnight in the little staff miniature fridgelet in Don Gately's basement room, the only fridge in the house that no resident could conceivably dicky into. And Gately hates to have a warm, blue-lidded cup of somebody's goddamn urine in his fridgelet, with his pears and polar seltzer, etc. Green submits to Gately's cross-armed presence in the men's head as Green produces a urine so efficiently, and with so little bullshit, that Gately is able to take the lidded cup between gloved thumb and finger and get it downstairs and tagged and logged and down in the fridgelet in time to not be late for getting the residents' cars moved, the night shift's biggest pain in the ass. But then his final head count at 23:45 reminds Gately that Amy J. isn't back, and she hasn't called. And Pat has told him the decision to discharge after a missed curfew is his call. And at 23:50, Gately makes the decision and has to get Treat and Belbin to go up into the 5-woman room and pack the girl's stuff up in the same Irish luggage she'd brought it in Monday. And Gately has to put the trash bags on the front porch with a quick note explaining the discharge and wishing the girl good luck, and has to call Pat's answering device down in Milton and leave word of a mandatory curfew discharge at 23:50 hours, so Pat can hear about it first thing in the a.m. and schedule interviews to fill the available bed ASAP. And then, with a hissed curse, Gately remembers the anti-big hanging gut sit-ups he's sworn to himself to do every night before 00 hours, and it's 23:56. And he has time to do only 20 with his huge discolored sneakers wedged under the frame of the office's black vinyl couch before it's unavoidably time to supervise moving the residents' cars around. Gately's predecessor as male live-in staff, a designer narcotics man who's now, via Massachusetts rehab, learning to repair jet engines at East Coast Aerotech, once described residents' vehicles to Gately as a continuing boil on the ass of night staff. And it house lets any resident with a legally registered vehicle and insurance keep their car at the house, if they want, during residency, to use for work and nightly meetings, etc. And the Enfield Marine Public Health Hospital goes along. Except they put authorized parking for all the unit's clients out in the little street right outside the house. And since Metro Boston's serious fiscal troubles in the third year of subsidized time, there's been this hellish municipal deal where only one side of any street is legal for parking, and the legal side switches abruptly at 00 hours, and cruisers and municipal tow trucks prowl the streets from 00:01 hours on, writing $95 tickets and or towing suddenly illegally parked vehicles to a region of the South End so blasted and dangerous, no cabbie with anything to live for will even go there. So, the interval, 23:55 hours to 00:05 hours in Boston, is a time of total, but not very spiritual community, with guys in skivvies and ladies in mud masks staggering out yawning into the crowded midnight streets and disabling their alarms and revving and all trying to pull out and do a U and find a parallel parking place facing the other way. There's nothing very mystifying about the fact that Metro Boston's battery and homicide rates during this 10-minute interval are the highest per diem, so that ambulances and paddy wagons are especially a prowl at this hour too, adding to the general clot and snarl. Since the EMPHH unit's catatonics and enfeebled people rarely own registered vehicles, it's generally pretty easy to find places along the little road to switch to. But it's a constant sore point between Pat Modesian and the EMPHH Board of Regents that Enid House residents don't get to park overnight in the big off-street lot by the condemned hospital building. The lot's spaces are reserved for all the different units' professional staff, starting at 0600 hours, and EM Security got sick of staff's complaints about drug addicts, poorly maintained autos, still sitting there taking up their spots in the AM. And that security won't consider changing the little EM Streetlit's nightly side switch to 2300 hours, before Enid House's DSAS-required curfew. EM's board claims it's a municipal ordinance that they can't be expected to mess with just to accommodate one tenant, while Pat's memos keep pointing out that the Enfield Marine Hospital complex is state, not city-owned, and that Enid House residents are the only tenants who face the nightly car-moving problem, since just about everyone else is catatonic or enfeebled, and so on. But so every PM at like 23:59, Gately has to lock up the lockers and Pat's cabinets and desk drawers and the door to the front office and put the phone console's answering machine on and personally escort all residents who own cars out post-curfew, outside, into the little nameless streetlet. And for somebody with Gately's real limited managerial skills, the headaches involved are daunting. He has to herd the vehicular residents together just inside the locked door. He has to threaten the residents he's herded together into staying together by the door while he clomps upstairs to get the one or two drivers who always forget and fall asleep before 0000. And this straggler collecting is a particular pain in the ass if the straggler's a female, because he has to unlock and press the male coming up button by the kitchen, and the buzzer sounds more like a klaxon and wakes the edgiest female residents up with an ugly surge of adrenaline. And Gately, as he clomps up the stairs, gets roundly bitched out by all the mud-masked heads sticking out into the female hall. And he, by regulation, can't go into the sleeper's bedroom, but has to pound on the door and keep shouting out his gender and get one of the straggler's roommates to wake her up and get her dressed and to the bedroom door. So he has to retrieve the stragglers and chew them out and threaten them with both a restriction and a possible tow, while herding them quick-walking down the staircase to join the main car owner herd as quickly as possible before the main herd can, disperse. They'll always disperse if he takes too long getting stragglers. They'll get distracted or hungry or need an ashtray, or just get impatient and start looking at the whole car-moving-after-curfew thing as an imposition on their time. Their early recovery denial makes it impossible for them to imagine their own car getting towed, instead of, say, somebody else's car. It's the same denial Gately can see at work in the younger BU or C students when he's driving Pat's Aventura to the food bank or Purity Supreme, when they'll fucking walk right out in the street against the light in front of the car, whose brakes are fortunately in top shape. Gately's snapped to the fact that people of a certain age and level of, life experience believe they're immortal. College students and alcoholics/addicts are the worst. They deep down believe they're exempt from the laws of physics and statistics that ironly govern everybody else. They'll piss and moan your ear off if somebody else fucks with the rules, but they don't deep down see themselves subject to them, the same rules. And they're constitutionally unable to learn from anybody else's experience. If some jaywalking BU student does get splattered on Commonwealth, or some house resident does get his car towed at 0:05, your other students' or addicts' response to this will be to ponder just what imponderable difference makes it possible for that other guy to get splattered or towed, and not him, the ponderer. They never doubt the difference. They just ponder it. It's like a kind of idolatry of uniqueness. It's unvarying and kind of spirit-killing for a staffer to watch, that the only way your addict ever learns anything is the hard way. It has to happen to them to, upset the idolatry. Eugenio M. and Annie Parrott always recommend letting everybody get towed at least once, early on in their residency, to help make believers out of them in terms of laws and rules. But Gately, for some reason, on his night shifts, can't do it. Cannot fucking stand to have one of his people get towed as long as there's something he can do to prevent it. And then, plus, if they do get towed, there's the nail-chewing hassle of arranging their transport to the South End's municipal lot the next day, fielding calls from bosses, and supplying verification of residents' carelessness in terms of getting to work without letting the boss know that the careless employee is a resident of a halfway house, which is totally sacred private residents' private information to give out or not. Gately breaks a full-body sweat just thinking about the managerial headaches involved in a fucking tow. So he'll spend time herding and regathering and chewing the absent-minded asses of residents, who, Gene M. says, have such calloused asses. Still, it's a waste of Gately's time and spirit. You have to let them learn for themselves. Gately alerts Thrale and Foss and Erdetty and Henderson and Morris Hanley, and drags the new kid Tingley out of the linen closet, and Nell Gunther, who's fucking sacked out, slack-mouthed on the couch in violation, and lets them all get coats, and herds them together by the locked front door. Yolanda W. says she left personal items in Clennette's car, and can she come? Lance owns a car, but doesn't answer. Gately's yell up the stairs. Gately tells the herd to stay put, and that if anybody leaves the herd, he's going to take a personal interest in their discomfort. Gately clomps up the stairs and into the three-man room, plotting different fun ways to wake Lentz up without bruises that show. Lentz is not asleep, but is wearing personal stereo headphones, plus a jockstrap, doing handstand push-ups up against the wall by Jeffrey Day's rack, his bottom only inches from Day's pillow, and farting in rhythm to the push-ups downstrokes, as Day lies there in pajamas and Lone Ranger's sleep mask, hands folded over his heaving chest, lips moving soundlessly. Gately's maybe a little rough about grabbing Lentz's calf and lifting him off his hands, and using his other big hand on Lentz's hip to twirl him around upright like a drill team's rifle, but Lentz's cry is of over-ebullient greeting, not pain. But it sends both Day and Gavin Dial bolt upright in their racks, and then they curse as Lentz hits the floor. Lentz starts saying he'd let time completely get away from him and didn't know what time it was. Gately can hear the herd down by the front door at the bottom of the stairs, stamping and chuffing and getting ready to maybe disperse. Up this close, Gately doesn't even need his staffer's eerie seventh sense to sense that Lentz is clearly wired on either Dreens or Bing, that Lentz has been visited by the sergeant-at-arms. Lentz's right eyeball is wobbling around in its socket, and his mouth writhing in that way, and he has that Nietzschean supercharged aura of a wired individual. And all the time he's throwing on slacks and topcoat, and incognitoizing wig, and getting almost pitched head first down the stairs by Gately. He's telling this insane, breathless whopper about his finger once getting cut off, and then spontaneously regentrifying itself back on, and his mouth is writhing in that fish-on-a-gaff way distinctive of a sustained L-dopa surge. And Gately wants to pull an immediate urine. Immediate. But meanwhile, the car's herd's edges are just starting to widen in that way that precedes distraction and dispersal. And they're angry not at Lentz for straggling, but at Gately for even bothering with him. And Lentz pantomimes the Aikido serene but deadly crane stance at Ken Erdetty. And it's 0:04 hours, and Gately can see tow trucks a-prowl way down on Comm Ave, coming this way. And he jangles his keys and unlocks all 3 curfew locks on the front door, and gets everybody out in the scrotum-tightening November cold, and out down the walk to the line of their cars in the little street, and stands there on the porch watching in just orange shirt-sleeves, making sure Lentz doesn't bolt before he can pull a spot urine and extract an admission and discharge him officially, feeling a twinge of conscience at so looking forward to giving Lentz the administrative shoe. and Lance jabbers non-stop to whoever's closest all the way to his duster, and everybody goes to their car, and the backwash around Gately from the open house door is hot, and people in the living room provide loud feedback on the draft from the open door. The sky overhead immense and dimensional, and the night so clear you can see stars hanging in a kind of lacteal goo. And out on the streetlet a couple car doors are squeaking and slamming, and some people are conversing and delaying just to make staff have to stand there in shirt sleeves on the cold porch. A small, nightly, sideways, ball-busting, rebellious gesture. When Gately's eye falls on Dooney R. Glynn's specialty, disemboweled, old, dusty black VW Bug, parked with the other cars on the now illicit street side, its rear-mount engine's guts on full glittered display under the little street's lights. And Glynn's upstairs in bed tonight, legitimately prostrate with diverticulitis, which, for insurance reasons, means Gately has to go back in and ask some resident with a driver's license to come move Glynn's VW across the street, which is humiliating because it means admitting publicly to these specimens that he, Gately, doesn't have a valid license. And the sudden heat of the living room confuses his goose pimples, and nobody in the living room will admit to have a driver's license. And it turns out the only licensed resident who's still vertical and downstairs is Bruce Green, who's in the kitchen, expressionlessly stirring a huge amount of sugar into a coffee cup with his bare, blunt finger. And Gately finds himself having to ask for managerial assistance from a kid he likes and has just bitched out and extracted urine from, which Green minimizes the humiliation of the whole thing by volunteering to help the second he hears the words Glynn and fucking car, and goes to the living room closet to get out his cheap leather jacket and fingerless gloves. But Gately now has to leave the residence outside still unsupervised for a second, to go clomping upstairs to verify that it's kosher with Glynn for Bruce Green to move his car. The two-man, seniorist male's bedroom has a bunch of old AA bumper stickers on it, and a calligraphic poster saying, "Everything I've ever let go of has claw marks on it." And the answer to Gately's knock is a moan. And Glynn's little naked lady bedside lamp he brought in with him is on. He's in his rack, curled on his side, clutching his abdomen like a kicked man. McDade is illicitly sitting on Foss's rack reading one of Foss's motorcycle magazines and drinking Glynn's Millennial Fizz with stereo headphones on. And he hurriedly puts out his cigarette when Gately enters and closes the little drawer in the bedside table where Foss keeps his ashtray just like everybody else. The street outside sounds like Daytona. A drug addict is like physically unable to start a car without gunning the engine. Gately looks quickly out the west window over Glynn's rack to verify that all the unsupervised headlights going down the little street are U-ing and coming back the right way to repark. Gately's forehead is wet, and he feels the start of a greasy headache from managerial stress. Glynn's crossed eyes are glassy and feverish, and he's softly singing the lyrics to a choosy mother's song, to a tune that isn't the song's tune. "Doon," Gately whispers. One of the cars is coming back down the street a little fast for Gately's taste. Anything involving residents that happens on the grounds after curfew is his responsibility, the house manager's made clear. "Doon." It's the bottom eye, grotesquely, that rolls up at Gately. "Don." "Doon." "Don Doon, the witch is dead." "Doon, I need to let Green move your car." "Vehicle's black, Don." "Brucey Green needs your keys so we can switch your car over, brother. It's midnight." "My black bug, my baby, the roach mobile, the Doonalator's wheels, his mobility, his exposed baby, his slice of the American pie. Simonize my baby when I'm gone, Don Doon." "Keys, Dooney." "Take them. Take it. When you have it. One true friend. Brought me Ritz crackers and a fizz. Treat it like a roach lady. Shiny black, hard, mobile. Needs premium and a weekly wax." "Doon, you gotta show me where's the keys, brother." "And the bowl. Gotta weekly shine the pipes in the bowl. Exposed to view, with a soft cloth. The mobile roach. The bowl-mobile. The heat coming off Glenn, his face tightening. You feel like you got a fever, Dune? At one point, elements of staff thought Glenn might be playing sick to get out of looking for a job after losing his menial job at Brighton Fence and Wire. All Gately knows about diverticulitis is that Pat said it's intestinal, and alcoholics can get it in recovery from impurities in bottom-shelf blends that the body's trying to expel. Glenn's had physical complaints all through his residency, but nothing like this here. His face is gray and waxy with pain, and there's a yellowish crust on his lips. Glenn's got a real severe adtorsion, and the bottom eye is rolled up at Gately with a terrible delirious glitter, the top eye rolling around like a cow's eye. Gately still cannot bring himself to feel another man's forehead. He settles for punching Glenn very lightly on the shoulder. You think we need to take you over to St. E's to get your intestine looked at, Dune, do you think? Light's done. You think you, Because he's worrying about what if a resident comas or dies on his shift, and then feeling shame that this is his worry. The squeal of brakes and raised voices noises down out front hasn't registered on Gately right away, but Hester Thrale's unmistakable high B-flat scream does. That is, register. And now serious feet running up the stairs. Green's face in the doorway, red and round patches high on his cheeks. Come out! The fuck's the problem out? Green. Come out, Gately! Glenn, Soto. Mother! Gately doesn't get to even ask Green what the fuck again on the stairs because Green is down ahead out the door so fast. The damn front door's been open all this time. A watercolor of a retrieverish dog cants and then falls from the wall on the staircase, from the vibrations of Gately taking 2 stairs down at a time. He doesn't take time to grab his coat off Pat's couch. All he's got on is a donated orange bowling shirt, with the name Moose, cursive stitched on the breast, and Shuko Mist MPS, in ghastly aqua blocks across the back. And he feels every follicle on his body hump up again as the cold encases him on the front porch, and the wheelchair ramp down to the little walkway. The night is cold, and glycerin clear, and quite still. Very distant sounds of car horns and raised voices down on Commonwealth. Green's receding at a run off up the little streetlet into a glare of high beams that diffracts in the clouds of Gately's breath, so even as Gately walks briskly in Green's leather-smelling backwash toward a rising hubbub of curses, and Lentz's high-speed voice, and Thrale's glass-shattering cries, and Henderson and Willis talking shit angrily to somebody, and the sound of Joel V.D.'s veiled head in an upstairs window that isn't the 5 women rooms, shouting something down to Gately as he appears in the street. Even as he closes in, it takes a while for the scene to decoct out of the fog of his breath, and its shifting spears of color against the headlights. He passes Glenn's disemboweled and illegally parked bug. Several of the residents' cars are idling at haphazard angles of mid-U-turn in the middle of the street, and in front of them is a modified dark Montego with high beams and jacked rear wheels and a turbo's carnivorous idle. 2 almost Gately-sized bearded guys in loose, like, bowling-wear shirts with flowers or suns on them, and what looked like big, faggy necklaces of flowers around what would be their necks, if they had necks, turn out to be chasing Randy Lentz around this Montego car. Yet another guy with a necklace and a plaid Donegal is holding the rest of the residents at bay on the lawn of number 4 with a nasty-looking item, expertly held. Everything now slightly slows down. At the sight of an item held on his residence, there's almost a kind of mechanistic click as Gately's mind shifts into a different kind of drive. He gets very cool and clear, and his headache recedes, and his breathing slows. It's not so much that things slow as break into frames. The ruckus has aroused the old nurse in number 4 who asks for help. Her spectral figure is splayed in a nightie against an upstairs number 4 window, yelling, "Help!" Hester Thrale now has her pink-nailed hands over her eyes and is screaming over and over for nobody to hurt nobody, especially her. It's the bulldog item that holds the attention. The two guys chasing Lentz around the Montego are unarmed but look coldly determined in a way Gately recognizes. They're not wearing coats either, but they don't look cold. All this appraisal's taking only seconds. It only takes time to list it. They have vaguely non-U.S. beards and are each about 4/5 Gately's size. They take turns coming around the car and running past the headlights' glare, and Gately can see they have similar froggy, lippy, pale foreign faces. Lentz is talking at the guys non-stop, mostly imprecating. They're all three going around and around the car like a cartoon. Gately's still walking up as he sees all this. It's obvious to appraisal the foreignish guys aren't real bright, because of their chasing Lentz in tandem, instead of heading around the car in opposite directions to trap him in like a pincer. They all three stop and start, Lentz across the car from them. Some of the At Bay residents are yelling to Lentz. Like most coke dealers, Lentz is quick on his feet, his topcoat billowing and then settling whenever he stops. Lentz's voice is non-stop. He's alternately inviting the guy to perform impossible acts and advancing Baroque arguments for how, whatever they think he did, there's no way he was even in the same area code as whatever happened that they think he did. The guys keep speeding up like they want to catch Lentz just to shut him up. Ken Ordetti has his hands up and his car keys in his hand. His legs look like he's about to wet himself. Clonette and the new black girl, clearly veterans at gunpoint etiquette, are prone on the lawn with their fingers laced behind their heads. Nell Gunther's assumed Lentz's old martial arts crane stance, hands twisted into flat claws, eyeing the guy's .44, which pans coolly back and forth over the residence. This smaller guy gets the most frames the slowest. He's got on a plaid hunting cap that keeps Gately from seeing if he's foreign also. But the guy's holding the weapon in the classic Weaver stance of somebody that can really shoot. Left foot slightly forward, slightly hunched, a two-handed grip with the right arm cocked, elbow out, so the item's held up high in front of the guy's face, up to his sighting eye. This is how policemen and maid guys from the North End shoot. Gately knows weapons way better than sobriety still, and the item, if the guy trig pulls on some resident, that resident's going down, the item's some customized version of a U.S. .44 Bulldog Special, or maybe a Nuck or Brazilian clone, blunt and ugly, and with a bore like the mouth of a cave. The stout alcoholic kid, Tingley, has both hands to his cheeks and is 100% at bay. The piece has been modified, Gately can appraise. The barrel's been vented out near the muzzle to cut your bulldog's infamous recoil. The hammer's bobbed, and the thing's got a fat Magnaport or clone grip like the Metro Finest favor. This is not a Weekend Warrior or liquor store hold-up type item. It's one that's made real specifically for putting projectiles into people. It's not a semi-auto, but is throated for a fucking speed loader, which Gately can't see if the guy's got a speed loader under the loose floral shirt, but needs to assume the guy's got near-unlimited shots with a speed loader. The North Shore Finest, on the other hand, wrap their grips in this like colored gauze that wicks sweat. Gately tries to recall a past associate's insufferable ammo lectures when under the influence. Your bulldog and clones can take anything from light target loads and wad cutter to Colt soft-tip dum-dums and worse. He's pretty sure this thing could put him down with one round. He's not sure. Gately's never been shot, but he's seen guys shot. He feels something that is neither fear nor excitement. Joelle Van D is shouting stuff you can't make out, and her daddy at bay on the lawns calling out to her to get her head out of the whole picture. Gately's been bearing down this whole brief time, both seeing his breath and hearing it, beating his arms across his chest to keep some feeling in his hands. You could almost call what he feels a kind of jolly calm. The un-American guys chase Lentz and then stop across the car facing him for a second, and then get furious again and chase him. Gately guesses he ought to be grateful the third guy doesn't come over and just shoot him. Lentz puts both hands on whatever part of the car he stops at, and sends language out across the car at the two guys. Lentz's white wig is askew, and he's got no mustache, you can see. EM security, normally so scrupulous with their fucking trucks at 0:05 hours, is nowhere around, lending weight to yet another cliché. If you asked Gately what he was feeling right this second, he'd have no idea. He's got a hand up, shading his eyes, and closes on the Montego as things further clarify. One of the guys now, you can see, has Lentz's disguise's mustache in two fingers, and keeps holding it up and brandishing it at Lentz. The other guy issues stilted but colorful threats in a Canadian accent. So it emerges on Gately it's Nux. The trio Lentz has managed to somehow enrage is Nux. Gately cops a black surge of remember whenning, the battling little football-head Quebecer he'd killed by gagging a man with a bad cold. This line of thinking is intolerable. Joelle's overhead shout to, for Christ's sake, somebody call Pat, mixes in and out of the help lady's cries. It occurs to Gately that the help lady has cried wolf for so many years that real shouts for real help are all going to be ignored. The residents all look to Gately as he crosses the street directly into the Montego's wash of light. Hester Thrale screams out, "Look out! There's an item!" The plaid-hat Nook pans stiffly to sight at Gately, his elbow up around his ear. It occurs to Gately, if you fire with an item right up to your sighting eye, like that, won't you get a face full of cordite? There's a break in the circular action around the throbbing car as Lentz shouts, "Dawn!" with great gusto, just as the help lady shouts for help. The Nook with the item has backed up several steps to keep the residents in his peripheral vision, while he sights square on Gately, as the massive Nook holding the mustache across the car tells Gately, if he was him, he'd return to whence he came, him, to avoid the trouble. Gately nods and beams. Nucks really do pronounce the with a Z. Both the car and Lentz are between Gately and the large Nucks. Lentz is back to Gately. Gately stands quietly, wishing he felt different about potential trouble. Less almost jolly. Late in Gately's substance and burglary careers, when he'd felt so low about himself, he'd had sick little fantasies of saving somebody from harm, some innocent party, and getting killed in the process and getting eulogized at great length in bold-faced globe print. Now Lentz breaks away from the hood of the car and dashes Gately's way, and around behind him to stand behind him, spreading his arms wide to put a hand on each of Gately's shoulders, using Don Gately like a shield. Gately's stance has this kind of weary resolution of like, "You'll have to go through me." The only anxious part of him can see the log entry he'll have to make if residents come to physical grief on his shift. For a moment he could almost smell the smells of the penitentiary. Armpits, and pomade, and sour food, and cribbage board wood, and reefer and mop water. The rich piss stink of a zoo's lion house. The smell of the bars you lace your hands through, and stand there, looking out. This line of thinking is intolerable. He's neither goose-pimpled nor sweating. His senses haven't been this keen in over a year. The stars in their jelly and dirty sodium lamplight, and stark, white steer horns of headlights splayed at residents' different angles. Star-chalked sky, his breath, faraway horns, low trill of ATH SCME's way to the north, thin, keen, cold air in his wide-open nose, motionless heads at number 5's windows. The Nook duo with flowers chasing Lens come around this side and now break away from the car toward them. Now Hester Thrale, at Gately's right periphery, breaks away from the cluster and runs for it, off into the night, across the lawn and behind number 4, waving her arms and screaming, and Minty, and McDade, and Parias Carbo, and Charlotte Treat appear out of Enid House's back door across the hedge and mill, and jostle amid the mops and old furniture on Enid's back porch, watching, and a couple of the more mobile catatonics appear on the porch of the shed across the little street, staring at the specked op. All this flummoxing the smaller one, so he keeps swinging the item stiffly this way and that way, trying to keep way more people at potential bay. The two alien foreigners that want Lentz's map bear down slowly across the Montico's headlights toward where Lentz is holding Gately like a shield. The larger one, that's so large his luauish shirt won't even button all the way, holding out the mustache, adopts this overly reasonable tone that always precedes a serious-type beef. He reads Gately's bowling shirt in the headlight and says, reasonably, that Moose still has a chance to keep out of what they've got no beef with him, them. Lentz is pouring a diarrheatic splatter of disclaimers and exhortations into Gately's right ear. Gately shrugs at the knucks like he's got no choice but to be here. Green's just looking at them. It occurs to Gately, by white flag suggestion, that who gives a fuck how it'd look? He ought to hit his knees right here on the head-lit blacktop and ask for guidance on this from a higher power. But he stands there, Lentz chattering in the shadow. The fingernails of Lentz's hand on Gately's shoulder have horseshoes of dried blood in the creases between nail and finger, and there's a coppery smell off Lentz that isn't just fear. It occurs to Gately that if he'd pulled the instant spot urine he'd wanted on Lentz, this whole snafu wouldn't maybe be happening. The one nook is holding Lentz's disguise's mustache out at them like a blade. Lentz hasn't asked the time once, notice. Then the other nook's got his hand down at his side, and a real blade's gleam appears in that hand with the familiar snick. At the blade's sound, the situation becomes even more automatic, and Gately feels adrenaline's warmth spread through him as his subdural hardware clicks deeper into a worn, familiar, long-past track. Having no choice now not to fight, and things simplify radically, divisions collapse. Gately's just one part of something bigger he can't control. His face in the left headlight has dropped into its fight expression of ferocious good cheer. He says he's responsible for these people on these private grounds tonight, and is part of this whether he wants to be or not. And can they talk this out because he doesn't want to have to fight them? He says twice, very distinctly, that he does not want to fight them. He's no longer divided enough to think about whether this is true. His eyes are on the two men's maple leaf belt buckles, the part of the body where you can't get suckered by a feint. The guys shake their manes and say they're going to unembowel this craven bâtard. Here, like this Saint-Christ bâtard killed somebody they call either Pepe or Bebe, and if Moose has any self-interest he'll backpedal away from. There's no way it is his duty to get frapped or fropped for this sick, gutless USA bâtard in his womanly wig. Lentz, apparently thinking they're Brazilian, palms his head around Gately's flank and calls them maricones, and tells them they can suck his bâtard, is what they can do. Gately has just a vision enough to almost wish he didn't feel such a glow of familiar warmth, a surge of almost sexual competence, as the two shriek at Lentz's taunts, and split and curve in at them an arm's length apart, walking gradually faster, like unstoppable inertia, but stupidly, too close together. At 2 meters off they charge, shedding pedals and unisonally bellowing something in Canadian. It's always that everything always speeds up and slows down both. Gately's smile broadens as he's shoved slightly forward by Lentz, as Lentz recoils backward off him to run from the guy's shrieking charge. Gately takes the shove's momentum and body checks the enormous nook holding the mustache into the nook holding the blade, who goes down with an oof of expelled air. The first nook has hold of Gately's bowling shirt and rips it, and punches Gately in the forehead, and audibly breaks his hand, letting go of Gately to grab his hand. The punch makes Gately stop thinking, in any sort of spiritual terms at all. Gately takes the man's broken hand's arm he's holding out, and with his eyes on the ground's other nook, breaks the arm over his knee. And as the guy goes down on one knee, Gately takes the arm and pirouettes around, twisting the broken arm behind the guy's back and plants his sneaker on the guy's floral back and forces him forward so there's a sick crack, and he feels the arm come out of the socket, and there's a high, foreign scream. The nook with the blade who is down slashes Gately's calf through his jeans as the guy rolls gracefully left and starts to rise, up on one knee, knife out front, a guy that knows his knives and can't be closed with while he's got the blade up. Gately feints and takes one giant step, and gets all his weight into a rocket kick that lands high up under the Nook's beard's chin, and audibly breaks Gately's big toe in the sneaker, and sends the man curving out back into the dazzle of the high beams. And there's a metallic boom of him landing on the Montego's hood, and the click and skitter of the blade landing somewhere on the street beyond the car. Gately on one foot, holding his toe, and his slashed calf feels hot. His smile is broad but impersonal. It's impossible outside choreographed entertainment to fight two guys together at once. They'll kill you. The trick to fighting two is to make sure and put one down for long enough that he's out of the picture long enough to put the other guy down. And this first larger one, with the extreme arm trouble, is clutching himself as he rolls, trying to rise, still perversely holding the white mustache. You can tell this is a real beef because nobody's saying anything, and the sounds from everybody else have receded to the sounds Stan's crowds make. And Gately hops over and uses the good foot to kick the Nook twice in the side of the big head, and then, without a thought in his head, moves down the guy and lines it up and drops to one knee with all his weight on the guy's groin, resulting in an indescribable sound from the guy, and a shout from JVD overhead, and a flat crack from the lawn. And Gately's punched so hard in the shoulder, he's spun around on one knee and almost goes over backwards, and the shoulder goes hotly numb, which tells Gately he's gotten shot instead of punched in the shoulder. He never got shot before. Shot in sobriety, in bold headline caps, goes across his mind's eye like a slow train, as he sees the third Nook with his cap pushed back, a Nook face contorted with cordite in his good stance, with elbow back up, drawing a second bead on Don's big head from number 4's lawn, with the boar's lightless eye and a little pubic curl of smoke coming up from the vented muzzle. And Gately can't move, and forgets to pray. And then the boar zagging up and away as it blooms orange, as good old Bruce Green's got the Nook from behind in a half-Nelson, with his hand in the necklace of flowers, and with the other hand is forcing the cocked elbow down and the item skyward, away from Gately's head as it blooms with that flat crack of a vented muzzle. The first thing somebody who's shot wants to do is throw up, which, by the way, the larger Nook with the breeze-blocked crotch under Gately's doing all over his beard and flower necklace, and Gately's leg's thigh as Gately weaves on one knee on the guy's groin still. The lady yells for help. Now, a meaty thwack as Nell Gunther on the lawn leaps several twirling meters and kicks the Nook, Green's half-Nelsoning, in the face with her paratrooper boot's heel. And the guy's hat flies off and his head snaps back and hits Green's face, and there's a pop of Green's nose breaking, but he doesn't let go. And the guy slumped forward in the Parkinsonian half-bow of a guy in a quality half-Nelson, with the guy's item hand's arm still up in the air with Green's arm, like they're dancing. And good old Green doesn't even let go to hold his spurting nose, and now that the Nook's restrained, notice, here comes Lentz, barreling in, howling from the hedge's shadows, and leaping, and he tackles the Nook and Green both, and they're a royal of clothes and legs on the lawn, the item not in sight. Ken Erdetty still has his hands up. Gately, still kneeling, shot on the Nook's sickeningly softened groin. Gately hears the second Nook trying to slide himself off the hood of the Montego, and hops and wobbles over. Joelle Van D keeps yelling something monosyllabic from what can't be her window. Don goes to the Montego's front bumper and punches the large man carefully in the kidneys with his good arm, and takes him by the thick foreign hair, and slides him back up the hood and begins banging his head off the Montego's windshield. He remembers how he'd stay in luxury-furnished North Shore apartments with G. Fackelman and T. Kite, and they'd gradually strip the place and sell the appointments off until they were sleeping in a totally bare apartment. Green has risen, bloody-faced, and Lance is on the lawn with his heaving topcoat covering him and the third Nook, and Clennette H. and Yolanda W. are now up and not at bay and circling them and getting solid high-heel kicks into the Nooks and sometimes, hopefully, Lentz's ribs, reciting, "Motherfucker!" and landing a kick each time they get to, "Fuck!" Gately, canted way over to the side, methodically beats his Nook's shaggy head against the windshield so hard that spidered stars are appearing in the shatterproof glass until something in the head gives with a sort of liquid crunch. Petals from the guy's necklace are all over the hood and Gately's torn shirt. Joelle Van D, in her terry robe and gauze veil, and still clutching a toothbrush, has climbed out onto the little balcony outside the 5-woman's window and into a skinny ailanthus beside it, and is coming down, showing about 2 meters of spectacularly undeformed thigh, shouting Gately's name by the first name, which he likes. Gately leaves the largest Nook prone on the idling hood, his head resting in a shatter-frosted, head-shaped recession in the windshield. It occurs to Ken Erdetty, looking up into the oak past his upraised hands, that this deformed, veiled girl likes Don Gately in an extracurricular way, it would seem. Gately, toe and shoulder or no, has looked strictly all business this whole time. He's projected a sort of white-collar attitude of cheery competence and sang-froid. Erdetty's found he rather likes standing there, with his hands up in a gesture of non-combatant status, while the Afro-American girls curse and kick, and Lance continues to roll around with the unconscious man hitting him and going, "There! There!" And Gately moves backward between the second fellow in the windshield and the first fellow he'd originally disarmed, his smile now as empty as a pumpkin's grin. Chandler Foss is trying on the third fellow's plaid hunting cap. There's a sound in number 4 of somebody trying to force a warped window. An Empire WDV is launched with a kind of spronging thud and whistles overhead, climbing, its warning light rap of like Christmas lights winking red and green as Don Gately starts to come over in the direction of the lawn, and the fellow who appears to have winged him, and then veers drunkenly and changes direction, and in 3 one-foot hops is over to the vomit-covered first Nook, the one who'd called Gately Moose and punched him in the forehead. There's the slow trundle of the green tea, and exhortations from Minty, as Gately begins stomping on the supine face of the Nook with the heel of his good foot, as if he were killing cockroaches. The guy's movable arm is waggling pathetically in the air around Gately's shoe as it rises and falls. Gately's hideous, torn orange shirt's whole right side is dark, and his right arm drips blackly and seems weirdly set in its socket. Lentz is up and adjusting his wig and brushing off. The veiled girl has hit a rough part some 3 meters up and is hanging from a limb and kicking, Erdetty staring Copernicanly up her flapping robe. The new Tingley kid sits cross-legged in the grass and rocks as the black ladies continue stomping the inert Nook. You can hear Emil Minty and Wade McDade exhorting Yolanda W. to use the spike heel. Charlotte Treat is reciting the Serenity Prayer over and over. Bruce Green has his head back and his finger held like a mustache under his nostrils. Hester Thrale can still be heard way off down Warren Street, receding, as Gately wobbles back from the Nook's map and sits heavily down in the little street, in shadow except for his huge head in the Nook's car's lights, sitting there with his head on his knees. Lentz and Green move in toward him, the cautious way you approach a big animal that's hurt. Joelle Van Dyne lands on her feet. The lady at the high warped window shouts for, "Help, help, 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 help!" Minty and McDade come down off the back porch finally, McDade for some reason wielding a mop. Everybody except Lentz and Minty looks unwell. Joelle runs just like a girl, Erdetty notes.
256.
She gets out through the many angled cars into the street just as Gately decides to lie down. It's not like passing out, it's just a decision Gately makes, to lie back with his knees bent and pointing up into the sky's depth, which seems to bulge and recede with a pulse in his right shoulder, which has now gone dead cold, which means there will very soon be pain, he predicts. He waves off concern with the left hand and goes, "Flesh wound." The second Joelle's bare feet and robe's hem are in view. "Son of a fucking bitch!" "Flesh wound. Are you ever bleeding? Thanks for the feedback." You can hear Henderson and Willis off in the background still going, "Fuck!" "I think you can tell them he's probably subdued." Gately pointing off in what he thinks is number 4's lawn's direction. His lying flat gives him a double chin he can feel, and pulls his big face into a smile. His big present fear is throwing up in front of and maybe partly on Joel V.D., whose calves he's noted. Now Lentz's lizard-skin loafers with grass stains at the toes. Don, what can I say? Gately struggles to sit back up. You got fucking armed knucks wanting your ass too? Revealing a kind of blackly kimono-ish thing under, Joel has taken off the terry robe and folds the robe into a kind of trapezoidal pad and is kneeling over Gately's shoulder, straddling his arm, pressing down on the pad with the heels of her hands. Owie. Lentz, he's really bleeding bad here. I'm groping to even know what to begin to say, Don. You owe me urine, Lentz. I think there's 2 of them, like, desisted. Wade McDee's unlaced high-tops, his voice breathy with awe. He's bleeding really bad, I said. You mean deceased? There's one of their shoes in one of them's fucking eye. Tell Ken to put his hands down for Christ's sake. Oh, fucking God. Gately can feel his eyes crossing and uncrossing by themselves. He's soaking right through it, man. Look at that shit. This man needs an ambulance. Somebody else, female, says God again, and Gately's hearing warbles a bit as Joel snaps at her to shut up. She leans down and in, so Gately can see up at what looks like a regular, human, female chin and make-upless lower lip under the veil's billowing hem. Whom should we call? She asks him. Call Pat's machine and Calvin. You have to dial 9. Tell him to come down. I'm going to be sick. Here, Daddy! Minty is shouting at Ken E. Tell her to call Annie and the EM office down there and do some, strategic thing. Where the fuck is security when it isn't just innocent recovering cars to get towed? And call Pat, Gately says. A forest of footwear and bare feet and shins all around him, and heads too high to see. Lentz screaming back to somebody in the house, Call a fucking ambulance already! Regulate the voice, man. Fucking call about 5 ambulances is more like it. Motherfucker! Shh! I just never saw anything like that. Nuh-uh, Gately gasps, trying to rise, and deciding he just likes it better lying down. Don't call one for me. This is the straight and narrow? By those it bide. He doesn't want one, he said. Greens in Minty's boots. Treats purple plastic shower thongs. Somebody has on Clearasil he can smell. Seen some righteous ass-kickings in my past, brother, but... Somebody male screams back off to the right. Just don't try and walk me around. Gately grins up. Dipshit! He can't go in no ER with a gunshot, Minty says to Lentz, whose shoes keep moving to get himself north of everybody. Somebody turn off the car, will you? I wouldn't touch nothing. Gately focuses at where the Joel girl's eyes would be. Her thighs are forked way wide to straddle his arm, which is numb and doesn't feel like his. She's bearing down on him. She smells strange, but good. She's got all her weight on her bathrobe's pad. She weighs roughly nothing. The first threads of pain are starting to radiate out of the shoulder and down the side and into the neck. Gately hasn't looked down at the shoulder on purpose, and he tries to wedge his left hand's finger under the shoulder to see if anything went through. The night's so clear, the stars shine right through people's heads. Green. I'm touching nothing. Don't worry. Look at his head. Her kimono's shoulders are humped and glassy black in the Montego's light. Gately's brain keeps wanting to go away inside himself. When you start to feel deeply cold, that's shock and blood loss. Gately sort of wills himself to stay right here, looks over past Joel's hand at Lentz's fine shoes. Lentz, you and Green, get me inside. Green! The circle of stars, heads, faces above are all faceless from the headlight shadows. Some car engines have shut off, and some haven't. One of the cars has a twittering fan belt. Somebody suggesting to call the genuine finest, Daddy, which everybody greets with scorn at his naivete. Gately's figuring staff from the shed, or number 4 as called them, or at least dialed down to security. By the time he was 10, only his pinky finger would fit in the dialer's holes of his mother's old princess phone. He exerts will to uncross his eyes and stay right here. He, in the worst way, does not want to be lying here with a gunshot in shock, trying to deal with the finest. I think one of these guys is, expired. No shit, Shylock. Nobody call. Gately yells it up and out. He's afraid he's going to vomit when they stand him up. Nobody call, nobody, till you get me in. He can smell Green's leather jacket overhead. Bits of grass and whatnot drifting down onto him from where Lance is still brushing off his clothes, and coins of blood on the street from Green's nose. Joelle tells Lance if he doesn't cut something out, she's going to hand him his ass. Gately's whole right side has gone deadly cold. To Joelle, he says, I'm supervised. I'll go to jail, sure. You got fucking eyewitnesses out the ass behind you, Dawn Man. Either McDade or Glenn says, but it can't be Glenn. For some reason he tries to bring up inside him. And it seems like Charlotte T's voice saying Ewell's trying to get in Pat's office to call, but Gately locked Pat's door. Nobody call anyone, Joelle shouts up and out. She smells good. They're calling. Get him off the phone. Say, prank, for Christ's sake. You hear me? Her kimono smells good. Her voice has a staff-like authority. The scene out here has changed. Gately's down. Madam Psychosis is in charge. We're going to get him up, and we're going to get him inside, she says to the circle. Lance. There's impending static crackle, and the sound of a serious set of keys. Her voice is that one Madam Lady's voice on no-subscription radio. From out of nowhere, he's all of a sudden sure. It's where he heard that odd, empty, half-accented voice before. Security! Hold it right there! It's at least luckily one of the ex-football EM security guys that spends half his shift down at the Life and then goes up and down the streetlet all night playing with his service baton and singing sea shanties off-key. That's just impressively qualified to come in to AA with them. Joelle. Daddy, deal with him. Pardon me? It's the drunk, Gately gets out. Joelle's looking up at presumably Ken E. Go over and look high income and respectable at him. Verbalize at him. Distract him while we get him inside before the real ones come. How am I supposed to explain all these prone figures draped over cars? For Christ's sake, Ken, he's not a mental titan. Distract him with something shiny or something. Get your thumb out of your ass and move. Gately's smile has reached his eyes. Yeah, madam, on the FM, is how I knew you. Her daddy's squeaky shoe, and the obese guy's radio and keys. Who hold it? As in desist? Security, I said halt! Green and Lance bending in, white breath all over, and Green's dripping nose the same copper smell as Lance. I knew you, Gately says to Joelle, whose veil remains inscrutable. If I could ask you to specify halt from what? Get his back up here first, Green tells Lance. Not crazy about all this blood, Lance is saying. Many hands slide under his back. The shoulder blooms with colorless fire. The sky looks so 3D you could, dive in. The stars distend and sprout spikes. Joelle's warm legs shift with her weight to keep pressure on the pad. The squishing sound Gately knows means the robe's soaked through. He wants somebody to congratulate him for not having thrown up. You can tell some of the stars are nearer, and some far down there. What Gately's always thought of as the big question mark is really the Big Dipper. I'm ordering desist until who's in charge and I can report the situation. The security guy's hammered. His name's Sidney, or Stanley, and he wears a security hat and baton shopping in the Purity Supreme, and always asks Gately how it's hanging. His shoes' uppers are blasted along the feet's insides, the way fat men that have to walk a lots are. His ex-ballplayer's collops and big hanging gut are one of Gately's great motivators for nightly sit-ups. Gately turns his head to throw up a little on both Green and Joelle, who both ignore it.
Sorry. Shit, I hate that.
Joelle V.D. runs a hand down Gately's wet arm that leaves a warm wake, the hand, and then gently squeezes as much of the wrist as she can get her hand around. "And lo," she says softly.
Jesus, his leg's all bloody, too. Boy, do I know guys loved that show you did.
A tiny bit more throwing up. "Now we're going to lift him very gently and get the feet under. Here, Green Man, get over there on the south, why don't you?"
"I'm ordering the whole situation. Halt it right there where you are."
Lens and Green shoes coming together and moving apart at either side of Gately, faces coming down in a fisheye lens, lifting. Ready? Year of the Depend Adult Undergarment. Interlace Tel Entertainment, 932/1864, RISC Power TPs, with or without console, Pink Sub 2, Post Primestar DSS Dissemination, menus and icons, pixel-free Internet fax, tri and quad modems with adjustable baud, post-wed dissemination grids, screen so high-def you might as well be there, cost-effective videophonic conferencing, internal Frox CD-ROM electronic couture, all-in-one consoles, U ceramic nanoprocessors, laser chromatography, virtual capable media cards, fiber optic pulse, digital encoding, killer apps. Carpal neuralgia, phosphenic migraine, gluteal hyperadiposity, lumbar stressy. Half of all Metro Bostonians now work at home via some digital link. 50% of all public education disseminated through accredited encoded pulses, absorbable at home on couches. Ms. Tani Kondo's immensely popular exercise program spontaneously disseminated daily in all 3 ON-AN time zones at 0700 hours, a combination of low-impact aerobics, Canadian Air Force calisthenics, and what might be termed cosmetic psychology. Upwards of 60 million North Americans daily kicking and genuflecting with Tani Kondo. A mass choreography somewhat similar to those compulsory AM Tai Chi slow-mo exercise assemblies in post-Mao China, except that the Chinese assemble publicly together. 1/3 of those 50% of Metro Bostonians who still leave home to work could work at home if they wished. And, get this, 94% of all ON-ANite paid entertainment now absorbed at home, pulses, storage cartridges, digital displays, domestic decor, an entertainment market of sofas and eyes. Saying this is bad is like saying traffic is bad, or healthcare surtaxes, or the hazards of annular fusion. Nobody but luditic, granola-crunching freaks would call bad what no one can imagine being without. But so, very much private watching of customized screens behind drawn curtains in the dreamy familiarity of home. A floating no-space world of personal spectation. Whole new millennial era, under gentle and laissez-faire. Total freedom, privacy, choice. Hence, the new millennium's passion for standing live witness to things. A whole sub-rosa schedule of public spectation opportunities. Spect Ops, the priceless chance to be part of a live crowd watching. Thus, the gapers blocks at traffic accidents. Sewer gas explosions, muggings, purse snatchings, the occasional Empire WDV with an incomplete vector splatting into North Shore suburbs and planned communities, and people leaving their front doors agape in their rush to get out and mill around and spectate at the circle of impacted waste drawing sober and studious crowds, milling in rings around the impact, earnestly comparing mental notes on just what it is they all see. Hence the apotheosis and intricate pecking order of Boston street musicians, the best of whom now commute to work in foreign autos. The nightly chance to crank back the drapes and face out into the streets, at 0000 hours, when all street-parked vehicles have to switch sides and everyone goes nuts, and mills either switching or watching. Street fights, supermarket checkout confrontations, tax auctions, speeders stopped for ticketing, coprolaliac Touretters on downtown corners, all drawing liquid crowds. The fellowship and anonymous communion of being part of a watching crowd, a mass of eyes all not at home, all out in the world and pointed the same way, which see the crowd-controlled headaches at crime scenes, fires, demonstrations, rallies, marches, displays of Canadian insurgency. Crowds brought together now so quickly, too quickly even to see them, a kind of visual inversion of watching something melt. The crowds collect and are held tight by an almost seemingly nucleic force, watching together. Almost anything can do it. Street vendors are back. Homeless vets and twisted figures in wheelchairs with hand-lettered signs outlining entitlement. Jugglers, freaks, magicians, mimes, charismatic preachers with portable PAs. Hardcore panhandlers stem like they're selling nostrums to small crowds. The best panhandling now verges on stand-up comedy and is rewarded by watching crowds. Cultists in saffron with much percussion and laser jet leaflets. Even some old-style Euro beggars, black-browed persons in striped leggings, mute and aloof. Even local candidates, activists, advocates, and grassroots aides have returned full circle to the public stump. The bunting-hung platform, the dumpster lid, vehicles' roofs, awnings, anything overhead, anything raised to a crowd-collecting public view. People climb and acclaim, drawing crowds. One top Back Bay public spectop every November is watching expressionless men in federal white and municipal cadet blue drain and scrub the public garden's man-made duck pond for the upcoming winter. They drain it sometime in November every year. It's publicly unannounced. There's no fixed schedule. Long, shiny trucks just all of a sudden appear in a ring at pond's rim. It's always a weekday circa mid-November. It's also always somehow a gray, raw, sad, windy Boston day. Gulls cartwheeling in a sky the color of dirty glass. People mufflered and with new gloves on. Not your ideal Sylvan-type day for conventional lounging or public spectation. But a massive crowd always collects and thickens in a dense ring along the banks of the public garden's pond. The pond has ducks. The pond is perfectly round, its surface roughened to elephant skin by the wind, geometrically round and banked with lawn-quality grass and shrubbery in even-spaced clumps, with park-type benches between the shrubs, overhung by white-barked willows who've now wept their yellow autumn grit onto the green benches, and grass banks, where an arc of crowd now forms and thickens, watching duly designated authorities commence to drain the pond. Some of the pond's flightier ducks have already decamped for points south, and more leave on some phylogenic cue just as the shiny trucks pull up, but the main herd remains. 2 private planes fly in lazy ellipses just under the cloud cover overhead, banners strung out behind them advertising 4 different levels of comfort and protection from Depend. The wind keeps blowing the banners sideways, Mobiusizing them, and then straightening them back out with a loud pop of flags unfurling. From the ground the engines and banners' pops are too faint to hear above the crowd noise, and ducks, and wind's mean whistle. The swirling ground winds so bad that U.S. Chief of Unspecified Services Rodney Tyne, standing with his hands at the small of his back, at a window on the 8th floor of the State House Annex on Beacon and Joy Streets, looking southwest and down at the concentric rings of pond and crowd and trucks, can see wind-driven leaves and street grit swirling right outside and pecking at this very window he stands before, massaging his coccyx. Dr. James O. Incandenza, filmmaker and almost a scopophile about spectops and crowds, never once missed this spectacle when alive and in town. Hal and Mario have both been to a few. So have several Enid residents, though some of them weren't in much of a position to remember. It seems as if everyone in Metro Boston's seen at least one pond draining. It's always the same sort of grim, windy northeast November day where, if you were at home, you'd be eating earth-toned soups in a warm kitchen, listening to the wind, and glad of home and hearth. Every year Himself came was the same. The deciduous trees were always skeletal, the pines palsied, the willows wind-whipped and nubbly, the grass dun and crunchy underfoot, the water rats always seeing the big drainage picture first, and gliding like night to the cement sides to flee. Always a crowd in thickening rings, always rollerblades on the garden's paths, lovers joined at the hand, frisbee in the distance on the rim of the garden's other side's hillside's slope, which faces away from the pond. U.S. Office of Unspecified Services Chief, Rodney Tyne, stands at the unclean window for much of the morning, ruminative, his posture a marshal at ease. A stenographer and an aide and a deputy mayor and the director of the Massachusetts Division for Substance Abuse Services and Unspecified Services Regional Operatives Rodney Tyne, Jr.
257.
And Hugh Steepley
258.
all sit silently in the conference room behind him, the stenographer's Greg pen poised in mid-dictation. The 8th-floor window's purview goes all the way to the ridge of the hillside at the garden's other end. 2 frisbees and what looks like a disemboweled ring of frisbee float back and forth along this ridge, dreamily floating back and forth, sometimes dipping below the ridge and lost for a moment to the specular vision of Tyne, trying at the same time to give his bad skin some quality UV and a good chills chap. The grad work-study engineer of MIT's WYYY 109 lies bare-chested on a silvery NASA souvenir space blanket, supine and cruciform, at about the angle of the living room recliner on the public garden's far hillside. This is out by Arlington Street, in the garden's southwest corner, hidden by its ridge from the pond's basin, and tourism booth, and pavilion, and the hub of radial paths, and the giant verdigrised statues of ducklings in a row, commemorating Robert McCloskey's beloved and timeless Make Way for Ducklings. The garden's only other slope is now the bowl of the former pond. The hillside's grassy decline, not too steep, runs at a wedge's angle down toward Arlington Street and is one broad greensward, free of dog droppings because dogs won't go to the bathroom on inclined terrain. Frisbees float on the ridge behind the engineer's head, and 4 lithe boys on the ridge play a game with a small beanbaggy ball and bare blue feet. It is 5 degrees Celsius. The sun has the attenuated autumn quality of seeming to be behind several panes of glass. The wind is bitter and keeps flopping unmoored sections of NASA blanket over parts of the engineer's body. Goose pimples and real pimples jostle each other for space on his exposed flesh. The student engineer's is the hillside's only metallic space blanket and bare torso. He lies there, splayed, wholly open to the weak sun. The WYYY student engineer is one of roughly 3 dozen human forms scattered over the steep slope, a human collection without pattern or cohesion or anything to bind them, looking rather like firewood before it's been gathered. Wind-bronzed, sooty men in zipperless parkas and mismatched shoes, some of the garden's permanent residents, sleeping or in stupors of various origin. Curled on their sides, knees drawn up, unopened to anything. In other words, huddled. From the great height of one of Arlington Street's office buildings, the forms look like things dumped onto the hillside from a great height. An overhead veteran to be apt to see a post-battle battlefield aspect to the array of forms. Except for the WYYY engineer, all the men are textured in urban scuzz, unshaven, yellow-fingered, and exposure-bronzed. They have coats and bedrolls for blankets, and old twine-handle shopping bags, and glad bags for recyclable cans and bottles. Also huge campers packs without any color to them. Their clothes and appurtenances are the same color as the men, in other words. A few have steel supermarket carts, filled with possessions and wedged by their owners' bodies against a downhill roll. One of the cart owners has vomited in his sleep, and the vomit has assumed a lava-like course toward the huddled form of another man curled just downhill. One of the shopping carts, from upscale bread and circus, has an ingeniously convenient little calculator on its handlebar, designed to let shoppers subtotal their groceries as they select them. The men have sepia nails, and all somehow look toothless, whether they have teeth or not. Every so often a frisbee lands among them. The loose ball makes a beanbaggy sound against the players' feet above and behind them. Two skinny and knit-capped boys descend very close to the engineer, chanting very softly, "Smoke?" ignoring all the other forms, which anyone could tell are undercapitalized for purchasing smoke. When his eyes are open, he's the only one on the hillside to see the round bellies of ascending ducks pass low overhead, catching a thermal off the hillside, and rising to wheel away left, due south. His WYYY 109 T-shirt, and inhaler, and glasses, and M-Fizzy, and spine-split copy of Metallurgy of Annular Isotopes are just off the edge of the reflecting blanket. His torso is pale and ribby, his chest covered with tough little buttons of acne scar. The hillside's grass is still pretty viable. One or two of the scattered fetal forms have black cans of burnt-out sterno beside them. Bits of the hillside are reflected in Arlington's storefronts and office windows and the glass of passing cars. An unexceptional white Dodge or Chevy-type van pulls out of Arlington's traffic and does some pretty impressive parallel parking along the curb at the hillside's bottom. A man in an ancient NATO surplus wool greatcoat is up on his hands and knees to the engineer's lower left, throwing up. Bits of chyme hang from his mouth and refuse to detach. There's little bloody threads in it. His hunched form looks somehow canine on the uneven slope. The fetal figure wedged unconscious under the front wheels of the shopping cart nearest the engineer has only one shoe, and that shoe's without laces. The exposed sock is ash-colored. Besides the handicapped license plate, the only exceptional things about the van, now idling at the curb far below, are the tinted windows, and the fact that the van is spotless and twinkly with wax to about halfway up its paneled side. But above that line, dirty, and rust-saucered, and shamefully neglected-looking. The engineer has been turning his head this way and that, trying to tan evenly along his whole jawline. The curbside van idles at a distant little point between his heels. Some of the hillside's forms have curled themselves around bottles and pipes. A smell comes off them, rich and agricultural. The student engineer doesn't usually try to sun and chap his skin at the same time, but chapping ops have lately been scarce, since Madame Psychosis of 60 minutes more or less took her sudden leave of medical absence. The student engineer hasn't once had the heart to sit out on the union's convoluted roof and monitor the substitute shows. The engineer moves his upturned face back and forth. First, Madam was replaced by a mass comm graduate student who proved a crushing disappointment as a misdiagnosis. Then Madam was publicly deemed irreplaceable by management, and the engineer was now paid simply to cue her background music and then sit monitoring the live mic for a noiseless 60 minutes, which means he has to stay in his booth maintaining 0 levels with a live mic and can't ascend with his receiver and cigarettes, even if he wanted to. The station's student managers given the engineer written instructions on just what to say when people phone in during the hour to inquire and wish Psychosis a speedy recovery from whatever might ail her. At once denying and encouraging rumors of suicide, institutionalization, spiritual crisis, silent retreat, pilgrimage to the snow-capped east. The disappearance of someone who's been only a voice is somehow worse instead of better. A terrible silence now, weeknights. A different silence altogether from the radio silence type silence that used to take up over half her nightly show. Silence of presence versus silence of absence, maybe. The silences on the tapes are the worst. Some listeners have actually come in and down through the deep cortex and into the cold pink studio itself to inquire. Some to allay this firm conviction that Madam was still showing up and sitting there by the mic, not saying anything. Another of the men sleeping nearby keeps punching at the air in his sleep. Almost all the personal wee-hour inquiries were from listeners somehow bent, misshapen, speech defective, vacantly grinning, damaged in some way. The type whose spectacles have been repaired with electrician's tape. Shyly inquiring, apologies for bothering someone they can clearly see is not even there. Before the student manager's written instructions, the student engineer wordlessly directed their attention to Madam's triptych screen with no silhouette behind it. Another white Dodge van, just as unevenly clean and opaque windowed, has appeared on the ridge above and behind the hillside's littered forms. It casts no visible shadow. A frisbee ring caroms off the clean grill of its snout. It idles, its panel door facing the declivity, and the other white van's panel door far below. One hideous little inquirer had a hat with a lens on it, and seemed about to fall forward into the engineer's lap, his attendant wanting some address where they might send something supportive and floral. The NASA blanket's micronized aluminoid coating is designed to refract every possible UV ray into the student engineer's bare skin. The engineer knows about the ambulance, and the Brigham and Women's ICU, and 5-day rehab ward from the thick swart girl Notkin, the one with the disreputable hat and film department ID, who came down via the bachelor elevator late at night to retrieve some old tapes of the program for the Madam's personal listening use, she said, and was fortunate enough to know the Madam in private life, she said. The term is treatment. Madam's psychosis is in long-term treatment at something the bearded girl in the sooty hat obliquely described as only half a house in some unbelievably unpleasant and low-rent part of the metro area. This is the precise total of what the WYYY engineer knows. He is shortly to have occasion to wish he knew a great deal more, which see the dimpled steel ramp now protruding from the squeakily opened panel door of the van on the ridge above and behind him, which see the utter darkness inside the idling van down along the Arlington Street curb, whose side panels also been slid open from within. The southwest hillside is copless. The garden's platoon of MDC finest are all in their souped-up golf carts over at the drained pond, throwing curved sections of glazed donut into the ducks' shrubbery and telling a largely dispersed already crowd to please move along. The ridge's frisbees and hacky-sackers have abruptly vanished. There's now an eerie stillness, like a reef when a shark cruises through. The ridge's vans idling maw, open and black, silver-tongued. Which see also the wheelchair that now all of a sudden shoots down the hillside's van's ramp as a madly squeaking brass-colored blur. A snowplow-like scoop-type thing welded to it, and out front, skimming the ground and throwing off chaff from the swath of grass it's mowing, moving terrifically fast, brakes unapplied, the legless figure up on burly stumps in the chair, fleur-de-lis with sword-stem masked and bent far forward for a skier's pure speed, the huddled, fetal hillside figures, the speeding chair slaloms, the dim, glittered movements of arrangement for reception deep within the curbside van way at the bottom of the steep grade. The engineer, arching his neck way out to capture sun on the scarred hollows under his jaw. The shopping cart with the calculator clipped by a squeaking rubberized wheel at an angle and sent clattering off down the hillside, spraying possessions, the homeless shoe to which it had been roped, skittering empty behind it, and the cart's now shoeless unconscious owner just waving at the air in front of his face in sleep, as if at a bad DT dream of lost shoe and worldly goods. The calculating cart, whumping into the side of the hunched man, vomiting and flipping over and bouncing several times, and the vomiting man rolling and yelping, vulgarities echoing. The WYYY engineer now to be seen hiking himself up on a chill-reddened elbow with a start, and starting to turn and look above and behind him up at the ridge, just as the speeding wheelchair with a hunched figure reaches him, and the chair's shovel scoops the engineer and his NASA blanket and shirt and book up, and runs over the glasses and bottle of M-Fizzy with one wheel, and bears the engineer in the scoop up and away and down the steep grade toward the idling van at the bottom, a van whose own angled ramp now slides out like a tongue or autoteller's transaction receipt, the NASA blanket blowing away from the scooped engineer's flailing form about halfway down, and suddenly aloft into hillside thermal and blown far out over Arlington Street traffic by the keen November wind. The madly squeaking wheelchair aloft over hillside moguls and coming back down and up again. The snatched engineer in the chair's scoop appearing to the hillside's roused figures mostly as an hallucinatory waggle of bare limbs and strangely wheezy shrieks for help, or at least to look out below. All as the modified chair squeaks frantically straight down the hillside's most efficient downward line toward the van with the ramp now idling in gear, its pipe's exhaust beating the street in high RPM idle, the NASA blanket twisting coruscant in the air high above the street, and the shriek-roused figures on the hillside lying there still bent in and barely moving, stiff with cold and general woe, except for the hunched man, the unwell man, who'd been hit by the dislodged cart, who's rolled to a stop and is thrashing, holding the parts that were hit. The 11th of November, year of the Depend-Adult Undergarment. 1810 hours, 133 kids, and 13 assorted staff sitting down at supper time. The ETA dining hall taking most of the first floor of West House, a sort of airy, atrium-like commons, broad and knotty pine-paneled, the east wall hugely fenestrated, and columns running the length of the room at center, with ceiling fans high overhead circulating the rich and slightly sour smell of bulk prepared food, the oceanic sound of 20 different tables' conversation, the flat clink of utensils on plates, much chewing, the clank and tinkle of the dishwasher's conveyor belt behind the tray bus window, with its sign saying, "Your mother does not live here. Bush your tray." The muffled shouts of kitchen workers in steam. The top upperclassmen get the best table, an unspoken tradition, the one nearest the gas fireplace in winter, and the AC venting in July, the one whose chair's legs are all pretty much even, both seats and backs, with thin corduroy cushions in ETA red and gray. The prorectors have their own permanent table near the carbs bar. The Syrian satelliter, an enormous peasant-skirted Moment soft profiler, are with them. The players can all do some very serious eating. Some of them still in sweaty sweats, with salt-stiff hair, too hungry after 3 set PMs to shower before refueling. Co-ed tables are quietly discouraged. The boys' 18s and the cream of the 16s are all at the best table. Ortho, the darkness Stice, ETA's 16's A1, has just this PM gone 3 sets with Hal and Condensa, 17, ETA's second-best overall boy, taking Hal all the way to 7-5 in the third in an off-record, non-challenge, exhibition-ish engagement Stitt had them play out on the West Courts that afternoon for reasons no one has yet pinned down. The match's audience had grown steadily as other challenges got done and people came up from the weight room and showers. News that Stice had very nearly beaten an ink nobody but John Wayne has been able to beat has made its figure 8 way around the tables and serving line and salad bar, and lots of younger kids keep looking at the best table, and Stice, 16, crew-cutted and still in his black Fila sweats with no shirt under the unzipped top, assembling a complex sandwich on his plate. And they let their eyes widen and postures sag to communicate awe. R.H.I.P. Stice, oblivious, bites into a sandwich like it's the wrist of an assailant. The only sound at the table for the first few minutes is a fork work and mastication and the slight gasping sounds of people trying to breathe while they eat. You rarely speak for the first few minutes here, eating. Supper is deadly serious. Some of the kids even start in on their trays while still in line at the milk dispenser. Now, Coyle bites in. Wayne has made his entree into a sandwich and lowers and bites. Keith Freer's eyes are half closed as his jaw muscles bulge and slacken. Some of the players' inclined heads are hard to see over the height of their food. Struck and shocked side by side, bite in sync and chew. The only one at the table not eating like a refugee is Trevor Axford, who, as a small child back in Short Beach, Connecticut, once fell off his bike onto his head and received a tiny lesion-type brain injury, after which all food, everywhere, tastes horrible to him. His clearest explanation of the way food tastes to him is that it tastes the way vomit smells. He's discouraged from speaking at meals, and holds his nose while he eats, and eats with the neutral, joyless expression of somebody dispensing fuel into his car. Hal and Cadenza dismantles the stelliform mold shape. ETA mashed potatoes come in, mixing baby boileds in with the mashed. Petropolis Khan and Elliot Cornspan eat with such horrible POW-ish gusto that nobody else will sit with them. They're by themselves at a small table behind Shocked and Struck, utensils glittering amid a kind of fine mist or spray. Jim Troeltsch keeps holding a clear tumbler of milk up to the ceiling's full-spectrum lights and swirling the milk around in the light, looking at it. Pemulus chews with his mouth open, producing moist noises, a habit so family of origin ingrained no amount of peer pressure can break him of it. Eventually the darkness clears his throat to speak. In the showers he'd gotten up to the middle of an Xmas story about one of his parents' epic rows. His parents had met and fallen in love in a country western bar in Partridge, Kansas, just outside Liberal, Kansas, on the Oklahoma border. Met and fallen in star-crossed love in a bar playing this popular Kansas country western bar game, where they put their bare forearms together and laid a lit cigarette in the little valley between the two forearms' flesh and kept it there till one of them finally jerked their arm away and reeled away holding their arm. Mr. and Mrs. Stice each discovered somebody else that wouldn't jerk away and reel away, Stice explained. Their forearms were still, to this day, covered with little white slugs of burn scar. They toppled like pines for each other from the get-go, Stice explained. They'd been divorced and remarried 4 or 5 times, depending on how you define certain jurisprudential precepts. When they were on good domestic terms, they stayed in their bedroom for days of squeaking springs with the door locked, except for brief sallies out for beefeater gin and Chinese takeout and little white cardboard pails with wire handles, with the Stice children wandering, ghost-like, through the clapboard house in sagging diapers or woolen underwear, subsisting on potato chips out of econo bags bigger than most of them were, the Stice kids. The kids did somewhat physically better during periods of nuptial strife, when a stony-faced Mr. Stice slammed the kitchen door and went off daily to sell crop insurance, while Mrs. Stice, whom both Mr. Stice and the darkness called the bride, while the bride spent all day and evening cooking intricate, multi-course meals she'd feed bits of to the brood. Stice refers to both himself and his 6 siblings as the brood, and then keep warm in quietly rattling lidded pots, and then hurl at the kitchen walls when Mr. Stice came home smelling of gin and of cigarette brands and toilet not the bride's own. Ortho Stice loves his folks to distraction, but not blindly, and every holiday home to Partridge, Kansas. He memorizes highlights of their connubial battles so he can regale the ETA upperclassmen with them, mostly at meals, after the initial fork work and gasping have died down, and people have returned to sufficient levels of blood sugar and awareness of their surroundings to be regaled. Some of them listen, drifting in and out. Troeltsch and Pemulus are arguing about whether ETA's kitchen staff has started trying to slip them powdered milk on the sly. Freer and Wayne are still hunched and chewing, very intent. Hal's making some sort of structure out of his food. Struck keeps both elbows on the table at all times, and utensils in his clenched fists, like a parody of a man eating. Famulus always listens to Stice's tales, often repeating little phrases, shaking his head in admiration.
I'm just going to go up and refuse to eat one more thing with the utensil that's gone down the disposal.
Shocked is holding up a fork with crazy tines.
Just look at it. Who could eat with something like that?
The old man is a son of a bitch that is cool under fire in terms of the bride, Stice says, leaning in to bite and chew.
The tendency at ETA is to take the entree and, unless it's a wet entree, to take wheat bread and make it a sandwich for the extra carbs. It's like Pemulus can't really taste his food unless he mashes it against his palate. The Academy sweetbread is bicycled in by guys in Birkenstock sandals from Bread and Circus Quality Provisions in Cambridge, because it's got to be not only sugarless but low in glutens, which Tavis and Stitt believe promote torpor and excess mucus. Axford, who lost to tall Paul Shaw in straight sets, and if he loses to him again tomorrow goes down to number 5A, stares stonily into space, his motions less like somebody eating than like somebody miming eating. Hal's made an intricate fortification structure of his food, complete with turrets and archer slits, and even though he's not much eating or drinking his 6 cranberry juices, he keeps swallowing a lot, studying his structure. As the eating slows down at the best table, the more observant of them give Hal and Axford tiny sideways looks. The players' different CPUs humming through decision trees on whether a still publicly undiscussed but much rumored showdown with Dr. Tavis and the ONANTA urology guy, plus now this loss to Shaw and near loss to Ortho Stice, might not have shaken ink and axe handle along some psychic competitive fault line. Different guys with different rankings, calculating the permuted advantages to themselves of Hal and Axford having a deeply distracted and anxious week. Though Michael Pemulus, the other rumored ONANTA urine scannee, ignores Axford's expression and Hal's excessive swallowing altogether, though possibly studiously ignoring them, staring meditatively at the squeegees taken down off the wall,
259.
And leaning against the unlit fireplace, fingers steepled before his lips, hearing out Troelch, who blows his nose with one hand and rattles his tumbler of half-drunk milk on the tabletop with the other. Pemulus shakes his head very seriously at Troelch. Not a chance, brother. I'm telling you, man, this milk is powdered. Troelch peering down into the tumbler, probing the milk's surface with a thick finger. Me? I could tell from powdered. I have growing up domestic confirmed traumas around powdered. The day Mother announced milk was too heavy to keep lugging back from the store and switched to powdered with Father's okay. Father knuckling under like Roosevelt at Yalta. My big sister ran away from home, and the rest of us were traumatized around it, this switch to powdered, which is unmistakable if you know what to look for. Freer makes a snoring noise. And do I ever know what to look for? To verify. Troelch is hoarse, and one of these people who speaks to more than one person at once by looking from one person to one person to one person. He's not a born public speaker. Namely your telltale residues along the sides of the glass, when swished, with great flourished swishings of the milk. Except, Troelch, you can turn around and see them fucking loading the bags into the dispenser every 20 minutes. Bags of milk. That say milk on them, the bags. Liquid, sloshy, hard to handle. It's milk. You see bags, you see the word milk. They're counting on the packaging. Image management. Sensory management. Responding to Pemulus, but looking at Struck. Part of some larger overall kertwang. Possible punishment for the eschaton thing. Eyes going briefly to Hal. Covert vitamins possibly next. Let's not even mention saltpeter. Put aside deductions from bags a second. I'm sticking to facts. Fact. This is verifiably powdered milk. You're saying they mix powdered milk and then try and pour it into milk bags, all to allay? Shocked clears his mouth and swallows mightily. Tavis can't even regrout tile in the locker room without calling a community meeting or appointing a committee. The regrouting committee's been dragging along since May. Suddenly they're pulling secret 0300 milk switches? It doesn't ring true, Jim. And Trolch has a cold, he said, Freer observes, indicating the little bottle of Seldane next to Trolch's squeezing bowl by his plate. You can't even taste Trolch if you got a real cold. Trevor should have the cold axe handle, no? Shock says, tapping carminative capsules into his palm from his own amber bottle. With supper they can choose milk, or else cranberry juice, that most carb caloric of juices, which froths readily in its own clear dispenser by the salad bar. The milk dispenser stands alone against the west wall, a big, huge, 24-liter three-bagger, the milk inserted in ovaloid mammarial bags into its refrigerated cabinet of brushed steel, with 3 receptacles for tumblers and 3 levers for controlled dispensing. There's 2 levers for skim, and 1 for, supposedly, high lecithin chocolate skim, which every new ETA tries exactly once and discovers tastes like skim with a brown crayon melted into it. There's a sign in a kitchen staffer's crude black block caps, taped to the dispenser's facade, that says, "Milk is filling, drink what you take." The sign used to say, "Milk is filling, drink what you take," until the comma was semicolonized by the insertion of a blue dot by a fairly obvious person.
260.
The line for seconds on entrees now stretches out past the milk dispenser. The best thing about satiation and slowing down on the eating is leaning back and feeling autolysis start in on what you ate, and tending to your teeth while you gaze around the airy room at crowds and clumps of kids, observing behaviors and pathologies with a clear and sated head. The littler kids running in tight circles trying to follow the shadow of the ceiling fan. Girls laughing crumpled against their seatmates' shoulders. People protecting their plates. The blurred sexuality and indecisive postures of puberty. 2 marginal male 16s have their heads directly in the bowls in the salad bar, and some of the surrounding females are commenting. Different kids are illustrating points with different gestures. John Wayne and Keith Freer stroll purposefully through the serpentine crowd and up to the front of the seconds line, and insert themselves in front of a little boy who's tearing at a held bagel with great violent movements of head and neck. The 18 A's get free Badinskis. RHI literal P at ETA. Jim Struck spears one of the cherry tomatoes out of Hal's salad bowl with a savage fork gesture. Hal makes no comment. Trolch has run his thick finger around the inside of the tumbler and is holding the digit out at different guys around the table. Note a certain bluish cast to it. Traces and remains. Suspicious foam. Minute grains of not quite altogether dissolved particulate powdered stuff. Powdered always leaves its telltale signs. Your fucking head is a minute grain, Trolch. Put that finger away. Trying to eat here. Paranoia, Femula says, scooping up stray peas with the flat of his knife. Base tuition of 21,700 scooters, not counting, Trolch says, moving the finger back and forth in the air. The stuff drying on the finger does not, admittedly, exactly look appetite-whetting. And yet let's note how the lungs not up, in spite of rampant weather and Achilles complaints. And today's lunch, a total déjà vu of yesterday's lunch. And the bread and bagels they've started getting us day old with the yellow stickers on the bags. And there's dinette sets in the tunnels and acoustic tiles in the halls, and lawnmowers in the kitchen, and tripods in the grass, and squeegees on the wall. And Stice's bed moves around. And there's a ball machine in the girls' lockers, Longley reports, that for this kind of tuition, none of this stuff the staff can get around to cleaning up before... Stice's head has jerked up, a trace of mashed potato on his nose. Who says my bed moves? How's you know anything about any beds moving? But it's true. The Husky 6 tripod of Mario's near-fatal encounter with the USS Millicent Kent was only the beginning. Starting with the mysterious and continuing fall of acoustic ceiling tiles from their places in the sub-dorms' drop ceilings. Inanimate objects have either been moved into or just out of nowhere, appearing in wildly inappropriate places around ETA for the past couple months, in a steadily accelerating and troubling cycle. Last week, a grounds crew lawnmower, sitting clean and silent and somehow menacing in the middle of the dawn kitchen, gave Mrs. Clark the fantods and resulted in eggplant parmesan for 2 suppers in a row, which sent shockwaves. Yesterday a.m. there'd been a Cannonesque ball machine, no small feat to move around anywhere or get through doors, in the female sauna, which machine some of the upper-class girls had found and screamed at when they went in for the dawn saunas that help alleviate some vague female-type problem that none of the guys quite fathom. And 2 black girls on the breakfast crew reportedly found a set of squeegees on the dining hall's north wall, several meters up, and hung, crossed in a kind of saltire, placed there by parties unknown. FDV Hardy's AM groundsman reportedly took the things down, and now they're leaning by the fireplace. The inappropriate found objects have had a tectitic and sinister aspect. None of the cheery odor of regular pranksterism. They're not funny. To varying degrees, they've given everyone the fantods. Mrs. Clark had taken the morning off again, was why the repeat lunch. Stice's eyes are back on his plate, which is nearly clean. Unmentioned is the fact that, shocked, and Tall Paul Shaw, at lunch, went over the whole part of the north wall the black girls said they found the squeegees on, and could find neither nails nor holes from nails, as in no visible means of attachment. The whole thing's been studiously not talked about, adding to everybody's discomfort at Troeltsch's hoarse complaints about tuition, which vary in specifics but are otherwise routine. And then now, the ultimate dietary clusterfuck. Attempted powdered milk. Trying to foist it, you're saying? I'm saying, and look at us, and what do we do? Take a cold and stay in bed playing sportscaster with a teepee and protest? Says Pemulus. Troeltsch uses the bottle of Seldane to point for emphasis. We don't want to hear about it. We look the other way with our heads in the sand. Sounds fucking painful. Go find some fucking synonyms for beat. Stice swallows hugely. Never open your eyes underground, my old man's dictum. And so we distract ourselves, Troeltsch says. We yuck it up. Pemulus makes a K sound. Here's the real question. How dumb is Troeltsch? Troeltsch is so dumb he thinks a manila folder's a Filipino contortionist. Troeltsch, who's buried in Grant's tomb? Kyle Coyle says surely they've all heard the one about what the Canadian girls put behind their ears to attract boys. John Wayne gives him not a look. Wayne's peering inside his own tumbler, where there does seem to be some sort of residue. There are fragments of lettuce in his eyelashes. Arthur Stice's cheeks are ballooned with food. His eyes on his own salad remains, expression abstract and furrowed. A terrible kind of community energy in the whole dining hall, a kind of anxious sound carpet under the surf of voices and the tinkle of flatware, and the darkness is at some vague center of this energy, somehow, you can feel. Neither Wayne nor Hal's been approachable all fall on court. Kids at other tables say low-toned things to their seatmates, and then the seatmate looks covertly over at Stice's table. Forehead purply crumpled, Stice stares hard at his salad and tries to block input from his phenomenal peripheral vision. 2 14s are contending over toast. Petropolis Khan is preparing to catapult a chickpea at somebody. Jim Struck points out Bridget Boone and the USS Millicent Kent returning for what Struck counts as fourths, and Stice blocks the sight out. The sad, pretty sunset out over the hilltops of Newton cannot be seen because the room's big windows face east, out over the hillside and the Enfield Marine Complex that the Academy is bathed in shadow. So EM's porch lights are already on, and tall cubist bits of the old metropolis beyond that, east, with shadows encroaching. The afternoon just past was a glory, scrubbed and cool and windless, cloud-free, the sun a disk, the sky a dome, soaked in light, even the northern horizons bell-clear against a faint green-yellow cast. Schacht has about 8 amber bottles of various medicines for his Crohn's disease, and a whole ritual of administration. A couple of the black girls who work kitchen and custodial day shifts can be seen against the shadowy tree line, making their way down the steep hillside's unauthorized path back down to the halfway house thing for wretched people who come up here to work short time. The girls' bright, cheap jackets are vivid in the shadow, and trees tangle. The girls are having to hold hands against the grade, walking sideways and digging heavily in at each step. The black girl Clinette, Hal had read fear in as she left C.T.'s office with his litter, now has a bulging backpack on her back, as in bulging maybe with dumpster pilferage.
261.
Her arms strung way out between the other black girl, Dee Dee, and the trees she grabs, and digging in sideways with each step. The hesitancy of steep, dark slopes, rooty, and shot through with briars. A girl with bangs rises and tings her tumbler with a spoon to make an announcement. Nobody pays attention. Now cons by custom allowed to come over and sit with them at the best table, post-prandially. Wayne and Stice both shiver at the same time as the overhead lighting suddenly becomes the big room's primary light. There's a brief and sort of ignorant discussion on why girls who hit backhands one-handed seem prone to have different-sized breasts. Hal recalls his brother's late-in-college thing of seeing if he could take a girl out somewhere public and then meet and have covert sex with a whole different girl while still out with the first girl. This was after the girl Orrin had been wildly in love with and, himself had compulsively used in films, had been disfigured. Orrin kept a record of subjects that was sort of a cross between a chart and a journal. He used to come home and leave it out just pleading to be read. This was back when his brother Orrin needed only to have sexual intercourse with them instead of getting them to fall so terribly in love with him they'd never be able to want anyone else. He'd taken obscure massage and psych courses and read tantric books whose illustrations seemed about as sexy to Hal as Twister. Coyle says, "They're ankles." Everybody ignores him. Wayne's already left the table. Little 14C, Bernard McCulloch, 2 tables over from the milk dispenser and constitutionally delicate and not long for ETA, throws up in a silky tan cataract onto the floor by his chair, and there is the shriek of the feet of other chairs being scooted in a star pattern away from the table, and the protracted vowels of repulsed children. Struck, Pemulus, Schacht, and Freer have all had sexual intercourse. Coyle's a probable, but reticent. Axford has trouble even publicly showering, much less submitting nude to a female's inspection. Hal is maybe the one male ETA for whom lifetime virginity is a conscious goal. He sort of feels like O's having enough acrobatic coitus for all 3 of them. Freer even has a, souvenir colposcope bolted to the inside of his locker door, where a pin-up to been in days of yore. And Pemulus and Struck have allegedly patronized the combat zone after the fiscally pressed city buckled and rehung the combat zone's red lights east of the Common. But Jim Troeltsch and sex? No way. And with Wayne and Stice, the question seems somehow beside the point. Hal's mouth feels like it's overflowing with spit. He should by all rights have lost to Stice today, and he knows it. Stice was in physical control of the 3rd set. Stice choked it away, only because he didn't believe he could beat Hal yet, deep down, since Hal's competitive explosion. But the crisis of faith that cost Stice the match had concerned a different Hal. Hal can tell. It's not a whole new Hal, a Hal who does not get high or hide, a Hal who in 29 days is going to hand his own personal urine over to authority figures with a wide smile, an exemplary posture, and not a secretive thought in his head. No one except Pemulus and Axford know it's a whole new and chemical-free Hal who should by all rights have lost to a 16-year-old out there in public on what ended up a gorgeous new New England autumn day. Wayne had gotten up and bussed his tray in the middle of the jejune breast thing. Ortho the darkness, Stice is still staring into his salad. If you could open Stice's head, you'd see a wheel inside another wheel, gears and cogs being widgeted into place. Stice has a secret suspicion about a secret that has more to do with the actual table than with the people at the table. A lot of the guys interpret his intense distraction as Stice's still being in the magic can't-miss zone from this PM's match. The idea being that Nook girls can only attract guys by being really easy to X is the joke, Coyle says into the noise. Then there's a brief rippling lull in the whole dining hall as little Evan Ingersoll emerges from the entree line's end on crutches, his cast new and sailor hat white, unsigned, Prorector Tony Nwangi behind him with his hatchet face stony, carrying the kid's tray for him. The hall's unease is almost visible. A corona around Ingersoll, and the ruptured patellar tendon that'll cost him at least 6 months of competitive development. Penn, whose femoral fracture will cost him a year, isn't even back yet from St. E's Orthopedic. But at least Ingersoll's back. Hal gets up to go over, Troeltsch rising to accompany him after a long look at Trevor Axford, Ingersoll's BB of record, who's sitting in his chair with his eyes shut tight, unable to make any sort of conciliatory gesture. A match-sore Hal, not limping, but stiff-legged, and shoulders slightly rolling, as he and Troeltsch move serpentine around tables, steering way clear of the custodian and dull steel bucket on rollers, and the mop spreading and diluting McCulloch's chyme out in a thinning circle that clears 3 tables, which Hal and Troeltsch avoid with practiced curves around tables, whose layout they all know well. Hal to say, "Hey," and "How's the limb?" Troeltsch to say, "Hey," and be basically relieved he's away from a discussion of females as sexual objects. Troeltsch has never come close to even dating anybody. Some guys here never do. It's the same at all the academies, this asexual contingent. Some junior players don't have the emotional juice left over after tennis to face what dating requires. Bold, nerveless guys on the court who go slack and pale at the thought of approaching a female in any social context. Certain things not only can't be taught, but can be retarded by other stuff that can be taught. The whole Tavis shtick program here is supposedly a progression toward self-forgetting. Some find the whole girl issue thing brings them face-to-face with something in themselves they need to believe they've left far behind in order to hang in and develop. Troeltsch, Shaw, Axford. Any sort of sexual tension makes them feel like they need more oxygen than is available right then. A couple of the girls at ETA are kind of slutty, and some of the more aggressive, freer-type guys can break some of the girls down and get them to have sex. There's nothing if not time and proximity here. But ETA is mostly a comparatively unsexual place. Maybe almost surprisingly so, considering the constant roar and gurgle here of adolescent glands, the emphasis on physicality, the fears of mediocrity, the back-and-forth struggles with ego, the loneliness and close proximity. There's scattered homosexuality, much of it emotional and unconsummated. Keith Freer's pet theory is that the bulk of ETA females are nascent lesbians who don't know it yet. That like any serious female athletes, they're basically vigorously male inside, and so sapphic-tending. The ones that get to the WTA show will probably be the ones
262.
Who find out that they are, he believes. Dykes, that is. The rest will marry and spend a lifetime by the club pool wondering why the hair on their husbands' backs makes them shudder. For example, the USS Millicent Kent, 16 and phenomenal on the incline bench press, with breasts like artillery and a butt like 2 bulldogs in a bag, Stice's term, which caught on, already looks like a penal matron, Freer likes to observe. And no one likes the fact that Carol Spullocks carried and prized the same single large-grip Donny stick for going on 5 straight years. Ortho Stice of southwest Kansas looks briefly up at Hal and Troeltsch's departure before returning his attention to a certain cherry tomato, perched somehow halfway up the shallow incline of his salad bowl. It's possible that the cherry tomato is attached halfway up the incline by an adhesive bit of yogurt dressing, rather than just sitting there defying gravity on its own. Stice doesn't use a finger to move the tomato, and check this. He's using only his concentrated will. He's trying to will the cherry tomato to roll of its own objectile power down the incline and into the bowl's center. He stares at the cherry tomato with enormous concentration, chewing his tri-level, skinless chicken fillet sandwich. The chewing makes overlapping plates of muscle all the way up one side of his face and crew-cut scalp bulge and roll. He's trying to flex some kind of psychic muscle he's not sure he even has. The crew-cut lends his head an anvil-like aspect. Complete concentration makes his round, red, fleshy face look crumpled. Stice is one of those athletes whose body, you know, is an unearned divine gift, because its conjunction with his face is so incongruous. He resembles a poorly spliced photo, some superhuman cardboard persona with a hole for your human face. A beautiful sports body, lithe and tapered and sleekly muscled, smooth, like a Polyclitus body, Hermes or Theseus before his trials, on whose graceful neck sits the face of a ravaged Winston Churchill, broad and slab-featured, swart, fleshy, large-pored, with a mottled forehead, under the crew-cut's V-shaped hairline, and eye pouches, and jowls that hang and, whenever he moves suddenly or lithely, make a sort of meaty staccato sound like a wet dog shaking itself dry. Tony Nwangi is saying something acerbic to Hal, who looks like he's kneeling penitent before Ingersoll. Everyone at the surrounding tables inclined very subtly away from Hal. Troeltsch is signing Ingersoll's cast as he speaks into his fist. Off the court, Ortho Stice's flat-top crew-cut and penchant for cuff-rolled blue jeans and button-down short sleeves with a checkered pattern are strictly from Hick. The facial scrunching that attends concentration adds crevices and seams and an uneven flush to the bulldog face. His cheeks are ballooned with food as he stares at the perched cherry tomato, trying to respect this object with all his might. Summoning the sort of coercive reverence he'd felt this PM, as several balls' sudden, anomalous swerves against wind and their own vectors half convinced Stice they'd become sensitive to his inner will at crucial times. He'd mishit one cross-court volley and seen the thing head for an area wide even of the doubles sideline, and then curve like a drenched spitter back to land just inside the singles corner. And this at a time when the grounds pines behind Hal and Cadenza were breeze-leaning in the exact opposite direction. Hal had given Stice a little bit of a look on that one. Stice couldn't finally tell whether Hal noticed anything amiss in the mysterious curves and downdrafts that seemed to favor the darkness alone. Hal had played with the wide-eyed but unfocused look of a tennis player right on the verge of falling apart out there, and yet strangely effectless, as if deep inside some well of his own private troubles. And Stice wills himself again not to wonder what had passed with the headmaster and the ONANTA urologist, whose lab-equipped van's unscheduled appearance in the ETA parking lot yesterday afternoon had caused a tsunami of panic just before supper, especially since Pemulus and his supply of lab-ready Visine bottles were nowhere to be found. Even among the small circle who know Hal gets secretly high, it doesn't make much sense that Hal's misery'd be Tavis or urine-related, since Pemulus has never seemed blither than today. And if anyone were going to get the boot, chemically or otherwise, it was not going to be the ETA administration's relative and second-best boy. Hal and his brother Mario both know that the skim milk at ETA has been pre-mixed powdered milk since Charles Tavis assumed the helm 4 years back and told Mrs. Clark he wanted the kids' animal fat intake halved in a month by any and all means. The kitchen's graveyard shift power mixes it in enormous steel bowls, and then strains out the foam and pours the milk into real milk dispenser bags for a kind of placebo effect. It's mostly just the concept of powdered milk that gags people. Struck has traded his shiny clean plate for the absent Incandenza's fortification-structured plate of uneaten fillets, low-gluten bread, cornbread, baby boileds, a chickpea pea-based olla, half a fresh squash, mashed potatoes packed in a stelliform gelatin mold, and a shallow bowl of dessert amiss, featuring mostly, it seemed, like prunes. Hal is still down on one knee by Ingersoll's chair, his elbows on his knee, listening across Ingersoll and a blindfolded Idris Arslanian to Tony Nwangi. Keith Freer remarks blandly on how Hal seems like he's feeling sort of punk this evening, checking Stice for a reaction. Struck utters truisms about wasting food and global hunger through a full mouth. Struck is wearing a socks cap to the side so the bill shadows half his face. The bread is unkind to his braces. Freer is wearing the leather vest with no shirt under, which is what he favors after weights have pumped his torso full of air. Stice had a traumatic psychic experience at 14 when he'd set the weight on the pull-down station too high, and Dr. Dolores Rusk has authorized his exemption from all but very basic weights, pending resolution of his fear of weights. The joke around ETA is that Stice, who's surely showbound after graduation, has no fear of heights, but does fear weights. Keith Freer, though kind of a second-rank junior player, does look beautiful in his calfskin vest. His face and body match. Troeltsch wants a sportscasting career, but Freer is the ETA with looks interlaced with favor. Freer's from inland Maryland, originally. His family's riches nouveau, a family Amway business that hit big in the BS 90s with his now-deceased father's invention of a pet rockish novelty that was ubiquitous in stockings for 2 straight pre-millennial Xmasses, the so-called phoneless cord. Stice dimly recalls his old man getting a phoneless cord in his stocking, ostentatiously packaged on Ortho's first recallable Xmas, back in Partridge, Kansas. The old man cocking an eyebrow, and the bride laughing and slapping her big knee. Nobody now much even gets the remembered gag, though. So few things needing cords anymore. But Freer's old man had invested his windfall shrewdly. The 1st of May. YDAU, outcropping northwest of Tucson, Arizona, USA.
"My own father," Steepley said.
Steepley again faced outward, one hip out, and a hand on that hip. The scratch on his triceps was now ugly and puffed. Also, an area of Steepley's left finger is whiter than the skin around it. The removal of a university ring, or, more probably, a wedding band. It seemed curious to Marat that Steepley would undergo electrolysis but not take trouble to fix his finger's annular pallor. Steepley said, "My own father, sometime around midlife. We watched him get consumed with a sort of entertainment. It wasn't pretty. I was never sure how it started or what it was about." "You are now imparting a personal anecdote of you," Marat stated. Steepley did not shrug. He was pretending to study something particular out on the floor of the desert. "But nothing like this sort of entertainment. A plain old television program. Television of broadcasting and, how did one express it? The passivity?" "Yes, broadcast television. The program in question was called MASH. The title was an acronym, not a command. As a boy, I can recall some confusion on this point." "I am knowing of the USA Historical Broadcast Television Comedy Program, MASH," Marat stated. "The fucking thing ran forever, it seemed. The program that would not die. BS 70s and 80s before it finally died mercifully. Set in a military hospital during the UN's action on Korea." Marat remained without expression. Police action. Many small birds of the mountain of the outcropping had begun to whistle and twitter somewhere off above and behind them. Also maybe the tentative rattle of some serpent. Marat pretended to search for the watch in his pocket. Steepley said, "Now, nothing prima facie exceptional about getting attached to a show. God knows I was attached to my share of shows. That's all it started as, an attachment or habit. Thursday nights at 2100 hours. 9 o'clock Eastern, 8 o'clock Central and Mountain. They used to broadcast this to alert you to when to watch or if you were going to tape it."
Marat watched the big man shrug from behind.
So the show was important to him. So, fine, okay. So he took pleasure in the program. God knows the guy was entitled. He'd worked like a dog his whole life. So at the start he scheduled his Thursday around the show, to an extent. It was hard to pinpoint anything wrong or consumptive. He was, yes, always home from work by 20:50 on Thursdays, and he always had his supper watching the program. It seemed almost cute. Mummykins used to tease him, think it was adorable.
"Cuteness in fathers. This is rare."
There was no way Marat was going to touch the evident USA childhood expression, mummykins. "My old man worked for a heating oil distributorship. Home heating oil. Have your files got this? A tidbit from Monsieur Fortier, USOUS's Steepley, H.H. Late father a heating oil delivery dispatcher. Cheery Oil, Troy, New York.
State of New York, USA, prior to reconfiguration."
Hugh Steepley turned around, but not all the way, scratching absently at his wens. But then, syndication. MASH. The show was incredibly popular, and after a few years of Thursday nights, it started also to run daily, during the day, or late at night sometimes, in what I remember all too well was called syndication, where local stations bought old episodes and chopped them up and loaded them with ads and ran them. And this, note, was while all new episodes of the show were still appearing on Thursdays at 2100. I think this was the start.
The cuteness. It was over.
My old man started to find the syndicated reruns extremely important to him, too. As in, like, not to be missed.
Even though he had viewed and enjoyed them before, these reruns?
The fucking show ran on 2 different local stations in the Capital District, Albany and environs. For a while, this one station even had a MASH hour, 2 of them, back-to-back, every night from 2300. Plus another half an hour in the early p.m. for the unemployed or something.
Marat said, "Virtually a bombardment of this USA broadcast comedy program."
After a brief pause of attention to some wens of the face, Steepley said, "He started to keep a small television down at work, down at the distributorship."
"For the broadcast of afternoon."
Steepley appeared to Marat, uncalculating in his statements. Broadcast TVs, toward the end, they made some of them really small. Kind of a pathetic try at keeping cable down. Some as small as, like, wrist size. You'd be too young to remember.
"I remember well a pre-digital television."
Marat, if Steepley's anecdote of himself had a political point or communique, Marat could not yet determine this. Steepley moved his foul Belgian cigarette into his right hand to flick it out into the space below. It progressed very slowly. A gradual immersion. The withdrawal from life. I remember guys from his bowling league calling that he'd quit. Our mummykins found out he'd dropped out of Knights of Columbus. Thursdays, the jokes and cuteness stopped. Him all hunched in front of the set, barely even eating from his tray. And every night, late at night, for the nightly hour, the old man too wide awake and hunched over weirdly, head out, as if pulled toward the screen.
"I too have seen this posture of viewing,"
Marat grimly said, recalling his second oldest of brothers and the Canadiens of the NL of H. And he got anxious, ugly if something made him miss even one episode. And he'd get ugly if you pointed out he'd already seen most of them about 7 times before. Mummykins began to have to lie to get them out of engagements that would have infringed. Neither of them talked about it. I don't remember any of us trying to name the thing out loud, this dark shift in his attachment to the program MASH.
"The organism of family simply shifted to accommodate."
Which it wasn't even all that consuming in entertainment, Steepley said. He sounded to Marat uncalculated and somewhat younger. I mean, it was okay, but it was broadcast TV, broad comedy, and canned laughter. I am remembering well this rerunning program. Do not worry about me, said Marat. It was at some point during this gradual shift the notebook first appeared. He began writing notes in a notebook as he viewed, but only when viewing MASH, and he never left the notebook lying around where you could get any kind of look at it. He wasn't openly secretive about it. You couldn't even point to that and say something was wrong. The MASH notebook just never seemed to be lying around. With a hand that was not below the blanket still gripping the sterling UL-35, Marat was holding his thumb and forefinger up against the smear of red, which was just over the mountains of Rincon, and craning his neck to see his shadow behind them on the hillside. Steepley changed the hip which was out, in his standing, to his other hip. As a child, this is when it became impossible to ignore the odor of obsession about the whole thing. The secrecy about the notebook and the secrecy about the secrecy, the scrupulous recording of tiny details in careful order for purposes you could just tell were both urgent and furtive. This is on balance, Marat concurred. This is touching of excessive importance. Jesus, you don't know the half of it. And for you also, Marat said. Excessive on balance. For your father progresses downhill in this obsessing, but always so slowly that always you could question yourself, whether you were maybe yourself the one out of balance, attaching too much importance to any one thing. A notebook, a posture, crazy making. And the toll on mummykins. Marat had turned the chair to a slight angle to be able to see his shadow, which appeared blunt and deformed by the topography of the steep hillside above the outcropping, and in general pathetic and small. There would be no Titanic or menacing Brunholm with the sunrise Auchengespenstift of dawn. Marat said, The whole organism of family becomes out of balance, questioning its perceptions. The old man. Then he started developing this habit of quoting little lines and scenes from MASH, to illustrate some idea, make some point in conversation. At the beginning of the habit he seemed casual about it, as if the little bits and scenes simply occurred to him. But this changed, but slowly. Plus, I remember he started seeking out feature films that also featured the television program's actors. Marat pretended to sniff. Then at some point it was as if he was no longer able to converse or communicate on any topic without bringing it back to the program. The topic. Without some system of references to the program. Steepley gave small indications of paying attention to the small squeaks as Marat turned his chair slightly this way and that way, achieving different angles of sight on his small shadow. Steepley exhaled air through the nostrils with a forceful sound, though it wasn't as though he was wholly uncritical of it. It sometimes, from somewhere blue, occurred to Marat that he did not dislike this Steepley, though like or respect would be too far in going to say. It was not that type of obsession with it. It, you are saying. It was gradual and slow. He started at some point, I remember, to refer to the kitchen as the mess tent and his den as the marsh or swamp. These were fictional locations on the show. He began renting films with even crowd extra or cameo appearances by the program's actors. He bought what was then called a beta mixer, a kind of early magnetic video recorder.
263.
He began a practice of magnetically recording each week's 29 broadcasts and reruns. He stored the tapes, organizing them in Baroque systems of cross-reference that had nothing discernible to do with dates of recording. I remember Mummykins didn't say anything when he moved his bedding and began to sleep at night in the easy chair in his den, the swamp, or pretend to sleep. But you had your suspicions of not real sleeping? It was gradually obvious he was viewing his magnetic recordings of the program MASH throughout the night, probably over and over again, using a crude white plastic earplug to hide the noise, scribbling feverishly in his notebook. In contrast with the violence and transpercent puncturing of the sunset, The dawn sun seemed slowly exhaled from the more rounded salients of the mountains of Rincon, its heat a moister heat, and the light the vague red of a type of fond sentiment. And USOUS's Steepley's standing shadow was cast back over the outcropping toward Marat behind him, close enough that Marat might reach his arm out and touch the shadow. "You can tell I don't have a good recall of the exact progression of the thing," Steepley said. "The graduelle?" "I do know that Mummikins. I remember one day in the garbage can out behind the house she found a number of letters addressed to a MASH character named, this I fucking shall remember, Major Burns. She found them." Marat did not allow himself to chuckle. "While searching inside the can of waste in the back, for evidence of imbalance?" Steepley waved Marat off. He was incapable of amused. "She didn't search through the garbage. Mumkinski had too much class. She probably forgot and threw away the day's Troy record before she'd clipped her food coupons. She was an inveterate coupon clipper." "This was prior to the days of North American laws of recircling of newspapers?"
264.
Steepley did not wave off or give a glare. He wore the look of concentrating. "This character, this I remember too well, was portrayed by, I remember, the actor Maury Linville, a plain old employee of 20th Century Fox, which later upstarted the fourth network of the Large Four." Steepley's luridly run makeup from the heat of the day before had now over the night hardened into a configuration of almost horror. "But the letters were addressed to Major Burns, not to Maury Linville, and not care of Fox Studios or wherever, but addressed to an involved military address with a sole routing code. In the South Korea of history. The letters were hostile, savage, and lavishly descriptive. He'd come to think the show's character, Major Burns, embodied some type of cataclysmic, Armageddon-type theme that was slowly assembling itself on the program and progressively being hinted at and emerging in the gradual succession of seasons of this MASH. Steepley felt at his lip. "I remember Mummikins never mentioned the letters. From the garbage. She just left them around where my kid sister and I would see them." "You are not meaning your sister was a goat?" Steepley was not provocable into some different emotion, however, Marat observed. "Younger sister. But my old man? The progression of the program from fun to obsession, crucial distinctions had collapsed, I think, now, between the fictional Burns and this Linville who portrayed Burns." Marat raised a brow for concurring. "This is signifying a severe loss of balance." "I remember something about he seemed to believe the name of the character, Burns, also somehow hiddenly signified the English verb for the promise of the consuming fire of the apocalypse." Marat looked puzzled, or else squinted because of a rising sun. "But he threw the letters into the waste receptacle, you stated, instead of the snail's mail." "He'd already started missing whole weeks at a time from work. He'd been at Cheery for decades. He was only a few years from retirement." Marat was looking at his laps, blankets, brightening colors of plaid. "Mo Cheery and the old man, they bowled together. They were in Knights of Columbus together. Missing all the weeks of work made things awkward. Mo didn't want to can the old man. He wanted the old man to see somebody." "A professional person?" "A lot of this I wasn't even there for, the MASH thing. I was at college by the time the really crucial distinctions had collapsed." "Studying the multiple cultures?" "My kid sister had to keep me abreast of developments during the term. Good old Mo Cheery'd come by the house, view magnetic tapes of the show with the old man a while, listen to the old man's theories and views, then on his way out he'd call her Mummikins and take her out into the garage, and talk to her very quietly about the fact that the old man was in a high-angle psychic nosedive and needed, with all due regard, in his opinion, to see somebody in the direst fucking way. My kid sister said the Mumkinski always acted like she had no idea what Mo Cheery was talking about." Marat smoothed at his blanket. "Mumkinski being a type of, pet family name," Steepley said, looking a little bit embarrassed. Marat nodded. I'm trying to reconstruct this out of memory, Steepley said. The old man is by this time pretty much unable to converse about anything except the television program MASH. The theory of the theme of this burns/burning apocalypse now sort of spreads out to become huge and complex theories about wide-ranging and deeply hidden themes having to do with death and time on the show. Like evidence of some sort of coded communication to certain viewers about an end to our familiar type of world time and the advent of a whole different order of world time. Your mother continues to play acts at normalcy, however. I'm trying to reconstruct things that weren't even clear at the time, Steepley said, his wet and then dried makeup now grotesque in his concentration in the sunrise, like a mask of a mentally ill clown. He said, one theory involved the fact, which the old man found extremely significant, that the historical Korean police action of the UN lasted only roughly 2 odd years, but that MASH itself was by then into something like its 7th year of new episodes. Some characters of the program were getting gray hair, receding hair, facelifts. The old man was convinced this signified intentional themes. According to my kid sister, who bore the brunt of time spent with him, watching, Steepley said, the old man's theories were almost inconceivably complex and wide-ranging. As the years of new seasons went on, and some actors retired and characters were replaced by other characters, the old man generated baroque theories about what it was that had, quote, underlined, really happened to the absent characters, where they'd gone, where they were, what it all augured. Then the next thing was 1 or 2 of the letters started to appear, cancelled and returned, stamped as undeliverable, or to addresses that were not just non-existent, but absurd. Unbalanced letters were no longer being discarded as waste, but now mailed. And Mummykins was uncomplaining throughout. It was enough to break your heart. She was a rock. She did, granted, begin taking prescription anti-anxiety medication. Land of the freely brave. Marat did not say this aloud. He looked at his pocket's watch and was trying to remember a time when he had ever, with Steepley, had to consider the tact of departing. Steepley at this time gave the impression of somehow having several cigarettes going at one time. Somewhere along, late in the progression, the old man let it be known he was working on a secret book that revised and explicated much of the world's military, medical, philosophical, and religious history by analogies to certain subtle and complex thematic codes in MASH. Steepley would stand on one foot, to raise the other foot, to look at the shoes inflicted damage, all the time smoking. Even when he went into work, there were problems. Heating oil customers who called for deliveries or information or whatever began to complain that the old man kept trying to engage them in bizarre theoretical discussions of the thematics of MASH. Because it is necessary that I leave soon, a central point must be soon emerging. Marat worked in as gracefully as possible. Steepley seemed not to hear this other man. He seemed not only uncalculated and self-enmeshed, his demeanor itself seemed more young, that of some young person. This unless this was part of some performance beyond Marat knew he must consider. Then the double blow, Steepley said. In BS 1983, my memory's clear on this, the Mumkinski opened an alarming letter from attorneys for CBS and 20th Century Fox. Certain letters had been apparently rerouted by do-goodnik military postal clerks to Fox. The old man had been trying to correspond with different past and present MASH personas in letters the family never saw get mailed, but whose content, the attorney said, raised, quote, grave concern and could, quote, constitute grounds for strenuous legal action. Steepley raised the foot to look, his face in pain. He said, Then the program's final episode ran. Late autumn of BS 1983. I was on an ROTC marching band trip to Fort Ticonderoga. My kid sister, who by this time left home herself, and who could blame the kid, she reported that Mumkinski was talking very casually and uncomplainingly of the old man's now refusing to leave his den. This The final and closing isolation of obsession. Steepley looked over his shoulder on one awkward foot to look slightly at Marat. As in even to go to the bathroom now, the not leaving. Your mother's prescriptions prevented some episodes of great anxiety, I think. He'd gotten a special AC-DC cable hookup that brought in extra syndication. When reruns weren't running, the video magnetic tapes ran constantly. He was haggard and spectral, and his easy chair was all but unrecognizable. Cheery oil was keeping him on the books until he could get his 30 years in at age 60. My kid sister and I started reluctantly discussing intervening on Mummikins to intervene on the old man and force him to see somebody. Yourselves, you could not reach him. He died just before his birthday. He died in his easy chair, sat at full recline, watching an episode in which Aldous Hawkeye can't stop sleepwalking, and fears he's going out of his fucking mind until a professional military therapist reassures him, I remember. Me, I too have seen this episode running in my childhood. All I can recall of it is, the Army professional telling Alden not to worry, that if he was truly crazy, he'd sleep like a newborn, as did the notorious Burns/Linville. The program's character of Burns slept exceptionally well, I remember. His secret book's manuscript filled scores of notebooks. This is what the notebooks turned out to be. One closet in the den had to be forced open. All these notebooks tumbled out. The whole thing was written in a kind of medical/military-looking code, though, indecipherable. Sis and her first husband and I spent some time trying to decode them, after his death in the chair. His imbalance of temptation cost him life. An otherwise harmless USA broadcast television program took his life, because of the consuming obsession. This is your anecdote. No. It was a transmural infarction. Blew out a whole ventricle. His whole family had a history. The heart. The pathologist said it was amazing he'd lasted this long. Marat shrugged. The obsessed frequently endure. Steepley shook the head. It must have been hell on poor old Mumkinski. She never complained, however. Already the sun was up and pulsing. Light ran over everything in a sickening yellow way like gravy. All birds and living animals had been silenced, stunned already by heat, and the site's bright loaders had not yet been started in movement. All was calm. All was bright. Steepley's shadow on the shelf was squat and blunt, already shorter than the living figure of Steepley himself, who was leaning outward to try to find a spot far below, to litter with a crumpled Belgian packing with, when prayed, no more finally to smoke. Marat took his watch from out of the windbreaker's pocket. Steepley shrugged. I think you're right. That it's part of both the horror and the pull. When I'm east and thinking of Flatto's lab, and I sort of look up and find myself tempted. About the entertainment of now, and I kind of half-picture Hank Hoyne in the old man's old recliner, hunched and scribbling feverishly. A military coding. His eyes, they got like that too, the old man's, like Hoyne's, periodically. Heat began to shimmer as well off the lion-hide floor of the desert. The mesquite and cactus wobbled, and Tucson, Arizona resumed once more the appearance of the mirage, as it had appeared when Marat had first arrived, and found his shadow so entrancing in its size and reach. The sun of A.M. had no radial knives of light. It appeared brutal and businesslike and harmful to look upon. Marat allowed himself a few diverting seconds of watching the mountains of the Rincons' widening shadows melt slowly backward into the base of the mountains of the Rincons. Steepley hawked and spat, still holding the last crumpled pack of Flander fumes. My time is sharply finite to remain. Marat said this. Every change of his postures brought small squeaks of leather and metal. I would feel gratitude if you departed first. Steepley figured Marat wanted him to have no idea how he got up and down, in and out, to no real purpose, a personal point of pride. Steeply squatted for adjusting the straps of his high heels. His prostheses were still not quite aligned. He spoke with the faintly breathless quality of large men trying to bend.
"Well, Remy, but I don't think Dick Willis's empty of intent quite does it. Captures it. The I factor. Hoyne, the Arab internist, the old man. Not for eyes like that."
You would say it does not capture this eyes expression?
Looking up while squatting, this made Steeply's neck appear thick.
He stared past Marat, at the shale. He said,
"The expressions seem more like, fuck, how to say it? Fuck,"
Steeply said in concentration. Petrified? Marat said. Ossified? Inanimate?
No, not inanimate. More like the opposite, more as if, stuck in some way.
Marat's neck itself was stiff, from so much time looking out and down from a height. What is it this wishes here to mean? Glued? Steeply was doing something to a toenail's cracked polish.
Stuck, fixed, held, trapped. As in, trapped in some sort of middle. Between two things, pulled apart in different directions.
Marat's eyes searched the sky, which this was already too light blue for his pleasure, filmed with a sort of eggy pleura of heat. Meaning between different cravings of great intensity, this?
Not even craving so much. Emptier than that. As if he were stuck wondering. As if there was something he'd forgotten.
Misplaced. Lost.
Misplaced.
Lost.
Misplaced.
As you wish. The 13th of November, year of the Depend Adult Undergarment. 2:45 hours, Enid House. The hours that are truly we. Eugenio M., voluntarily filling in for Jeanette Foltz on dream duty, is out in the office playing some sort of handheld sports game that blips and tweets. Kate Gompert and Jeffrey Day and Ken Erdetti and Bruce Green are in the living room with the lights mostly out and the old jumpy picture DEC viewer on. Cartridges not allowed after 0000 hours to encourage sleep. Sober cocaine and stimulant addicts sleep pretty well by the second month. Straight alcoholics by the fourth. Abstinent pot and trank addicts can pretty much forget about sleep for the first year. Though Bruce Green is asleep and would be in violation of the no lying on the couch rule if his legs weren't twisted over and his feet on the floor. All the Enid House viewer gets on spontaneous dissemination is basic interlace. And, from 0200 to 0400 interlace NNE downloads from the next dissemination day, and cuts all transmissions except 1 lines 4 straight redissems of the Mr. Bouncity Bounce daily program. And when Mr. Bouncity Bounce appears in his old cloth and safety pin diaper and paunch and rubber infant head mask, he is not a soothing or pleasant figure at all for the sleepless adult. Ken Erdetti has started to smoke cigarettes and sits, smoking, joggling one leather slipper. Kate Gompert and Jeffrey Day are on the non-leather couch. Kate Gompert sits cross-legged on the couch with her head all the way forward so her forehead touches her foot. It looks like some kind of spiritually advanced yoga position or stretching exercise, but it's really just the way Kate Gompert has been sitting on the sofa all night, every night, since Wednesday's free-for-all unpleasantness with Lentz and Gately in the streetlet, from which the whole house is still reeling and spiritually palsied. Day's bare calves are completely hairless, and look sort of absurd with dress shoes and black socks and a velour bathrobe, but Day's proven kind of admirably resistant to caring what other people think, in a way. Like you really care. Kate Gompert's voice is toneless and hard to hear because it issues from out of the circle formed by her crossed legs.
It isn't a question of caring or not caring, Day says quietly. I meant only that I identify to an extent.
Gompert's sarcastic chuff of air raises a section of her unwashed bangs. Bruce Green doesn't snore, even with his nose broken, and cross-hatched in white tape. Neither he nor Erdeti is listening to them. Day speaks softly and doesn't cross his legs to incline over to the side toward her.
When I was a little boy, Gompert chuffs air again. Just a boy, with a violin and a dream, and special roundabout routes to school to avoid the boys who took my violin case and played keep away over my head with it. One summer afternoon I was upstairs in the bedroom I shared with my younger brother, alone practicing my violin. It was very hot, and there was an electric fan in the window, blowing out, acting as an exhaust fan. I know from exhaust fans, believe you me. The direction of flow was beside the point. It was on, and its position in the window made the glass of the upraised pane vibrate somehow. It produced an odd, high-pitched vibration, invariant and constant. By itself it was strange, but benign. But on this one afternoon, the fan's vibration combined with some certain set of notes I was practicing on the violin, and the two vibrations set up a resonance that made something happen in my head. It is impossible really to explain it, but it was a certain quality of this resonance that produced it. A thing. As the two vibrations combined, it was as if a large, dark, billowing shape came billowing out of some corner in my mind. I can be no more precise than to say large, dark shape and billowing. What came flapping out of some backwater of my psyche I had not had the slightest inkling was there.
But it was inside you, though.
Catherine, Kate, it was total horror. It was all horror everywhere, distilled and given form. It rose in me, out of me, summoned somehow by the odd confluence of the fan and those notes. It rose and grew larger and became engulfing and more horrible than I shall ever have the power to convey. I dropped my violin and ran from the room.
Was it triangular? The shape? When you say billowing, do you mean like a triangle?
Shapeless. Shapelessness was one of the horrible things about it. I can say and mean only shape, dark and either billowing or flapping. But because the horror receded the moment I left the room, within minutes it had become unreal. The shape and horror. It seemed to have been my imagination, some random bit of psychic flatulence, an anomaly. A mirthless laugh into the ankle.
Alcoholics anomalous.
Day hasn't switched legs or moved, and he isn't looking at her ear or her scalp, which are in view. And just the way any child will probe a wound or pick out a scab, I returned shortly to the room and the fan and picked up the violin again, and produced the resonance again immediately, and immediately again the black flapping shape rose in my mind again. It was a bit like a sail, or a small part of the wing of something far too large to be seen in totality. It was total psychic horror, death, decay, dissolution, cold, empty, black, malevolent, lonely, voided space. It was the worst thing I have ever confronted.
But you still forgot and went back up there and brought it back. And it was inside you.
Completely incongruously, Ken Erdeti says, his head's shaped like a mushroom. Day has no idea what he was referring to, or talking about. Set free somehow by that one day-only resonance of violin and fan, the dark shape began rising out of my mind's corner on its own. I dropped the violin again and ran from the room once again, clutching my head at the front and back, but this time it did not recede.
The triangular horror.
It was as if I'd awakened it and now it was active. It came and went for a year. I lived in horror of it for a year, as a child, never knowing when it would rise up, billowing, and blot out all light. After a year it receded. I think I was 10. but not all the way. I'd awakened it somehow. Every so often, every few months, it would rise inside me. It isn't like a real interface or conversation. Day doesn't seem to be addressing anybody in particular. The last time it ever rose up billowing was my second year of college. I attended Brown University in Providence, Rhode Island, graduating magna cum laude. One sophomore night it came up out of nowhere, the black shape, for the first time in years. But there was an inevitability feeling about it, too, when it came. It is the most horrible feeling I have ever imagined, much less felt. There is no possible way death can feel as bad. It rose up. It was worse now that I was older.
Tell me all about it.
I thought I'd have to hurl myself out of my dormitory's window. I simply could not live with how it felt.
Gompert's head isn't all the way up, but now it's about halfway up. Her forehead has a major red impression spot from her ankle bone. She's looking roughly halfway between straight ahead and Day beside her. And there was this idea underneath that you'd brought it on, that you'd wakened it up. You went back up to the fan that second time. You, despised yourself for waking it up. Day's looking straight ahead. Mr. Bouncity-Bounce's head is in no way mushroom-shaped, though it is large and, in the rubber infant mask, apt to appear to the adult viewer kind of grotesque. Some boy I hardly knew in the room below mine heard me staggering around whimpering at the top of my lungs. He came up, sat up with me until it went away. It took most of the night. But we didn't converse. He didn't try to comfort me. He spoke very little, just sat up with me. We didn't become friends. By graduation, I'd forgotten his name and major, but on that night he seemed to be the piece of string by which I hung suspended over hell itself. Green in his sleep cries out something that sounds like, "For God's sake, no, Mr. Ho, don't light it." His swollen black eyes and REM's non sequiturs, plus the capering 130-kilo infant on the viewer, plus Day and Gompert conversing while both staring into space, all backed by the blurps and wonks of Gene M's handheld game in the office, give the dark living room a dreamy and almost surreal atmosphere. Day finally uncrosses his legs and switches them. It's never come back. Over 20 years. But I've not forgotten. And the worst times I've had since then were like a day at the foot masseur's compared to the feeling of that black sail or wing rising inside me. Billowing? Nuts and nuts. Jesus God, nuts and nuts. I understood the term hell as of that summer day and that night at the sophomore dormitory. I understood what people meant by hell. They do not mean the black sail. They meant the associated feelings. Or the corner it came up out of, inside, if they mean a place. Kate Gompert is now looking at him. Her face doesn't look better, but does look different. Her neck's clearly stiff from having been contorted. From that day, whether I could articulate it satisfactorily or not, Day says, holding the knee of the leg just crossed, I understood on an intuitive level why people kill themselves. If I had to go for any length of time with that feeling, I'd surely kill myself. Time in the shadow of the wing of the thing too big to see, rising. Oh, God, please, Green says very distinctly. Day says, there is no way it could feel worse. The 11th of November, year of the Depend Adult Undergarment. Apparently some higher-up had sent Mary Esther Thode out on her little yellow Vespa with the order for their match. She'd pulled up alongside Stice and Wayne just as they cleared the Hammond golf course. Hal a good half-kilometer behind them with Galumphers, Cornspan, and Con. Stitt was inscrutable about the whole thing. The match wasn't like a ladder challenge. Stice and Hal were in different age divisions this year. The match was more like, maybe, an exhibition. And by the second set, as people got done with the weight room and showers, it was attended like one, the match. Helen Steepley, of moment, possessed of a certain thuggish allure, but hardly the pericardium piercer that Orrin had made her sound like, to Hal, sat through the whole thing, accompanied for the first set by Aubrey DeLint before Terry Poutrincourt stole his spot on the bleacher. It was the first high-caliber junior tennis she'd ever seen, she said, the massive journalist. They played on number 6, the best of the East show courts, also the scene of some of the recent eschaton's worst carnage. It was a conditioning-heavy day, a very light schedule of matches. Bags of smoke burped steadily up from Stitt's crow's nest high overhead, and sometimes you could hear the weatherman's pointer tapping absently on the transom's iron. The only other thing nearby was down on number 10, a challenge in girls' 14s, 2 baseliners sending parabolas back and forth, ponytails, an air of baseline attrition, the ball's high, heavy arc, that of a loogie spat for distance. Shaw and Axford were also way out on number 23, warming up. No one paid them or the 14s much mind. The bleachers behind the show court filled steadily up. Stitt had Mario film the whole first set from above, leaning way out over the transom's railing with Watson braced and gripping his vest from behind. Mario's police lock protruding and casting a weird, needly shadow slanted northeast of Court 9's net.
"This is the first real match I've seen after hearing so much about the junior tour," Helen Steepley told DeLint, trying to cross her legs on a cramped bleacher a few tiers from the top. Aubrey DeLint's smile was notoriously bad, his face seeming to break into crescents and shards, wholly without cheer. It was almost more like a grimace. Orders that DeLint keep the mammoth, soft profiler in direct sight at all times were explicit and emphatic. Helen Steepley had a notebook, and DeLint was filling in both players' names on performance charts Stitt won't ever let anyone look at. The PM was moving fast from a chilly noon cloud cover into blue autumn glory, but in the first set it was still very cold, the sun still pale, and seeming to flutter as if poorly wired. Hal and Stice didn't have to stretch and barely warmed up at all after the run. They'd changed clothes and were both expressionless. Stice was in all black, Hal in ETA sweats, with his left shoe's upper bulging distended around his air stirrup brace. A born netman, Ortho Stice played with a kind of rigid, liquid grace like a panther in a back brace. He was shorter than Hal, but better built and with quicker feet. A southpaw with factory-painted W's on his Wilson Pro Staff 5.8 SIs. Hal was left-handed too, which complicated strategy and percentages hideously, DeLint told the journalist beside him. The Darkness's service motion was in the McEnroe-Escogna tradition. Legs splayed, feet parallel, a figure off an Egyptian frieze, side so severely to the net he's almost facing away. Both arms out straight and stiff on the serve's downswing. Hal bopped on his feet's balls a little in the ad court, waiting. Stice started his service motion in little segments. It looks a little like bad animation. Then grimaced, tossed, pivoted netward, and served it with a hard, flat spang way out to Hal's forehand, pulling Hal wide. The finish of Stice's pivot lets his momentum carry him naturally up to net, following the serve. Hal lunged for the serve and chipped a little forehand return down the line and scrambled right to get back into court. The return was lucky, a feeble chip that just cleared the net's tape, so shallow that Stice had to half-volley it at the service line, still moving in, his backhand two-handed and clumsy for half-volleys. He had to sort of scoop it and hit up soft so it wouldn't float out deep. Axiom: the man who has to hit up from the net is going to get past. And Stice's half-volley landed in the ad court squishy and slow and sat up for Hal, who was waiting for it. Hal's stick was back for the forehand, waiting, and there was a moment of total mentation as the ball hung there. Statistically, Hal was booked to pass a left-handed volleyer cross-court off a ball this ripe, though he also always loved a good, humiliating topspin lob, and Stice's fractional chance at saving the point
was to guess what Hal would do. Stice couldn't crowd the net because Hal would put it up over him. He stayed a couple stick lengths off the net, leaning for a cross. Everything seemed to hang distended in air now, so clear it seemed washed after the clouds. The bleachers people could feel Hal, feel Stice, letting the point go inside, figuring it lost, knowing he could only guess and stab, hoping. Little hope of Hal fucking up. Hal in Cadenza does not fuck up passes off floater half-volleys. Hal's forehand's wind-up was nicely disguised, prepped for either lob or pass. When he hit it so hard his forearm's musculature stood starkly out, it was a pass but not cross-court. He went inside-out on it. A flat forehand as hard as he could from the baseline center back toward Stice's deuce sideline. Stice had finally guessed lob at the start of the stroke and had half-turned to sprint back for where it would land, and the inside-out pass wrong-footed him. He could do no more than stand there, flat-footed, and watching, as the fresh ball landed a meter fair to get Hal back to deuce in the fifth game. There was applause off 30 hands for the point as a whole, which was faultless and on Hal's part imaginative, anti-book. One of very few total-inspired points from Incandenza, DeLint's chart would show. Neither player's face moved as a couple people shouted for Hal. The basic 10-level RASU
265
from the Universal Bleacher Company sat right behind the court. At the start it was mostly staff and the A's who were running alongside when Thode brought Stice and Hal the directive to play. But the stands gradually filled as word got down to the locker rooms that the Darkness was playing 18's A2, dead even in the first set of something Stitt had actually dispatched a scooter to order. The bleachers' ETAs hunched forward, with hands warmed in the crease between hamstrings and calves, or else gloved and layered and stretched out with their heads and bottoms and heels on 3 different levels, watching both sky and play. The lozenges of shadow from the court's mesh fences elongated as the sun wheeled southwest to west. Several sets of legs and sneakers hung swinging from the transom above. Mario allowed himself several reaction shots from staff and partisans in the bleachers. Aubrey DeLint spent the set with the punter's cathected profiler, who allegedly came to see Hal only about Orrin, but whom Charles Tavis won't let see Hal yet, even chaperoned. Tavis's reasons for the reticence too detailed for Helen Steepley to understand, probably, but she was watching from the show bleacher's top row, poised over a notebook, wearing a fuchsia ski cap with a rooster comb top instead of a pom-pom top, blowing into her fist, her weight making the bleacher below her bow and inclining DeLint oddly toward her. For the spectators not perched on the transom overhead, the players looked waffle-cut by the chain-link fencing. The green windscreens that wrecked spectation were used only in the spring, in the weeks right after the lungs disassembly. DeLint hadn't stopped talking into the big lady's ear. All the ETA players loved the show courts 6 through 9 because they loved to be watched, and also hated the show courts because the transom's crow's-nested shadow covered the north halves of the courts around noon, and all through the PM wheeled around gradually east like some giant hooded shadowed moving presence, brooding. Sometimes just the sight of Stitt's little head's shadow could make a younger kid on the show courts clutch and freeze. By Hal and Stice's 7th game, the sky was cloudless, and the transom's monolithic shadow, black as ink, gave everyone watching the fantods as it elongated along the nets, completely obscuring Stice when he followed to serve in. Another advantage of the lung was that it afforded no overhead view, which was one more reason why staff waited as long as possible before its erection. There was no indication Hal even saw it, the shadow, hunched and waiting for Stice. The Darkness splayed out stiff on the deuce side of the center line, ratcheting slowly into his service motion. He overhit the first serve long, and Hal angled it softly off-court, moving 2 steps in for the second ball. Stice hit his second serve as hard as he could again, and netted it, and pursed his thick lips a little as he walked into the net's shadow to retrieve the ball, and Hal jogged over to the fence behind the next court to get the ball he'd angled over. DeLint was putting a pejorative hieroglyphic in a box on his chart marked Stice. At just this moment, at 1,200 meters east and downhill and 1 level below ground, Ended House live-in staff Don Gately lay deeply asleep in his lone, rangerish sleeping mask, his snores rattling the de-insulated pipes along his little room's ceiling. 4 odd clicks to the northwest in the men's room of the Armenian Foundation Library, right near the onion-domed Watertown Arsenal. Poor Tony Krause hunched forward in the stall in his ghastly suspenders and purloined cap, his elbows on his knees and his face in his hands, getting a whole new perspective on time and the various passages and personae of time. M. Pemulus and J. G. Struck, wet-haired after their PM runs, had blarneyed their way past the library attendant at the BU School of Pharmacy, 2.8 clicks down Commonwealth on Commonwealth and Cook Street, and were seated at a table in reference. Pemulus's yachting cap pushed way back to accommodate his rising eyebrows, licking his finger to turn pages. H. Steepley's green sedan, with its neuralgiac full-front Nunhagen ad on the side, sat in an authorized guest parking spot in the ETA lot. Between appointments in an office whose west windows yielded no view of the match,
266.
Charles Tavis had his head mashed up against the upholstered seat rail of his sofa, his arm under the gray and red ruffle and sweeping back and forth for the bathroom scale he keeps under there. Avril Incandenza's whereabouts on the grounds were, throughout this interval, unknown. At just this moment, Mountain Standard Time, Oren Incandenza was once again embracing a certain Swiss hand model before a wall-width window in a rented suite halfway up a different tall hotel from before in Phoenix, Arizona. The window light was fiery with heat. Way below, tiny cars' roofs glared so bright with reflected light, their colors were obscured. Pedestrians hunched and sprinted between different areas of shade and refrigeration. The cityscape's glass and metal twinkled but seemed to sag. The whole vista looked somehow stunned. The cool air through the room's vent whispered. They'd put down their glasses of ice and come together upright and embraced. The embrace was not like a hug. There was no talking. The only sound was the vent and their breath. Oren's linen knee probed the deltoid fork of the hand model's parted legs. He let the Swiss woman grind against the muscular knee of his good leg. They got so close no light shone between them, and ground together. Her lids fluttered. His closed. Their breath became somehow coated. Again the concentrated tactile languor of the sexual mode. Again they stripped each other to the waist, and she, in that same kind of jitterbug jape they didn't have the breath to laugh at, she hopped up at him, and forked her legs the same way over his shoulders, and arched back until his arm stopped her fall, and he supported her like that, the left hand horned with old callus at the small of her satiny back, and bore her. Sometimes it's hard to believe the sun's the same sun over all different parts of the planet. The new New England sun was, at this same moment, the color of hollandaise, and gave off no heat. Between points, both Hal and Stice switched their sticks to their right hands and clamped their left hands tight under their arms to keep from losing sensation in the chill. Stice was double-faulting more than his average because he was trying to get enough on his second serve to follow it credibly to net. DeLint estimated he was charting Stice at 1 double fault per 1.3 games, and his A over DF ratio
267.
Was an undistinguished 0.6. But he, DeLint, told Helen Steepley of Moment, spread way out next to him on the third row from the top, and using Greg's shorthand, DeLint told this Ms. Steepley that Stice was nevertheless wise to crank the second serve and eat the occasional double fault. Stice wound up to serve so stiff, his motion so sprocketed and serial, that the journalist told DeLint Stice looked to her as if he'd learned to serve by studying still photos of the motion's different stages. No offense intended. There was none of real high-speed motion's liquid flow until the very end, when Stice pivoted toward the net and seemed to sort of fall out into the court, his tennis racket whirling behind his back, and snapping upward to impact the yellow ball, hanging at just the height of his maximum reach, and there was a solid pock as this Stice cracked it flat into Orin's brother's body. Handcuffing Hal at such speeds the ball's movement presented only as after-image, the creamy retinal trail of something too fast to track. Hal's awkward return had too much slice, and floated, and Stice hurtled forward to volley it chest-high, blocking it acute into open court for a clean winner. There was mild applause. DeLint invited Helen Steepley to note that the darkness really won that point on the serve itself. Hal and Cadenza walked to the fence to retrieve the ball, impassive, wiping his nose against his sweatshirt sleeve. Add in. Hal was up 5-4 in the first and had saved 3 ads off Stice's 5th service game, 2 off double faults, but DeLint still maintained Stice was wise. Hal's got to the point the last year here where a kid's only real chance is to totally press, attack at all times, whale the serve, haul ass to the net, assume the aggressor role.
"Does her shtit wear eye makeup?" Helen Steepley asked him. "I was noticing."
You stay back against this Hal kid. You try to outthink him and move him around. He'll yank you back and forth and chew you up and spit you out and step on the remains. We spent years getting him to this point. Nobody stays back and out-controls Incandenza anymore. Pretending to flip to a fresh page, Helen Steepley dropped her pen, which fell into the bleacher's struts and supports and clattered as only something dropped into a system of metal bleachers can clatter. The prolonged noise made Stice take some extra bounces before he served. He bounced the ball several times, leaning forward, lined up splayed and violently sideways. He went into his odd, segmented wind-up. Helen Steepley produced another pen from the pocket of her fiber-fill parka. Stice cracked it flat down the center, aiming for an ace on the service line's tee. It went by Hal unplayable, and literally too close to call. There are no linesmen for internal ETA matches. Hal looked down the line at where the thing hit, and skidded, pausing before indicating his call, the hand to his cheek indicating deliberation. He shrugged and shook his head, and laid a hand out flat in the air before him to signify to Stice he was calling the serve good. This meant game Stice. The darkness was walking toward the net, kneading his neck, looking at where Hal was still standing. "We can go on and play, too," Stice said. "Didn't see it, neither." Hal was coming in closer to Stice because he was going to the net post for his towel. "Not your job to see it." He looked unhappy and tried to smile. "You hit it too hard to see. You deserved the point." Stice shrugged and nodded, chewing. "You take the next gimme then." He sliced 2 balls soft so they ended their roll down near the opposite baseline, where Hal could use them to serve. The darkness still made huge mandibular chewing faces on court, even though he hadn't been allowed to chew gum in play since he accidentally inhaled gum and had to be Heimlicked by his opponent in the semis of last spring's Easter Bowl. "Ortho's saying how the next debatable call goes immediately to Hal. They don't take 2, DeLint said, darkening in half squares on the 2 charts.
"Take 2?
"Play a let, babe. Do it over. 2 serves, 1 point. Aubrey DeLint was a lightly pock-marked man with thick yellow hair in an anchorman's helmety style and a hypertensive flush, and eyes, oval and close-set and lightless, that seemed like a second set of nostrils in his face. "Do a whole lot of sports at moment, do you?"
"So they're being sporting,"
Steepley said.
"Generous. Fair."
"We inculcate that as a priority here," DeLint said, gesturing vaguely at the space around them, head bent to his charts.
"They seem like friends."
"The angle here for moment might be the good friends off the court and remorseless, pitiless foes on-court angle."
"I mean, they seem like friends even playing,"
Helen Steepley said, watching Hal dry off his leather grip with a white towel as Stice jumped up and down in place, back at his deuce corner, one hand in his armpit. DeLint's laugh sounded to Steepley's keen ear, like the laugh of a much older and less fit man. The mucoidal fist-at-chest laugh of a lap-blanketed old man in a lawn chair on his gravel backyard in Scottsdale, Arizona, hearing his son say his wife claimed no longer to know who he was. "Don't kid yourself, babe," Delent got out. The Vaught twins on the bleacher below looked up and around and pretended to shush him, the left mouth grinning, Delent with that bad, cold-eyed shard of a smile back at them as Howlin' Cadenza bounced the ball 3 times and went into his own service motion. Several little boys were strung busily out along the sides of a small utility tunnel 26 meters below the show courts. Steepley's face looked as if the journalist were trying to think of pithy images for a motion as unexceptional and fluid as Howlin' Cadenza's serve. At the start, a violinist, maybe, standing alert with his sleek head cocked and racket up in front and the hand with the ball at the racket's throat like a bow. The down-together, up-together of the downswing and toss could be a child making angels in the snow, cheeks rosy and eyes at the sky. But Hal's face was pale and thoroughly unchildlike, his gaze somehow extending only half a meter in front of him. He looked nothing like the punter. The service motion's middle might be a man at a precipice, falling forward, giving in sweetly to his own weight, and the serve's terminus and impact a hammering man, the driven nail just within range at the top of his tiptoed reach. But all these were only parts, and made the motion seem segmented, when the smaller, crew-cutted, jowly boy was the one with the stuttered motion, the man of parts. Steepley had played tennis only a couple times with his wife, and had felt ungainly and simian out there. The punter's discourses on the game had been lengthy but not much use. It was unlikely that any one game figured much in the entertainment. Howlin' Cadenza's first serve was a tactically aggressive shot, but not immediately identifiable as such. Stice wanted to serve so hard he could set himself up to put the ball away on the next shot, up at net. Hal's serve seemed to set in motion a much more involved mechanism, one that took several exchanges to reveal itself as aggressive. His first serve hadn't Stice's pace, but it had depth, plus a topspin Hal achieved with an arched back and faint brushing action over the back of the ball that made the serve curve visibly in the air, egg-shaped with spin, to land deep in the box and hop up high, so that Stice couldn't do more than send back a deep backhand chip from shoulder height, and then couldn't come in behind a return that had been robbed of all pace. Stice moved to the baseline center as the chip floated back to Hal. Hal's pivot moved him right so he could take it on the forehand.
268.
Another looper dripping with top, right back in the same corner he'd served to, so that Stice had to stop and sprint back the same way he'd come. Stice drove this backhand hard down the line to Hal's forehand, a blazing thing that made the audience inhale. But as the Samizdat director's other son glided a few strides left, Steepley could see that he now had a whole open court to hit cross-court into, Stice having hit so hard he'd backpedaled a bit off the shot, and was now scrambling to get back out of the deuce corner. And Hal hit the flat textbook drive cross-court into green-lined space. Hard, but not flamboyantly so, and the diagonal of the ball kept it traveling out wide after it hit Stice's ad sideline, carrying it away from the boy in black's outstretched racket, and for a second it looked as if Stice, at a dead run, might get his strings on the ball, but the ball stayed tantalizingly just out of reach, still traveling at a severe cross-court diagonal, and it passed Stice's racket half a meter past its rim, and Stice's momentum carried him almost halfway into the next court. Stice slowed to a jog to go retrieve the ball. Hal stood slightly hip-shot on the ad side, waiting for Stice to get back and let him serve again. Delent, whose peripheral vision's acuity and disguise was an ETA legend, observed the big journalist chew her nib for a second, and then put down nothing more than the Gregg ideogram for pretty, shaking her fuchsia cap. "Wasn't that pretty?" he said blandly. Steepley rooted for a hanky. "Not exactly." "Hal's in essence a torturer, if you want his essence as a player, instead of a straight-out killer like Stice or the Canadian Wayne," Delent said. "This is why you don't stay back or play safe against Hal. This way of the ball seeming just in reach to keep you trying, running, he yanks you around. Always 2 or 3 shots ahead. He won that point on the deep forehand after the serve. The second he had Stice wrong-footed, you could see the angle open up. Although the serve set the whole thing up in advance, and without the risk of much pace on it. The kid doesn't need pace, we've helped him find.
When might I get a chance to talk to him?
In Condense, it took a lot of bringing along. He didn't used to quite have the complete game to be able to do this. Slice the cord up into sections and chinks, then all of a sudden you see light through one of the chinks, and you see he's been setting up the angle since the start of the point. It makes you think of chess. The journalist blew her red nose.
Chess on the run.
Nice term. Hal went into his service motion to the ad court.
Do the students play chess here?
A mirthless chuckle. No time.
Do you play chess?
Stice hit a backhand winner off Hal's second serve. Mild applause. I don't have time to play anything, DeLint said, filling in a square. You could tell by the sound that the other boy's racket was strung tighter than Hal's.
When do I get to sit down with Hal directly?
I don't know. I don't think you do. The journalist's rapid head movement reconfigured the flesh of her neck.
Pardon me?
It's not my decision. My guess is you don't. Dr. Tavis didn't already tell you?
I really couldn't tell what he was telling me.
We've never had a kid here interviewed. The founder let you guys on the grounds. Versus Tavis, this is an exception. You're even getting in.
I'm here for background only. For your alumnus, the punter.
DeLint was making his lips look like he was whistling, even though no whistling sound was emerging. We've never let somebody do any kind of interview on a kid here while he's still in training and inculcation.
Does the student have some sort of say in who he talks to and why? What if the boy wants to chat with me about his brother's transition from tennis to football?
DeLint kept his concentration on the match and the chart in a way that was supposed to let you know you had very little of his attention. Talk to Tavis about it.
I was in there for over 2 hours.
You pick up how to do questions with him after a while. Tavis, you have to back into a yes-no corner where you can finally say, I need a yes or a no. It takes about 20 minutes if you're sharp. This is your whole business, getting answers out of people. The answer's not for me to officially say, but I'm guessing a no. The Boston press guys come around after a big event. They get match results and physical stats and hometowns and nothing more.
Moment is a national magazine for and about exceptional people, not some sports writer with a cigar and a deadline.
It's a command decision, babe. I'm not in command. I know they teach us to teach that this place is about seeing instead of being seen.
I'm here only for the human interest perspective of a talented boy on his talented brother's bold transition to a major sport where he's shown himself to be even more talented. One exceptional brother on another. Hal is not the profile's focus.
Get Tavis in the right corner and he'll tell you about seeing and being seen. These kids, the best of them, are here to learn to see. Schnitt's thing is self-transcendence through pain. These kids, gesturing at Stice, running madly up for a drop volley that stopped rolling well inside the service line. Mild applause. They're here to get lost in something bigger than them. To have it stay the way it was when they started. The game is something bigger at first. Then they show talent, start winning, become big fish in their ponds out there in their hometowns, stop being able to get lost inside the game and see. Fucks with the junior's head, talent. They pay top dollar to come here and go back to being little fish, and they get savaged and feel small and see and develop. To forget themselves as objects of attention for a few years and see what they can do when the eyes are off them. They didn't come here to get read about as some soft news item or background, babe. DeLint read Steepley's expression as some kind of tic. The tiniest tuft of nostril hair protruded from one of her nostrils, which DeLint found repellent. She said,
Were you ever written about as a player?
DeLint smiled coolly at his charts. Never had the sort of ranking or promise this issue'd even come up for me.
But some of these do. Hal's brother did.
DeLint felt along his lips' outline with his pencil. Sniffed. Orrin was okay. Orrin was essentially a one-trick pony as a player. And between you and me and the fence, he was kind of a head case. His game left here on the downswing. Now his little brother's got a future in tennis if he wants. And ortho. Wayne, for sure. Couple of the girls, Kent, Karen, and Sharon here, indicating the Vaught apparition below them. The really gifted ones, the ones that make it out of here still on the upswing, if they get to the show.
Meaning professional, you mean?
And the show they'll get all they want of being made into statues to be looked at and poked at and discussed, and then some. For now, they're here to get to be the ones who look and see and forget getting looked at. For now.
But even you call it the show. They'll be entertainers.
You bet your ass they will be.
So audiences will be the whole point. Why not also prepare them for the stresses of entertaining an audience, get them used to being seen?
The two boys were at the near net post, Stice blowing his nose into a towel. DeLint made kind of a show of putting his clipboard down. Assume wrongly for a second that I can speak for the Enfield Academy. I say you do not get it. The point here for the best kids is to inculcate their sense that it's never about being seen. It's never. If they can get that inculcated, the show won't fuck them up, Stitt thinks. If they can forget everything but the game when all of you out there outside the fence see only them and want only them, and the game's incidental to you, for you it's about entertainment and personality. It's about the statue. But if they can get inculcated right, they'll never be slaves to the statue. They'll never blow their brains out after winning an event when they win, or dive out a third-story window when they start to stop getting poked at or profiled, when their blossom starts to fade. Whether or not you mean to, babe, you chew 'em up. It's what you do.
We chew statues?
Whether you mean to or no, you, moments, world tennis, self, interlace, the audiences, the crowds in Italy fucking literally. It's the nature of the game. It's the machine they're all dying to throw themselves into. They don't know the machine, but we do. Gerhardt's teaching them to see the ball out of a place inside that can't be chewed. It takes time and total focus. The man's a fucking genius. Profile Stitt if you want to profile somebody.
And I'm not going to be allowed to even ask the students what it looks like. This inside, chew-proof place. It's a secret place.
Hal mishit a second serve, and it flew off his frame and way down to where the girls were sending each other squeaks and lobs. And Stice had now broken him to go up 6-5, and the murmurs in the bleachers were like a courtroom at an unpleasant revelation. DeLint rounded his lips and made a kind of bovine sound in Ortho Stice's direction. Hal chipped his balls out along the baseline and made some small adjustments in his cross-hatched strings as he walked around for the side change. A couple of the nastier kids applauded Hal's mishit a little. Get sardonic with me all you want. I already said it's not my command decision. I wouldn't get sardonic with Tavis, though.
But if it were your command?
Lady, if it was me, you'd be pressing your nose between the bars of the gate down there is as far in as you'd get. You're coming into a little slice of space and/or time that's been carved out to protect talented kids from exactly the kind of activities you guys come in here to do. Why Orrin, anyway? The kid appears 4 times a game, never gets hit, doesn't even wear pads. A one-trick pony. Why not John Wayne? A more dramatic story, geopolitics, privation, exile, drama. A better player than Hal, even. A more complete game. Aimed like a fucking missile at the show. Maybe the top 5 if he doesn't fuck up or burn down. Wayne's your ideal food group. Which is why we'll keep you off him as long as he's here. The soft profiler looked around at the scalps and knees in the stands, the bags of gear, and a couple incongruous cans of furniture polish.
Carved out of what, though? This place?
From the desk of Helen Steepley, contributing editor, Moment Magazine, 13473, Blasted Expanse Boulevard, Tucson, Arizona, 857048787/2. Mr. Marlon K. Bain, Saprogenic Greetings, Inc., BPL, Waltham, Building 1214, Totten Pond Road, Waltham, Massachusetts, 021549872/4, November YDAU. Dear Mr. Bain, in Phoenix on other business, it has been my good fortune to meet your adolescent friend, Mr. Orrin J. Incandenza, and to have become intrigued with the possibilities of a profile of the Incandenza family and its accomplishments in not only sports but wide-ranging topics such as independent films circa metropolitan Boston, past and present. I am writing to ask for your cooperation in contacting you with questions which you could answer in writing, as I am informed by Mr. Orrin Incandenza you dislike to meet people outside your home and office. I am hoping to hear from you in response to this request at your earliest convenience, etc., etc., etc. Saprogenic greetings. A proud member of the Acme family of gags and notions. Will you care enough to let a professional say it for you? Prepackaged emotions, jokes, and surprises, and wacky disguises. Ms. Helen Steepley and so on. November, YDAU. Dear Ms. Steepley, fire away. VD. M.K. Bain, Saprogenic Greetings, /Acme. From the desk of Helen Steepley, contributing editor, Moment Magazine, 13473 Blasted Expanse Boulevard, Tucson, Arizona, 8570-48787-2. Mr. M.K. Bain, Saprogenic Greetings, Inc., BPL, Waltham, Building 1214, Totten Pond Road, Waltham, Massachusetts, 0215-49872-4. November, YDAU. Dear Mr. Bain, question, 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 question.
269.
Carved out of sedimentary shale and ferrous granite and generic morphic crud, at more or less the same time the hilltop's bulge was shaved off and rolled and impacted level for tennis, are ETA's abundant tunnels. There are access tunnels and hallway tunnels with rooms and labs and pump rooms lung nexus off both sides, utility tunnels and storage tunnels, and little blunt-off tunnels connecting tunnels to other tunnels. Maybe about 16 different tunnels in all, in a shape that's more generally ovoid than anything else. The 11th of November, 1625 hours. Lamont Chu, Josh Gopnik, Audern Talat Kelpsa, Philip Traub, Tim Sleepy TP Peterson, Carl Whale, Kieran McKenna, the bulk of the ambulatory sub-14 male escatonites, plus 10-year-old Kent Blott, are 26 meters directly below the Howl/Darkness Matches show court with Glad handle-tie trash bags
270.
And BP low-diffusion compact mercuric flashlights. Plus, Chu has a clipboard with a pen attached to its clamp with twine. The sounds of competitive sneaker movement and spectatorial bleacher squeaks on the surface, traveling down through meters of compacted crud and polymerized cement tunnel ceiling with parget layer, sound rather like the stealthy dry scuttle of rodents, vermin. And this heightens the excitement that's part of why they're really down here. One part of the reason they're down here is that small U.S. boys seem to have this fetish for getting down in the enclosed fundaments underneath things. Tunnels, caves, ventilator shafts, the horrific areas beneath wooden porches, rather the way older U.S. boys like great perspectival heights and spectacular views encompassing huge swaths of territory. This latter fetish accounting for why ETA's hilltop site is one of its trump cards in the recruiting war with Port Washington and other eastern seaboard academies. Another part is a semi-punitive shit detail in which certain players, judged to have been involved in the recent Eschaton non-strategic combat debacle, but who are uninjured,
271.
And not in the much severer hot water that the big buddies on the scene are in, have been punitively remanded below ground in PM shifts on what's supposed to constitute an unpleasant chore. To scout out the tunneled route, the Testar All-Weather Inflatable Structures Corporation's professional guys will have to take as they haul out from the lung storage room the fiberglass struts and crosspieces and dendrourethane folds that compose the lung for erection of the lung when the ETA administration finally decides that the late fall weather has gone beyond character building and become an impediment to development and morale. This will be soon, because the pro-rectors live in rooms off the larger tunnels, and FDV Hardy's physical plant and maintenance guys have their offices and supplies down here, and because Dr. James Incandenza's old optics and editing facilities are down here off one of the main tunnels, I get used for Leith Ogilvy classes in entertainment production, and for optical science tutorials, etc., and because a couple of the secondary and off tunnels are used for temporary storage by departing seniors who can't tote 8 or more years' worth of accumulated stuff in one postgraduate load, especially if they jet off to some Novitiate Pro satellite circuit for the summer, because that means air travel, 2 bags plus gear max. Some of the tunnels become badly littered in the warm season with trash-type material. And sometimes there's bulky possession-type overflow from the little curved storage tunnels off the pro-rector's hallway. Smaller kids are perfect for recons into low, narrow tunnels, partly blocked with dross. And even though it's no secret around ETA that the smaller boys spend a fair amount of time down in the tunnels anyway, a retributive aspect is lent to this recon detail by making the kids take down handle-tie trash bags to clear away littered exam papers and lab handouts, calculator batteries and banana peels, and Kodiak smokeless tobacco tins, and spirals of synthetic gut racket string, and maintenance guys' hideous cigar butts. Sleepy TP finds 2 bright Trojan wrappers just off the pro-rector's hallway tunnel, and then a couple meters farther along the floor the vermiform gleam of an actual condom, and there's some high-register debate about whether it's a used condom or not. And poor old Kent Blott is finally put in charge of picking it up and putting it in a trash bag, just in case it's a used condom. And empty boxes of complimentary corporate gear, and full boxes of faggy or poorly absorbent gear nobody wants, and habitant can wrappers, and senior trunks, and dorm-sized fridgelets, etc. And also to move whatever boxes they can heft, clear them out of the Testar guys' access route, into the lung storage and pump rooms. And Lamont Chu is supposed to note the location of any boxes or objects too bulky for them to move out of the way, and beefy custodial guys will be dispatched to handle them as they see fit. This is why a fair number of the smaller ETA males don't see Stice take a set off Hal Incandenza and nearly beat him, is that they were remanded down here by Neil Hartigan right after post-conditioning showers. As noted already, they don't much mind it, being down here, now in one of the child-size, diametered off-tunnels between the pro-rector's hallway and the lung storage room. The Escatonites are down here quite a lot anyway. In fact, the sub-14 ETAs historically have a kind of tunnel club. Like many small boys' clubs, the tunnel club's unifying raison d'etre is kind of vague. Tunnel club activities mostly involve congregating informally in the better-lit main tunnels and hanging out and catching each other in lies about their lives and careers before ETA, and recapitulating the most recent eschaton, usually only about 5 a term, and the club's only formal activity is sitting around with a yellowed copy of Robert's Rules, endlessly refining and amending the rules for who can and can't join the Tunnel Club. A true boy-type club, the Tunnel Club's least vague raison d'etre has to do with exclusion. The vital no girls exclusion is the only ironclad part of the Tunnel Club's charter.
272.
With the exception of Kent Blott, every boy down here on this detail is an Eschatonite and a member of the Tunnel Club. Kent Blott, ineligible for Eschaton because he's a humanities-type kid and hasn't even taken quadrivial algebra yet, and excluded from the club under every incarnation of the eligibility requirements thus far, is down here solely because he was heard to maintain at lunch that he was in the north part of the main tunnel between the ComEd locker rooms and the subterranean laundry room this AM, shortcutting back to his room in West House after drills and a sauna, and claimed to have espied, scuttling out of his mercuric light toward one of the secondary tunnels to subdorms C and D and the East Courts and this same general tunnel area they're now in, to have sighted what was either a rat or, he said, what looked even more like a concavitated feral hamster. So, the Eskatonites are also enthusiastic to be down here for potential rodent recon, checking out Blot's claim, and they brought what's either a very nervous or very excited Blot down with them, so they can trace the possible routes Blot said he saw the rodent maybe take, filling their glad handle ties and noting heavy items along the way, and also so they can immediately encircle and discipline Kent Blot if it turns out he was yanking people's chains. Plus, they make Blot be the one to take full trash bags and tie their plastic handles together and drag them back to where the expedition started, the entrance to the large, smooth main tunnel by the boys' sauna, since none of them enjoys dragging full trash bags solo through dark tunnels with the rodential squeaking of match play and spectation far above. Chew holds a penlight in his teeth and writes heavy stuff down. They filled several bags and gotten a lighter shit stacked off back enough to create a narrow route almost all the way to the pump room, around which room hangs a strange, sweet, stale, burny smell that none of them can place. The applause, as Howling Condenser barely takes the first set, above, sounds down here like faraway rain. The off-tunnel's dark as a pocket, but warm and dry, and there's surprisingly little dust. Ducts and coaxials running along the low ceiling make Whale and Talat Kelpsa have to crouch as they walk point, clearing boxes and trying unsuccessfully to move fridgelets back out of the way. There are several pockets of small but heavy, dorm-size Maytag fridgelets, the kind of thing no graduate takes with him, paneled in dark wood-grain plastic, some of them old models with 3-prong plugs instead of chargers. Some of the empty fridgelets have been indifferently scrubbed out and have their doors partway open and smell stale. Most of Chew's inventory for beefy adult removal are either fridgelets or locked trunks, full of what sound like magazines and 8-year-old accumulations of pennies. The muffled rodential squeak of sneakers far overhead excites the Tunnel Club boys and puts them on edge. Philip Traub keeps making little squeaky noises and secretly tickling the back of people's necks, causing enormous excitement and much stopping and starting and tightly enclosed whirling around, until Kieran McKenna captures Traub tickling Josh Gopnik in the bright beam of his PB light, and Gopnik punches Traub in the radial nerve, and Traub clutches his arm and weeps and says he's quitting and going topside. Traub's the youngest kid here except for Blot, and is a probationary second-string launcher in most Eskatons. And they have to stop and let Chew note and mark 2 discarded fridgelets while Peterson and Gopnik try to distract and amuse Traub into staying and not retreating back up to Nwangi and making a high-pitched stink. Discarded fridgelets, empty boxes, immovable and complexly address-labeled trunks, used athletic tape and ace bandages, the occasional empty Visine bottle, which Blot stashes in his sweatshirt pouch for Mike Pemulus's next contest, Optics 1 and 2 lab reports, broken ball machines and stray tennis balls too dead even for the repressurization machine, broken or discarded TP cartridges of stroke analysis filmings or worn-out entertainments, an anomalous set of parfait glasses, fruit peels, and AminoPal energy bar wrappers that the club itself had left down here after meetings, discarded curls of grip and tensile string, several incongruous barrettes, several old broadcast televisions some older kids used to like to keep around to watch the static, and, along the seam of wall and floor, brittle, limb-shaped husks of exfoliated pledge, expanses of arm and leg already half decayed into fragrant dust. This comprising the bulk of the crud down here, and the kids don't much mind scanning and inventorying and bagging it, because their minds are diverted by something else, very exciting. A kind of possible raison d'etre for the club itself. Unless Blot had been tweaking their units, in which case, look out, Blot, is the consensus. Gopnik to a sniffling Traub, while Peterson shines his flashlight on the clipboard for Chew. Mary had a little lamb, its fleece electrostatic, and everywhere that Mary went, the lights became erratic. Carl Whale pretends to be immensely fat, and moves along the wall with a blimpish, splay-legged waddle. Peterson to Traub, while Gopnik holds the light. 18-year-old top-ranked John Wayne had sex with Herr Stitt on a train. They had sex again, and again and again, and again and again and again, which the slightly older kids find more entertaining than Traub does. Kent Blott asks why a wispy-dicked blubberer like Phil gets to be in the Tunnel Club, while his own applications get turned down. And Talat Keltza cuts him short by doing something to him in the dark that makes Blott shriek. It's utterly dark, except for the dime-sized discs of their low-diffusion BPs, because they've left the tunnel's strings of bare overhead bulbs off, because Gopnik, who's originally from Brooklyn and knows from rodents, says only a complete booger-eating moron would do rat reconnaissance in the light, and it seems reasonable to assume that feral hamsters also have a basically ratty attitude toward light. Chew has Blott see whether he can lift a bulky, old, doorless microwave oven that's lying on its side, up next to one wall, and Blott tries, and barely lifts it, and pules. And Chew marks the oven down for the adults to lift, and tells Blott to drop it, which invitation Blott takes literally, and the crash and tinkle infuriate Gopnik and McKenna, who say that scanning for rodents with Blott is like fly fishing with an epileptic, which cheers Traub up quite a bit. Feral hamsters, bogey-wise right up there with mile-high toddlers, skull-deprived wraiths, carnivorous flora, and marsh gas that melts your face off and leaves you with exposed gray and red facial musculature for the rest of your ghoulish pariah life in terms of late-night hair-raising concavity narratives, are rarely sighted south of the Lucite walls and ATH-SCME'd checkpoints that delimit the gray concavity, and only once in a blue moon anywhere south of, like, the new borderburg of Methuen, Massachusetts, whose Chamber of Commerce calls it the city that interdependence rebuilt. And anyway, Pache Blott are hardly ever seen solo, being the sort of rapacious, locust-like mass movement creature that Canadian agronomists call piranha of the plains. An infestation of feral hamsters in the waste-rich terrain of Metro Boston, to say nothing of the clutter-tunneled ETA grounds, would be an almost grand-scale public health disaster, would cause simply no end of adult running in circles and knuckle-biting, and would consume megacalories of displaced pre-adolescent stress for the ETA players. Every ear-cocked, eye-peeled, bag-toting kid in the off-tunnel this afternoon is hoping hamster in a big way, except for Kent Blott, who's hoping simply and fervently for some sort of rodential sighting or scat sample that'll keep him from being disciplinarily hung upside down in a lavatory stall to shriek until a staff member finds him. He reminds the tunnel clubbers that it's not like he'd claimed he espied the thing actually heading in this direction. He'd only seen the thing scuttling in a way that seemed to suggest a tendency or, like, probability of heading in this direction. One whole box on its side with its frayed strapping tape split has spilled part of a load of old TP cartridges, old and mostly unlabeled, out onto the tunnel floor in a fanish pattern, and Gopnik and Peterson complain that the cartridge case's sharp edges put holes in their glad bags, and Blott is dispatched with 3 bags of cartridges and fruit rinds, each only about half full, back to the lit vestibule outside the ComAd tunnel start, where a serious pile of bags is starting to pile fragrantly up. Plus, a confirmed feral hamster sighting, Chew and Gopnik and STP Peterson have agreed, could well distract the headmaster's office from post-eschaton reprisals against Big Buddies Pemulus, Incandenza, and Axford, whom the club's eschatonite faction doesn't want to see reprised against, particularly, though the consensus is nobody would much mind seeing the malefic Ann Kitten plan hung out to dry in a serious way. Plus, hamster incursions could be posited to account for the occult appearance of large and incongruous ETA objects in inappropriate places, which started in August with the thousands of practice balls found scattered all over the blue lobby carpeting, and the carefully arranged pyramid of AminoPal energy bars found on court number 6 at dawn drills in mid-September, and has gained momentum in a way no one cares for one bit. Feral hamsters being notorious draggers and rearrangers of stuff they can't eat but feel compelled to fuck with anyway, somehow. And so ease the communal near-hysteria the objects have caused among Aboriginal blue-collar staff and sub-16 ETA alike, which would make the Tunnel Club guys something like heroes, foreseeably. They move along the tunnel, their mercuric lights crossing and separating and forming jagged angles, colored faintly pink. But even a confirmed rat would be a coup. Dean of Academic Affairs, Mrs. Inc., has a violent phobic thing about vermin and waste and insects and overall facility hygiene. And Orkin men with beer bellies and playing cards with naked girls and high-heeled shoes on the backs, McKenna's claim, spray the bejesus out of the ETA grounds twice a semester. None of the younger ETA boys, who have the same post-latency fetish for vermin they have about subterranean access and exclusive clubs, none of them has ever once gotten to see or trap a rat or roach, or even so much as a lousy silverfish any place around here. So the unspoken consensus is that a hamster'd be optimal, but they'd settle for a rat. Just one lousy rat could give the whole club a legit raison, an explicable reason for congregating underground. All of them are a bit uneasy about liking to congregate underground, for no good or clear reason. Sleeps, you think you could lift that and carry it? Chew, man, I wouldn't even get up next to whatever that is, much less touch it. Blot's footfalls and tuneless whistling can be heard from far away, returning, and the distant squeak of overhead sneakers. Gopnik stops, and his light pans, playing on faces. Okay, somebody farted. What's this up next to it, Sleeps? Chew backing up to widen his light's beam on something broad and squat and dark. Can I get some lights over here on this, you guys? Because did somebody go ahead and cut one in this little unventilated space? Chew, it's a room fridge, that's all. But it's bigger than the room fridges. But it's not as big as a real fridge. It's in between. I do smell something, though, Gop, I admit. There is a smell. If somebody farted, speak up. Otherwise, it's a smell. Don't try to describe it. Sleeps. That's no human fart I've ever smelled. It's too powerful for a fart. Maybe Teddy Shocked was having an attack and staggered down here just to cut one. Peterson trains his light on the mid-sized brown fridge. You don't possibly think... Chew says, no way. No way. What? Blot says. Don't even think it, Chew says. I don't even think any kind of mammal could fart that bad, Chew. Peterson's looking at Chew, both of their faces pale in the mercuric light. No way somebody'd graduate and leave and put their fridge down here without taking the food out. Blot goes, is that the smell? Was this Pearson's fridge last year? Sleepy TP turns around. Who smells like decay element. Lights on the tunnel ceiling from upraised hands. Quorum on decay type odor. Should we check? Chew says. Blot's hamster might be in there. Gnawing on something unspeakable, maybe. You mean open it? Pearson had a bigger than usual fridge. Open it? Chew scratches behind his ear. Me and Gopple light it up. Peterson opens it. Why me? You're closest, Sleeps. Hold your breath. Jesus. Well, back off up here so I can jump way back if anything, flies out. Nobody could be so low. Who would go off and leave a full fridge? Happy to back way off, says Carl Whale, his light receding. Not even Pearson could be that low, leaving food in an unplugged fridge. This could explain rodent attraction and then some. Now look out. Ready? Ow! Get off! Put the light over... Oh, my God! Oh, my God! Such a smell I'm smelling! There's mayonnaise. Oh, he left mayonnaise in there. Why, the bulge in the top of the lid. The ballooning carton of orange juice.
Nothing could live in that, rodent or otherwise.
So why's that sandwich meat moving?
Maggots? Maggots! Shut it! Sleeps! Oh, kick it shut! This right here is exactly as close as I'm ever getting to that fridge ever again, Shoo. The smell's expanding. I can smell it from here, wails tiny distant voice. I'm not enjoying this at all. This is death. Woe to those that gazeth on death. The Bible.
What are maggots?
Should we just run really fast the other way? Second that.
This is probably what the rat or hamster smelled,
Blot ventures. Run!
High receding voices, bobbing lights.
Whale's light way out front. After Styson and Cadenza split the first two sets and Hal dashed into the locker room at the break to put Collyrium brand eyewash in eyes that were bothering him, and DeLint made warped crashing sounds on the tiers as he walked down the bleachers and over to have a word with Stice, who was squatting against the net post, holding his left arm up like a scrubbed surgeon and applying a towel to the arm. DeLint's place up next to Helen Steepley was taken by female pro-rector Terry Poutrincourt. Freshly showered, long-faced, a non-U.S. citizen, a tall Quebecer, former satellite pro in rimless specs, and a violetish ski cap just enough of a shade away from the journalist's hat to make the people behind them pretend to shield their eyes from the clash. The putative newshound introduced herself and asked Poutrincourt who the heavy-browed kid was at the end of the top bleacher behind them, hunched over and gesturing and speaking into his empty fist. James Throch of Philadelphia is better to leave alone to play the broadcaster to himself. He is strange and unhappy, Poutrincourt said, her face long and cavern-cheeked, and not terribly happy-looking itself. Her slight shrugs and way of looking elsewhere while speaking were not unlike Remy Murat's. When we hear you are the journalist for shiny perfumed magazines of fad and trend, we are told to be unfriendly. But me, I think I am friendly. Her smile was rictal and showed confused teeth. My family's loved ones are also large of size. It is difficult to be large. Steepley's pre-assignment decision was to let all size references pass, as if there was some ability to screen out any reference to size or girth, originating possibly in adolescence.
Your Mr. DeLint certainly held himself aloof.
DeLint, when we pro-rectors are suggested to do a thing, he asks to himself only, how can I perfectly do this thing, so the superiors will smile with pleasure at DeLint? Poutrincourt's right forearm is almost twice the size of her left. She wore white sneakers and a Donny warm-up of a deep glowing neutron blue that clashed hideously with both their caps. The circles beneath her eyes were also blue.
Why the instructions to be unfriendly?
Poutrincourt always nodded for a while before she replied to anything, as if things had to go through various translation circuits. She nodded and scratched at her long jaw, thinking, You are here to make publicity a child player, one of our étoiles.
273.
And Dr. Tavis, he is, quantified.
Quarantined? Suspicious? Guarded?
No.
Confused? Torn? In a quandary?
Quandary is how. Because this is a good place, and Harley's good. Better since before the present. Perhaps now he is étoile. A shrug. Long arms akimbo. Hal re-emerged from ComEd and, ankle brace or no, displayed a slow, loose, thoroughbred trot past the pavilion and bleachers, and to the gate in number 12's southern fence, acting as if unwatched by people in bleachers, and tapped two of his big-headed tennis rackets together to listen for the string's pitch, exchanging some neutral words with DeLint, who was standing with Stice at the edge of the transom's shadow. Stice breaking into a half-laugh at something, twirling his racket, and walking back to serve, as Hal retrieved a ball along the north fence. Both players' rackets had large heads and thick frames. Terry Poutrincourt said, And by nature who does not wish the shiny attention? That the magazines with Cologne on their pages say this is étoile? Enfield Tennis Academy, it is good?
I'm here to do a soft, inoffensive profile on his brother, with Hal mentioned only as part of an American family, exceptional in several respects. I don't see what's quandarical for Dr. Tavis about this.
The tiny, plump, officious man who seemed to have a phone tucked under his chin at all times. The kind of frenzied over-cooperation that's a technical interviewer's worst nightmare for an interrogation. The little man's monologue had done to Steepley's brain kind of what a flashbulb does to your eyes, and if he'd explicitly denied him access to the brother, then the denial had been slipped in after he'd worn Steepley down. There was the slight, shaken saw wobble of bleachers as DeLint walked back up. Stacked charts against his chest like a schoolgirl's books. His smile at the Quebecois player in his seat as if he'd never met her before, settling in heavily on Steepley's other side. Glancing down at where the profiler had bracketed notes on the possible sounds a string-hit ball sounds like in cold air. Cut, king, ping, pons, puck, cup, thwa, thwat. The Samizdat Entertainment's director's other son chipped a return that caught the tape and sat there a moment and fell back.
Veux-tu nous parlons en français? Serait plus facile ça?
This invitation because Poutrincourt's eyes had gone hooded the minute the DeLint person joined them. Poutrincourt's shrug was blasé. Francophones are never impressed that anyone else can speak French. Very well, then, look, she said. Poutrincourt did in Quebecois. Pubescent stars are nothing new to this sport. Lenglen, Roswell. In AD 1887, a 15-year-old girl won Wimbledon. She was the first. Everett in the semi-finals of the U.S. Open at 16, 71 or 2. Austin, Jaeger, Graf, Sawamatsu, Venus Williams, Borg, Villander, Chang, Treffert, Medvedev, Esconia, Becker of the AD 80s. Now this new Argentinian, Kleckner. Steepley lit a flunder fume that made DeLint's face spread with distaste.
You compare it as like gymnastics, figure skating, competitive to swim.
Poutrincourt made no comment on Steepley's syntax. Just so then. Good. Steepley was adjusting the long peasant skirt and crossing legs so he was inclined away from DeLint, gazing at a kind of translucent mole on Poutrincourt's long cheek. Poutrincourt's thick, rimless specs were like a scary nun's. She looked more male than anything, long and hard and breastless. Steepley tried to exhale away from everyone.
The word plateau tennis not being required to have neither the size and muscle of the hockey nor the basketball, nor the American football, for example.
Poutrincourt nodded. But yes, nor the millimetric precision of your baseball's hitting, nor how the Italians say the sensoriore, the never-miss consistency that keeps their golfers from true mastery until they have 30 or more years. The prorector switched for just a moment to English, possibly for DeLint's benefit. Your French is Parisian but passable. Mine is Quebecois. Steepley now got to give that same sour Gallic shrug.
You're saying to me serious tennis doesn't need of an athlete anything already adolescents do not possess, if they are exceptional for it.
The medicinists of sports science know well what top tennis requires, Poutrincourt said, back in French. Too well which are the agility, the reflexes.
274.
The short-range speed, the balance, some coordination between the hand and the eye, and very much endurance. Some strength, with particular importance for the male. But all these are achievable by the period of puberty for some. But yes. But wait, she said, putting a hand on the notebook as Steepley started to pretend to inscribe. The thing you have put as the question to me, this is why the quandary. The young players, they have the advantage in psyche, also.
The edge of mentality,
Steepley said, trying to ignore the boy speaking into his hand several seats over. DeLint seemed to be ignoring everything around him, engrossed in the match and his statistics. The Canadian prorector's hands moved in small circles out front to indicate engagement in the conversation. Americans' conversational hands sit like lumps of dough most of the time, Remy Marat had pointed out once.
But yes, so the formidable mental edge that their psyches are still not yet adult in all ways. Therefore, so,
they do not feel the anxiety and pressure in the way it is felt by adult players. This is our story of the teenager appearing from no location to upset the famous adult in professional play. The ephebic. They do not feel the pressure. They can play with abandon. They are without fear. A cold smile. Sunlight blazed on her lenses. At the beginning they are without pressure or fear, and they burst from seemingly no location onto the professional stage. Instant étoile. Phénoménal. Fearless. Immunized to pressure. Numb to anxiety. At first. They seem as if they are like the adult players, only better. Better in emotion, more abandoned, not human to the stress or fatigue or the airplaning without end, to the publicity.
The English expression of the child in the store of candy.
Seemingly unfeeling of the loneliness and alienation, and everyone wants a thing from the étoile.
The money also.
But it is soon you start to see the burning out which the place like ours is hoping to prevent. You remember Jaeger? Burned out at 16. Austin at 20. Arias and Kriegstein. Esconia and Treffet. Too injured to play on by their late teenage years.
The much-promising Capriati. The well-known tragedy.
Pat Cash of Australia. Fourth on earth at 18. Vanished by the 20s of age.
Not to be mentioning the large money, the endorsings and appearings.
Always so for the young étoile. And now worse in today, that the sponsors have no broadcasting to advertise with.
Now the ephebe who is famous étoile,
who is in magazines, on the sports reports au disque, he is pursued to become the billboard who walks. Use this, wire this, for money. Millions thrown at you before you can drive the cars you buy. The head swells to the size of a balloon. Why not?
But can pressure be far behind the back? Steeply said.
Many times the same. Winning 2 and 3 upset matches, feeling suddenly so loved, so many talking to you as if there is love. But always the same then. For then you awaken to the fact that you are loved for winning only.
The 2 and 3 wins created you for people.
It is not that the wins made them recognize something that existed unrecognized before these upset wins. The from-no-place winning created you. You must keep winning to keep the existence of love and endorsements, and the shiny magazines wanting your profile.
Enter the pressure, Steeply said.
Pressure such as one could not imagine. Now that to maintain you must win. Now that winning is the expected, and all alone, in the hotels, on the airplanes, with any other player you could speak to of the pressure to exist wanting to beat you, wanting to exist above and not below. All the others, wanting from you, and only so long as you play with abandon, winning.
Hence the suicides, the burnout, the drugs, the self-indulging, the spoilage.
What is the instruction if we shape the ephebe into the athlete who can win fearlessly to be loved, yet we do not prepare her for the time after fear comes? No?
Therefore the terrible pressure here. They are being tempered, oven-toughened.
Hal served wide and this time followed it in, the serve, taking a stutter step at the service line. Stice's body seemed to elongate as he reached and got the stick up over the return, driving a forehand. Hal volleyed it too short and took a couple steps off the net as Stice came in, winding up for an easy pass. Hal guessed a direction and started to his left, and the darkness chipped a lob right over him and hit the heel of his hand against his strings as Hal gave it up halfway back. Stice not rubbing it in, but exhorting himself. Hal's sweat was way heavier than the Kansan's, but Stice's face was almost maroon with flush, Each player twirled his stick in his hand as Hal walked back to retrieve the ball. Stice took his position in the deuce court, pulling up his socks. "Still smart for Hal to follow the serve in once a game or so," Dillon said into Steepley's ear. And irritating throughout was the heavy-browed, red-nostrilled kid James Troeltsch, at the very end of the top bleacher, speaking into his fist, coming at the fist from first one angle and then another, pretending to be two people. "Incandenza the controller. Incandenza the tactician. Rare tactical lapse for Incandenza, following the serve in when he's just finally started establishing control from the baseline. Have a look at Incandenza standing there waiting for Ortho Stice to finish futzing with his socks so he can serve. The resemblance to statues of Augustus of Rome. The regal bearing, the set of the head, the face impassive and emanating command, the chilly blue eyes. The chilly reptilian film of concentration in the cold blue eyes, Jim. The Halster's been having some trouble controlling his volleys. Personally, Jim, I think he'd be better off with his old mid-sized graphite stick than that large head the creepy Dunlop guy got him to switch to. Stice being the younger player out there, he's grown up with the extra-large head. The large head is all the darkness knows. You could say Stice was born with a large head, and that Incandenza's a man who's adapted his game to a large head. Hal's career dating back to before your polycarbonate resins changed the whole power matrix of the junior game, too, Jim. And what a day for tennis. What a day for family fun of all kinds. This Bud's for the whole family. It's the Bud Match of the Week, brought to you. Incandenza even reported to have modified his grip, all to accommodate the large head. And by the multiphasics family of fine graphite-reinforced polycarbonate resins, Ray. Jim, Ortho Stice, impossible to even visualize Stice without his trusty large head. It's all they know, these kids. DeLint hiked back onto an elbow on the tier above and told James Troeltsch to regulate the volume, or he was going to take a personal interest in seeing Troeltsch suffer. Hal bounced the ball 3 times, tossed, rocked farther back on the toss, and absolutely crunched the serve, spineless and wickedly angled out wide. Stice grotesquely off balance, lunging too far, and hitting the backhand cramped, down the line and shallow. Hal moved into the service line for it, hunched, and with his stick cocked up behind him, looking somehow insectile. Stice stood in the middle of the baseline, awaiting pace, and was helpless when Hal shortened the stroke and dribbled it at an angle cross-court, barely clearing the net, and distorted with backspin and falling into the half-meter of fair space the acuteness of the angle allowed. "Incandenza has the greater tennis brain," Poutrincourt said in English. Hal aced Stice down the center to go up either 2-1 or 3-2 in the third. "The thing you want to know about Hal, babe, is he's got a complete game," DeLint said, as the boys changed ends of the court, Stice holding 2 balls out before him on the face of his racket. Hal went to the towel again. The children along the bottom tier were leaning left and then right in tandem, amusing themselves. The apparition with the lens and metal pole was gone overhead. "What do you want to know, watching juniors at this level?" DeLint says, still back on an elbow, so his upper body was out of sight, and he was just legs and a voice in Steepley's cold ear. "They all have different strengths, areas of the game they're better at, and you can drown in profiling a match or a player in terms of the different strengths and the number of individual strengths."
"I am not here to profile the boy,"
Steepley said, but in French again. DeLint ignored him. "It's not just the strengths or the number of strengths. It's, do they come together to make a game? How complete is a kid? Has he got a game? Those kids at lunch you gotta meet."
"But not speak to."
"The kid in the idiotic hat, Pemulus. Mike's got great volleys. He's a natural at net. Great hand-eye. Mike's other strength is he's got the best lob in East Coast juniors, bar none. These are his strengths. The reason both of these kids you're looking at out here right now can beat the living shit out of Pemulus is Pemulus's strengths don't give him a complete game. Volleys are an offensive shot. A lob's a baseliner's weapon, counterpuncher. You can't lob from the net or volley from the baseline.
He says Michael Pemulus's abilities cancel each other out.
275.
Poutrincourt said in the other ear. Delint made the small salam of iteration. Pemulus's strengths cancel each other out. Now, Todd Postlethwaite, the littler kid with the bandage on his nose from the soap and shower slipping thing, Postlethwaite's also got a great lob. And while Pemulus would take him right now on pure age and power, Postlethwaite's the technically superior player with a better future because Todd's built a complete game out of his lob.
This Delint is wrong, Poutrincourt said in Quebecois, smiling rictily across steeply at Delint. Because Postlethwaite won't come in to net. Postlethwaite hangs back at any cost, and unlike Pemulus, he works to develop the ground strokes to let him step back and draw the other guy in and use that venomous lob. Which means at 14 his game, it will never change or grow. And if he grows strong and wishes to attack, he will never be able, Poutrincourt said. Delint displayed so little curiosity about what Poutrincourt inserted that Steepley wondered if he had some French on the sly, and made a private ideogram to this effect. Postlethwaite's a pure defensive strategist. He's got a gestalt. The term we use here for a complete game is either gestalt or complete game. Stice aced Hal out wide on the ad court again, and the ball got stuck in an interstitial diamond in the chain-link fencing, and Hal had to put his stick down and use both hands to force the thing out. Maybe for your article, though, the poop on this kid, the punter's brother, Hal can't lob half as good as even Postlethwaite, and compared to Ortho or Mike, his net play's pedestrian. But unlike his brother when he was here, see, Hal's strengths have started to fit together. He's got a great serve, a great return of serve, and great ground strokes with great control and great touch, great command of touch and spin. And he can take a defensive player and yank the kid around with his superior control, and he can take an attacking player and use the guy's own pace against him. Hal passed Stice off the backhand down the line, and the ball looked sure to land fair, and then at the last possible second it veered out, an abrupt, tight curve out of bounds, as if some freak gust came out of nowhere and blew it out. And Stice looked more surprised than Hal did. The punter's brother's face registered nothing as he stood at the ad corner, adjusting something on his strings. But perhaps one does attain this to win. Imagine you. You become just what you have given your life to be. Not merely very good, but the best. The good philosophy of here and Stitt, I believe this philosophy of Anfield is more Canadian than American, so you may see I have prejudice, is that you must have also, so leave to one side for a moment the talent and work to become best. That you are doomed if you do not have also within you some ability to transcend the goal.
276.
Transcend the success of the best, if you get to there. Steepley could see, off in the parking lot behind the hideous, bulging Neo-Georgian cube of the Community and Administration building, several small boys carrying and dragging white plastic bags to the nest of dumpsters that abutted the pines at the parking lot's rear. The children pale and wild-eyed, and conferring among themselves and casting anxious looks across the grounds at the crowd behind the show court. Then, Poutrincourt said, and for the ones who do become the étoiles, the lucky who become profiled and photographed for readers, and in the USA religion make it, they must have something built into them along the path that will let them transcend it, or they are doomed. We see this in experience. One sees this in all obsessive goal-based cultures of pursuit. Look at the Japonois, the suicide rates of their latter years. This task of us at the Anfield is more delicate still, with the, for you, if you attain your étoile, goal, and cannot find some way to transcend the experience of having that goal be your entire existence, your raison d'être.
277.
So then, one of two things we see will happen. Steepley had to keep breathing on the pen to keep the point thawed. One is that you attain the goal, and realize the shocking realization that attaining the goal does not complete or redeem you. does not make everything for your life okay, as you are in the culture, educated to assume it will do this goal. And then you face this fact that what you had thought would have the meaning does not have the meaning when you get it, and you are impaled by shock. We see suicides in history by people at these pinnacles. The children here are versed in what is called the saga of Eric Clipperton.
With 2 P's?
Just so. Or the other possibility of doom for the étoiles who attain. They attain the goal, thus, and put as much equal passion into celebrating their attainment as they had put into pursuing the attainment. This is called here the syndrome of the endless party. The celebrity, money, sexual behaviors, drugs and substances, the glitter. They become celebrities instead of players. And because they are celebrities only as long as they feed the culture of goals' hunger for the make it, the winning, they are doomed. Because you cannot both celebrate and suffer, and play is always suffering, just so. Our best boy is better than Hal. You'll see him play tomorrow if you want. John Wayne. No relation to the real John Wayne. A fellow compatriot of Terry here. Aubrey DeLint was sitting back up beside them, the cold giving his pitted cheeks a second flush. 2 feverish harlequin ovals. John Wayne's got a gestalt because Wayne simply got everything, and everything with him's got the sort of pace that a touch artist and thinker like Hal just can't handle.
This was the founder's philosophy, too, of doom? The punter Incandenza's father, who also, I am being told, dabbled in filming? Steeply asked the Canadian.
Poutrincourt's shrug could have meant too many things to note. I came after. Monsieur Stitt, his different goal for the étoile is to walk between these. Nor did Steeply quite notice the woman's shifts between dialects. To map out some path between needing the success and mockery-making of the success. DeLint leaned in. Wayne's got everything. Hal's strength has become knowing he doesn't have everything, and constructing a game as much out of what's missing as what's there. Steeply pretended to arrange the cap, but was really adjusting the wig.
It all sounds awfully abstract for something so physical.
Poutrincourt's shrug pushed her glasses slightly up. It is contradictory. 2 selves, one not there. Monsieur Stitt, when the Academy founder died—
The punter's father who dabbled in films?
Steeply's raglan sweater had been his wife's. Again, nodding blandly, Poutrincourt. This academic founder, Monsieur Stitt, tells that this founder was a student of types of sight. DeLint said, Wayne's only possible limits being also his strength. The tungsten steel will and resolve, the insistence on imposing his game and his will on his man, totally unwilling to change the pace of his game if he's not doing good. Wayne's got the touch and the lobs to hang back on an off day, but he won't. If he's down or things aren't going his way, he just hits harder. His pace is so overwhelming he can get away with being uncompromising about attack against North American juniors. But in the show, which Wayne'll go pro maybe as soon as next year, in the show, flexibility is more important, he'll find. Humility. Poutrincourt was looking at Steeply almost too carelessly, it almost seemed. The studying was not so much how one sees a thing, but this relation between oneself and what one sees. It translated this numerously across different fields, Monsieur Stitt tells.
The son described his father as, quote, genre dysphoric.
Poutrincourt cocked her head. This does not sound like Hal Incandenza. DeLint sniffed meatily. But Wayne's gestalt's chief edge over Hal is the head. Wayne is pure force. He doesn't feel fear, pity, remorse. When a point's over, it might as well have never happened. For Wayne. Hal actually has finer ground strokes than Wayne, and he could have Wayne's pace if he wanted. But the reason Wayne is 3 continentally and Hal's 6 is the head. Hal looks just as perfectly dead out there, but he's more vulnerable in terms of, emotionally.
Hal remembers points, senses trends in a match. Wayne doesn't. Hal's susceptible to fluctuations, discouragement, set long lapses in concentration. Some days you can almost see Hal flit in and out of a match, like some part of him leaves and hovers and then comes back. The Trollch person said, "Holy crow!"
So to survive here for later is, finally, to have it both ways?
Terry Poutrincourt said quietly, in nearly accentless English, as if to herself. This emotional susceptibility in terms of forgetting being more commonly a female thing. Stitt and I think it's a will issue. Susceptible wills are more common to the top girls here. We see it in Longley. We see it in Millie Kent and Franny Unwin. We don't see this forgetful will in the Vaughts, or in Spodek, who you can watch if you want. The Trollch person said, "Could we see that again, Ray, do you think?" Steepley was looking at the side of Poutrincourt's face as DeLint on the other side was saying, "But the one we see this most in is Hal." The 14th of November, year of the Depend Adult Undergarment. The Man-O-War Grill on Prospect. Matty sat in the hot clatter of the Portuguese restaurant with his hands in his lap, looking at nothing. A waiter brought his soup. The waiter had bits of either bloodstain or soup on his apron, and for no discernible reason wore a fez. Matty ate his soup without once slurping. He'd been the neat eater in the family. Matty Pemulus was a prostitute, and today he was 23. The Man-O-War Grill is on Prospect Street in Cambridge, and its front windows overlook the heavy foot traffic between Inman and Central Squares. As Matty waited for his soup, he'd seen across the restaurant and out the front's glass a bag-lady-type older female in several clothing layers lift her skirts and lower herself to the pavement and move her scraggly old bowels right there in full view of passers-by and diners both, then gather all her plastic shopping bags together and walk stolidly out of view. The pile of bowel movement sat there on the pavement, steaming slightly. Matty'd heard the college kids at the next table say they didn't know whether to be totally illed or totally awed. A big rangy kid with a big sharp face and tight short hair and a smile and a shaved twice jaw since he was 14, now balding smoothly back from a high, clear forehead. A permanent smile that always seemed like he was trying not to but just couldn't help it. His da always formally saying to wipe it off. Inman Square, Little Lisbon. The soup has bits of calamari that make the muscles in his face flex, chewing. Now 2 Brazilians in bell-bottoms and tall shoes along the sidewalk across the window over the diners' heads. What might be a brewing street fight. One walking forward and one walking backward, facing off as they move, each missing the dollop of bowel movement on the walk, speaking high-volume street Portuguese, muffled by windows and hot clatter, but each looking around and then pointing at his own chest like, "You saying this shit to me?" Then the forward man's sudden charge carrying them both past the window's right frame. Matty's dad come over on a boat from Louth in Leinster in 1989. Matty'd been 3 or 4. Dodd worked on the Southie docks, coiling lengths of rope as big around as phone poles into tall cones, and had died when Matty was 17 of pancreatic complaints. Matty looked up from the roll he was dipping in the soup and saw 2 underweight, interracial girls moving across the window. One, a nigger, neither even looking at the shit everyone's stepping around, and then a few seconds behind them, poor Tony Krause, who, because of the trousers and cap, Matty didn't even recognize as poor Tony Krause, until he'd looked back down and then up again. Poor Tony Krause looked god-awful. Sucked out, hollow-eyed, past ill, grave-ready, his face's skin the greenish-white of extreme-depth marine life, looking less alive than undead, identifiable as poor Tony, only by the boa and red leather coat, and the certain way he held his hand to his throat's hollow as he walked. That way Equus Reese, always said, always reminded him of black-and-white era starlets descending curved stairs into some black tie function. Kraus never so much walking as making an infinite series of grand entrances into pocket after pocket of space. A queenly hauteur, now both sickening and awesome given Kraus's spectral mien, passing across the grille's window, his eyes either on or looking right through the two skinny girls plodding ahead of him, following them out of the window's right-hand side. His dad begun fucking Maddie up the ass when Maddie was 10. A fucking taboom. Maddie had complete recall of the whole thing. He'd seen sometimes where persons that had unpleasant things happen to them as children blocked the unpleasantness out in their mentality as adults and forgot it. Not so with Maddie Pemulus. He remembered every inch and pimple of every single time. His father outside the little room Matt and Mickey slept in, late at night. The cat's-eye sliver of lit hallway through the crack in the door Dodd opened. The door on well-oiled hinges opening with the implacable slowness of a rising moon. Da's shadow lengthening across the floor, and then the man, his very self, weaving in behind it. Crossing the moonlit floor in darned socks, and that smell about him that later Maddie'd know was malt liquor, but at that age he and Mickey called something else when they smelled it. Maddie lay and pretended to sleep. He didn't know why tonight he pretended not to know the man was there. He was afraid. Even the first time. Mickey, just 5. All the times were the same. Da, drunk. Tacking across the bedroom floor, a certain stealth. Managing somehow never to break his neck on the toy trucks and tiny cars scattered on the floor, left there that first time by accident. Sitting on the edge of the bed so his weight changed the bed's angle. A big man smelling of tobacco and something else, his breath always audible when drunk. Sitting on the edge of the bed, shaking Maddie awake, to the point where Maddie'd had to pretend to wake up, asking if he'd been asleep. Sleeping, there was he. Tenderness, caresses that were somehow just over the line from true ethnic Irish fatherly affection. The emotional largesse of a man without a green card who daily broke his back for his family's food. Caresses that were in some vague way just over the line from that, and from the emotional largesse of something else, drunk, when all the rules of mood were suspended, and you never knew from minute to minute whether you were to be kissed or hit. Impossible to say how, or even know how, they were just over those lines. But they were, the caresses. Tenderness, caresses, low, soft, oversweet, hot, bad breath, soft apologies for some flash of savagery or discipline from the day, a way of cupping the pillow-warm cheek and jaw in the hollow of the hand, the huge pinky finger, tracing the hollow between throat and jaw. Maddie'd shrink away. Shy, are we, son? Scared, are we? Maddie'd shrink away even after he knew the shrinking fear was part of what brought it on, for Da'd get angry. Who are we scared of, then? Then who are we, a son, to be scared so of our own Da? As if the Da that broke daily his back were nothing more than a... Can't a Da show his son some love without being taken for a... As if Maddie could lie here with his food inside him under bedding he'd paid for and think his Da were no better than a... Is it a fucking you're scared of, then? You think a Da what comes in to speak to his son and holds him as a Da has naught on his mind but the fook? As if the son were some $40 whore off the docks. As if the Da were a... Is that what you take me for? Is that what you take me for, then? Maddie shrinking back into a flattening pillow the Dodd paid for. The springs of the convertible bed singing with his fear. He shook. Why, then, so then I've a mind to give you just what you're thinking to fear. Take me for. Maddie knew early on that his being afraid fueled the thing somehow, made his doll want to. He was unable not to be afraid. He tried and tried, cursed himself for a coward and deserving, all but calling his father a... It was years before he snapped to the fact that his Dodd have fooked him into boom, no matter what he'd done. That the event was laid out before the first slim line of door light broadened. and whatever Maddie'd felt or betrayed made no difference. An advantage to not blocking it out is you can snap to things later, with maturer perspective. You can come to see that no Soon on the planet could in any way ask for that, regardless. At a certain later age, he started lying there when his da shook him and pretended to sleep on, even when the shakes got to where his teeth clacked together, in a mouth that wore the slight smile Maddie decided truly sleeping people's faces always wore. The harder his father shook him, the tighter Maddie'd shut his eyes, and the more set the slight smile, and the louder the rasps of the cartoon snores he alternated with exhaled whistles. Mickey, over in the cot by the window, always silent as a tomb, on his side, face to the wall and hidden. Never a word between them about anything more than the chances of being kissed versus hit. Finally, Dodd grab both his shoulders and flip him over with a sound of disgust and frustration. Maddie thought just the smell of the fear was maybe enough to deserve it, until, later on, he got some maturer perspective. He remembered the oval sound of the cap coming off the jar of petroleum jelly, that special stone-and-pond plop of a Vaseline cap, not childproof even in an era of childproof caps. Hearing his da muttering as he applied it to himself, feeling the ice-cold, awful cold finger between him as his da smeared the stuff roughly around Maddie's rosebud, his dark star. It was only the maturer perspective of years and experience that let Maddie find something to be thankful for, that the Dodd at least used a lube. The origins of the big man's clear familiarity with the stuff and its nighttime use not even adult perspective could illuminate. Let Maddie snap to, still, now, at 23. One hears say cirrhosis and acute pancreatitis and thinks of the subject clutching his middle like an old film's gut-shot actor and slumping quietly over to eternal rest with lids shut and face composed. Maddie's Dodd died choking on aspirated blood, a veritable fountain of the darkest possible blood. Maddie coated a spray paint russet as he held the man's yellow wrists, and Mum lumbered off down the ward in search of a crash cart team. Particles aspirated so terribly fine, like almost atomized, so that they hung in the air like the air itself over the cribbed bed as the man expired, cat-yellow eyes wide open, and face screwed into the very most god-awful, rictusized grin of pain. His last thoughts, if any, unknowable. Maddie still toasted the man's final memory with his first shot, whenever he indulged.
278.
The 11th of November, year of the Depend adult undergarment. First thing after supper, Hal drops around to Stitt's room off the ComEd lobby to go through the motions of getting some input on just what had gone so terribly wrong against Stice. Also to get, maybe, some kind of bead on why he'd had to play the darkness publicly in the first place, so close to the Whataburger. That is, like what the exhibition might have signified. This endless tension among ETAs about how the coaches are seeing you, gauging your progress. Is your stock going up or down? But Ada Lint's the only one in there, working on some sort of oversized, spreadsheetish chart, lying prone and shirtless on the bare floor with his chin in his hand and a pungent magic marker, and says Stitt has gone off on the cycle somewhere after confections, but to sit down. Presumably meaning in a chair. So Hal's subjected to several minutes of DeLint's take on the match, complete with stats out of the prorector's head. DeLint's back is pale and constellated with red pits of old pimples, though the back's nothing compared to Struck's or Shaw's back. There's a cane chair and a wood chair. DeLint's liquid crystal laptop screen pulses grayly on the floor next to him. Stitt's room's overlit, and there's no dust, anywhere, not even in the very corners. Stitt's sound system's lights are on, but nothing's playing. Neither Hal nor DeLint mentions Oren's profiler's presence in the match's stands, nor the big lady's long interchange with Poutrincourt, which had been conspicuous. Stice's and Wayne's names are at the top of the huge chart on the floor, but Hal's name isn't. Hal says he can't tell whether he's made some sort of basic tactical error, or whether he just wasn't quite up to snuff this afternoon or what. "You just never quite occurred out there, kid," Dill enterprises him. He has regressed certain figures to back this up, this non-occurrence. His choice of words chills Hal to the root. After which, during what's supposed to be mandatory PM study period, and despite the 3 chapters of boards prep his boards prep schedule calls for, Hal sits alone up in viewing room 6, the bad leg out along the couch in front of him, flexing the bad ankle idly, holding the other leg's knee to his chest, squeezing a ball but with the hand he doesn't play with, chewing Kodiak and spitting directly into an unlined wastebasket, his expression neutral, watching some cartridges of his late father's entertainments. Anyone else looking at him in there tonight would call Hal depressed. He watches several cartridges all in a row. He watches The American Century as Seen Through a Brick, and Prenuptial Agreement of Heaven and Hell, and then part of Valuable Coupon Has Been Removed, which is maddening because it's all a monologue from some bespectacled little contemporary of Miles Penn and Heath Pearson, who was almost as ubiquitous as Reet and Bain in himself's work, but whose name right now Hal can't for the life of him recall. He watches parts of Death in Scarsdale, and Union of Publicly Hidden in Lynn, and Various Small Flames, and Kinds of Pain. The viewing room has insulated paneling behind the wallpaper and is essentially soundproof. Hal watches half of the Medusa versus Odalisque thing, but takes it out abruptly when people in the audience start getting turned to stone. Hal tortures himself by imagining swarthy, leering types threatening to torture various loved ones if Hal can't come up with the name of the kid in Valuable Coupon, and Low-Temperature Civics, and Wave Bye-Bye to the Bureaucrat. There are 2 cartridges on VR6's glass shelves of himself getting interviewed in various arty community access cable-type forums, which Hal declines to watch. The light's slight flicker and subtle change in the pressure of the room is from the ETA furnaces kicking on way down in the tunnels below ComAd. Hal shifts uneasily on the couch, spitting into the wastecan. The very faint smell of burnt dust is also from the furnace. A minor short didactic one Hal likes and runs twice in a row is Wave Bye-Bye to the Bureaucrat. A bureaucrat in some kind of sterile fluorescent-lit office complex is a fantastically efficient worker when awake, but he has this terrible problem waking up in the AM and is consistently late to work, which in a bureaucracy is idiosyncratic and disorderly and wholly unacceptable, and we see this bureaucrat getting called into a supervisor's pebbled glass cubicle, and the supervisor, who wears a severely dated leisure suit with his shirt collar flaring out on either side of its rust-colored lapels, tells the bureaucrat that he's a good worker and a fine man, but that this chronic tardiness in the AM is simply not going to fly. And if it happens one more time, the bureaucrat is going to have to find another fluorescent-lit office complex to work in. It's no accident that in a bureaucracy getting fired is called termination, as in ontological erasure. And the bureaucrat leaves his supervisor's cubicle, duly shaken. That night, he and his wife go through their Bauhaus condominium, collecting every alarm clock they own, each one of which is electric and digital and extremely precise, and they festoon their bedroom with them. So there are like a dozen timepieces with their digital alarms, all set for 06:15 hours. But that night, there's a power failure, and all the clocks lose an hour or just sit there blinking 0-100 hours over and over, and the bureaucrat still oversleeps the next AM. He wakes late, lies there for a moment staring at a blinking 0000. He shrieks, clutches his head, throws on wrinkled clothes, ties his shoes in the elevator, shaves in the car, blasting through red lights on the way to the commuter rail. The 0816 train to the city pulls into the station's lower level, just as the crazed bureaucrat's car screeches into the station's parking lot, and the bureaucrat can see the top of the train sitting there, idling from across the open lot. This is the very last temporarily feasible train. If the bureaucrat misses this train, he'll be late again and terminated. He hauls into a handicapped spot and leaves the car there at a crazy angle, vaults the turnstile, and takes the stairs down to the platform 7 at a time, sweaty and bug-eyed. People scream and dive out of his way. As he careers down the long stairway, he keeps his crazed eyes on the open doors of the 0816 train, willing them to stay open just a little longer. Finally, filmed in a glacial slow-mo, the bureaucrat leaps from the 7th to the bottom step and lunges toward the train's open doors, and right in mid-lunge, smashes headlong into an earnest-faced little kid with thick glasses and a bow tie and those nerdy little schoolboy shorts, who's tottering along the platform under a tall armful of carefully wrapped packages. Ker-wham! They collide. Bureaucrat and kid both stagger back from the impact. The kid's packages go flying all over the place. The kid recovers his balance and stands there, stunned, glasses and bow tie askew.
279.
The bureaucrat looks frantically from the kid to the litter of packages, to the kid, to the train's doors, which are still open. The train thrums. Its interior is fluorescent lit and filled with employed, ontologically secure bureaucrats. You can hear the station's PA announcer saying something tinny and garbled about departure. The stream of platform foot traffic opens around the bureaucrat and the stunned boy and the litter of packages. Ogilvie once lectured for a whole period on this kid's character as an instance of the difference between an antagonist and a deuteragonist in moral drama. He'd mentioned the child actor's name over and over. Hal tries thwacking himself just over the right eye several times to dislodge the name. The film's bureaucrat's buggy eyes keep going back and forth between the train's open doors and the little kid, who's looking steadily up at him, almost studious, his eyes big and liquid behind the lenses. Hal doesn't remember who played the bureaucrat either, but it's the kid's name that's driving him bats. The bureaucrat's leaning away, inclined way over toward the train doors, as if his very cells were being pulled that way. But he keeps looking at the kid, the gifts, struggling with himself. It's a clear internal conflict moment, one of himself's film's very few. The bureaucrat's eyes suddenly recede back into their normal places in his sockets. He turns from the fluorescent doors and bends to the kid, and asks if he's okay, and says it'll all be okay. He cleans the kid's spectacles with his pocket handkerchief, picks the kid's packages up. About halfway through the packages, the PA issues something final, and the train's doors close with a pressurized hiss. The bureaucrat gently loads the kid back up with packages, neatens them. The train pulls out. The bureaucrat watches the train pull out, expressionless. It's anybody's guess what he's thinking. He straightens the kid's bow tie, kneeling down the way adults do when they're ministering to a child, and tells him he's sorry about the impact and that it's okay. He turns to go. The platform's mostly empty now. Now, the strange moment. The kid cranes his neck around the packages and looks up at the guy as he starts to walk away. "Mister," the kid says, "are you Jesus?" "Don't I wish," the ex-bureaucrat says over his shoulder, walking away, as the kid shifts the packages and frees one little hand to wave bye at the guy's topcoat's back as the camera, revealed now as mounted on the 0816's rear, recedes from the platform and picks up speed. Wave bye-bye to the bureaucrat remains Mario's favorite of all their late father's entertainments, possibly because of its unhip earnestness. Though to Mario he always maintains it's basically goo, Hal secretly likes it too, the cartridge, and likes to project himself imaginatively into the ex-bureaucrat's character on the leisurely drive home toward ontological erasure. As a kind of weird self-punishment, Hal also plans to subject himself to the horrific Fun with Teeth and Baby Pictures of Famous Dictators. Then finally to one of himself's posthumous hits, a cartridge called Blood Sister, One Tough Nun, that he'd always found kind of gratuitously nasty and overwrought, but which Hal has no idea that this piece of entertainment actually germinated out of James O. Incandenza's one brief and unpleasant experience with Boston AA in the BS mid-90s, when himself lasted 2.5 months and then drifted gradually away, turned off by the simplistic God stuff and covert dogma. Bob hopeless, Hal spits way more than is his norm now, and also likes having the waste can right nearby in case he might throw up. That afternoon, he'd had zilch in the way of a kinesthetic sense. He couldn't feel the ball in his stick. His nausea has nothing to do with watching his father's cartridges. For the last year, his arm's been an extension of his mind, and the stick an extension of the arm, acutely sensitive. Each of the cartridges is a carefully labeled black diskette. They're all signed neatly out on the clipboard by the egg-shaped glass bookshelf, and are loaded in the queuing slots, and waiting to drop, in order, and be digitally decoded. The 14th of November, year of the Depend Adult Undergarment. P.T. Krause, North Cambridge. That infamous, deceptive post-seizure feeling of well-being. That broken fever, reversal of fortune type, high-hearted feeling after a neuroelectric event. Poor Tony Krause awoke in the ambulance, lizardless and continent, and feeling right as rain. Lay there and flirted with the blue-jawed paramedic leaning over him. Certain body entendres on expressions like vital signs and dilation, until the paramedic radioed ahead to Cambridge City's E-room to cancel the crash cart. Manipulated his skinny arms in a parodic minimal mambo lying there. Fiddly-dee-deed the paramedic's warning that post-seizure feelings of well-being were notoriously deceptive and transient. And then also the little-mentioned advantage to being destitute and in possession of a health card that's expired and not even in your name. Hospitals show you a kind of inverted respect. A place like Cambridge City Hospital bows to your will not to stay. They all of a sudden defer to your subjective diagnostic knowledge of your own condition, which post-seizure condition you feel has turned the corner toward improvement. They bow to your quixotic will. It's unfortunately not a free hospital, but it is a free country. They honor your wishes and compliment your mambo and say, go with God. It's a good thing you can't see what you look like, though. And the serendipity of Cambridge City Hospital being just an 8-block stroll east on Cambridge Street, and then south on Prospect, through mentholated autumn air, through Inman Square and up to Antitois Entertainment. Maybe the one last place where our renewed, post-seizure, on the diagnostic upswing of still slightly shaky, young gender dysphoric, might yet expect a bit of kindness, pharmacological credit, since the affairs of Wu, and Copley Library, and Heart. The big brick cake of the hospital behind Krause in purple twilight. The brisk click of his heels on pavement. Boa, semi-formally loose on his shoulders and down beneath each arm. Hand holding red leather collar close to the throat. Head up, and staying that way on its own. Steady eyes meeting with blasé dignity the eyes of whoever passes. The dignity of a man risen by will from the ashes of withdrawal, and now on the upswing and with places to go and potentially considerate Canadians to see. A charming and potentially, once again, in the not-too-distant future, gorgeous creature, with the renewed wherewithal to now meet the eyes of Inman Square pedestrians, veering sharply away from the residual smells of men's room stall and subway vomit, the ashes from which he's been rescued and risen once again, feeling righter than rain. A rind of moon hanging cocked above a 4-spired church. And the emergent stars are yo-yos, you feel, after a seizure. Poor Tony feels as if he could cast them out, draw them in again at will. The way poor Tony Krause, Lola's sister, and Susan T. Cheese became mercenary adjuncts to something dour Bertrand Antitois had invited them to call Front Contre ON Isme, was that, for a heavily cut bundle to split 6 ways, Lola's sister, Susan T. Cheese, P.T. Krause, Bridget Tenderhole, Equus Reese, and the late Stokely Darkstar McNair had to wear identical red leather coats and auburn wigs and spike heels and go and hang around the lobby of Harvard Square's Sheraton Commander Hotel with 6 mannish-looking women in the same wigs and coats, while an androgynous Quebecer insurgent, who filled out his red leather coat in a way that made Bridget Tenderholt dig his nails into his palms in sheer green envy, came through the commander's revolving lucite doors and strode purposefully into the crowded epaulette ballroom, and threw foul semi-liquid violet waste from a souvenir miniature waste displacement barrel in the face of the Canadian Minister of Inter-ONAN Trade, who was addressing the U.S. press from a leaf-shaped rostrum. The decoys were then required to mill hysterically in the lobby, all 12 of them, and then hit the revolving doors and disperse in a dozen different vectors as the androgynous waist-wielding Quebecer legged it out of the epaulette ballroom and lobby, pursued by white-suited men with earplugs and Cobra M11 sub-automatics. So the security guys would see identical epicene figures high-heeling it away in different directions and get fuddled about who to chase. Susan T. Cheese and poor Tony'd met the Antitois brothers, only one of whom could or would speak, and who'd been in charge of the diversionary aspects of the Sheridan Commander operation, and had clearly been subordinate to still other Quebecers of way higher IQ. Krause and STC had met them at Inman Square's Ryle's Tavern, which had gender dysphoric night every second Wednesday, and attracted comely and unrough trade, and which poor Tony passed now, Ryle's, just after the Man-O-War Grill, now only a block or so from the Antitois' glass and novelty shop front, feeling not so much quite ill again as just deeply tired after only 5 or so blocks, that post-fever, sleep-for-a-week type cellular fatigue, and is debating with himself about whether to have a go at the purses of the 2 young and unstriking women walking just a few steps ahead, both of their purses hanging only by the flimsiest of evening-gown-width straps from slumped shoulders, the duo interracial, rare, and disquieting in Metro Boston, the black girl talking a click a minute, and the white one not responding, her weary, stolid plod and air of inattention fairly begging for a purse snatch, both of them with an air about them of routine victimization, the sort of demoralized lassitude poor Tony felt always guaranteed a minimum of protest or pursuit, though the white girl wore formidable-looking running shoes under her tartan skirt. So intent was poor Tony Krause on the logistics and implications of the possible purses dangled as if, by God, right before him. How different to hit the Antitois doorstep with liquid assets, to request a transaction rather than bare charity, more almost a social call than a contemptible, withdrawn snivel for compassion. So intent, as he sidestepped an impressive pile of dog droppings and passed across the broad windows of the Man-O-War, that he never saw his old former crewmate, Mad Matty Pemulus, a sure source of compassion, looking up and out and down and back up, aghast in recognition of what poor Tony has come through the corridor to resemble. Geoffrey Days noted the way most of the male residents of Ennet House have special little cognomens for their genitals. For example, Bruno, Jake, Fang, by Minty, the one-eyed monk, Fritzy, Russell, the love muscle. He speculates this could be a class thing. Neither he nor Ewell nor Ken or Deddy have named their units. Like Ewell, Day enters a certain amount of comparative class data in his journal. Dooning Glynn called his penis Poor Richard. Chandler Foss confessed to the moniker Bam Bam. Lance had referred to his own unit as the Frightful Hog. Day would die before admitting he missed either Lance or his soliloquies about the hog, which had been frequent. The penis in question had been that curious 2 or 3 shades darker than the rest of Lance that people's penises sometimes are. Lance had brandished it at his roommates whenever he wished to emphasize a point. It had been short and thick and blunt, and Lance described the hog as a primo example of what he called the Polish curse, namely, undistinguished length, but sobering circumference. Easy on the bottom, but tears hell out of the sides, brother. This had been his description of the Polish curse. A surprising amount of Day's recovery journal is filled with quotations from R. Lentz. Lentz's discharge had moved the tax attorney, Tiny Ewell, up into the three-man room with Day. Ewell was the one man here with whom a conversation of anything remotely approaching depth could be held. So Day was nonplussed when he found himself, after a couple of long nights, almost missing Lentz, his obsession with time, his patter, his way of leaning up against the wall upside down in his briefs, or brandishing the hog. And with regard to Ennet House resident Kate Gompert and this depression issue, some psychiatric patients, plus a certain percentage of people who've gotten so dependent on chemicals for feelings of well-being that when the chemicals have to be abandoned, they undergo a loss trauma that reaches way down deep into the soul's core systems, these persons know firsthand that there's more than one kind of so-called depression. One kind is low-grade and sometimes gets called anhedonia.
280.
Or simple melancholy. It's a kind of spiritual torpor in which one loses the ability to feel pleasure or attachment to things formerly important. The avid bowler drops out of his league and stays home at night staring dully at kickboxing cartridges. The gourmand is off his feed. The sensualist finds his beloved unit all of a sudden to be so much feelingless gristle, just hanging there. The devoted wife and mother finds the thought of her family about as moving all of a sudden as a theorem of Euclid. It's a kind of emotional novocaine, this form of depression. And while it's not overtly painful, its deadness is disconcerting and, well, depressing. Kate Gompert's always thought of this anhedonic state as a kind of radical abstracting of everything, a hollowing out of stuff that used to have effective content. Terms the undepressed toss around and take for granted as full and fleshy: happiness, joie de vivre, preference, love, are stripped to their skeletons and reduced to abstract ideas. They have, as it were, denotation, but not connotation. The anhedonic can still speak about happiness and meaning and others, but she has become incapable of feeling anything in them, of understanding anything about them, of hoping anything about them, or of believing them to exist as anything more than concepts. Everything becomes an outline of the thing. Objects become schemata. The world becomes a map of the world. An anhedonic can navigate, but has no location. That is, the anhedonic becomes, in the lingo of Boston AA, unable to identify. It's worth noting that among younger ETAs, the standard take on Dr. J.O. Incandenza's suicide attributes his putting his head in the microwave to this kind of anhedonia. This is maybe because anhedonia is often associated with the crises that afflict extremely goal-oriented people who reach a certain age having achieved all, or more than all, than they'd hoped for. The what-does-it-all-mean type crisis of middle-aged Americans. In fact, this is, not what killed Incandenza at all. In fact, the presumption that he'd achieved all his goals and found that the achievement didn't confer meaning or joy on his existence says more about the students at ETA than it says about Oren's and Hal's father. Still under the influence of the Dalint-like carrot-and-stick philosophies of their hometown coaches, rather than the more paradoxical shtit Incandenza-Lyle school, younger athletes who can't help gauging their whole worth by their place in an ordinal ranking use the idea that achieving their goals and finding the gnawing sense of worthlessness still there in their own gut as a kind of psychic bogey, something that they can use to justify stopping on their way down to dawn drills to smell the flowers along the ETA paths. The idea that achievement doesn't automatically confer interior worth is to them still, at this age, an abstraction, rather like the prospect of their own death. Caius is mortal, and so on. Deep down, they all still view the competitive carrot as the grail. They're mostly going through the motions when they invoke anhedonia. They're mostly small children, keep in mind. Listen to any sort of sub-16 exchange you hear in the bathroom or food line. Hey there, how are you? Number 8 this week is how I am. They all still worship the carrot. With the possible exception of the tormented Lamont Chew, they all still subscribe to the delusive idea that the continent's second-ranked 14-year-old feels exactly twice as worthwhile as the continent's number 4. Deluded or not, it's still a lucky way to live, even though it's temporary. It may well be that the lower-ranked little kids at ETA are proportionally happier than the higher-ranked kids, since we, who are mostly not small children, know it's more invigorating to want than to have, it seems. Though maybe this is just the inverse of the same delusion. Hal in Candenza, though he has no idea yet of why his father really put his head in a specially dickied microwave in the year of the trial-sized Dove Bar, is pretty sure that it wasn't because of standard U.S. anhedonia. Hal himself hasn't had a bona fide intensity of interior life type emotion since he was tiny. He finds terms like joie and value to be like so many variables in rarefied equations, and he can manipulate them well enough to satisfy everyone but himself that he's in there, inside his own hull as a human being. But in fact, he's far more robotic than John Wayne. One of his troubles with his moms is the fact that Averil in Candenza believes she knows him inside and out as a human being, and an internally worthy one at that, when in fact, inside Hal, there's pretty much nothing at all he knows. His mom's Averil hears her own echoes inside him and thinks what she hears is him, and this makes Hal feel the one thing he feels to the limit lately. He is lonely. It's of some interest that the lively arts of the millennial USA treat anhedonia and internal emptiness as hip and cool. It's maybe the vestiges of the romantic glorification of Weltschmerz, which means world weariness, or hip ennui. Maybe it's the fact that most of the arts here are produced by world-weary and sophisticated older people, and then consumed by younger people who not only consume art but study it for clues on how to be cool, hip. And keep in mind that for kids and younger people, to be hip and cool is the same as to be admired and accepted and included, and so, unalone. Forget so-called peer pressure. It's more like peer hunger. No? We enter a spiritual puberty where we snap to the fact that the great transcendent horror is loneliness, excluded engagement in the self. Once we've hit this age, we will now give or take anything, wear any mask, to fit, be part of, not be alone, we young. The U.S. arts are our guide to inclusion, a how-to. We are shown how to fashion masks of ennui and jaded irony at a young age where the face is fictal enough to assume the shape of whatever it wears. And then, it's stuck there. The weary cynicism that saves us from gooey sentiment and unsophisticated naivete. Sentiment equals naivete on this continent, at least since the reconfiguration. One of the things sophisticated viewers have always liked about J.O. Incandenza's The American Century as Seen Through a Brick is its unsubtle thesis that naivete is the last true terrible sin in the theology of millennial America. And since sin is the sort of thing that can be talked about only figuratively, it's natural that himself's dark little cartridge was mostly about a myth, namely, that queerly persistent U.S. myth that cynicism and naivete are mutually exclusive. Hal, who's empty but not dumb, theorizes privately that what passes for hip, cynical transcendence of sentiment is really some kind of fear of being really human, since to be really human, at least as he conceptualizes it, is probably to be unavoidably sentimental and naive and goo-prone and generally pathetic, is to be in some basic interior way forever infantile, some sort of not-quite-right-looking infant dragging itself analytically around the map, with big wet eyes and froggy soft skin, huge skull, gooey drool. One of the really American things about Hal, probably, is the way he despises what it is he's really lonely for. This hideous internal self, incontinent of sentiment and need, that pules and writhes just under the hip, empty mask. Anhedonia.
281.
The American century as seen through a brick's main and famous key image is of a piano string vibrating. A high D, it looks like, vibrating, and making a very sweet, unadorned solo sound indeed. And then a little thumb comes into the frame, a blunt, moist, pale, and yet dingy thumb, with disreputable stuff crusted in one of the nail corners, small and unlined, clearly an infantile thumb. And as it touches the piano string, the high, sweet sound immediately dies, and the silence that follows is excruciating. Later in the film, after much mordant and didactic panoramic brick following, we're back at the piano string, and the thumb is removed, and the high, sweet sound recommences, extremely pure and solo. And yet now somehow, as the volume increases, now with something rotten about it underneath, there's something sick-sweet and overripe and potentially putrid about the one clear high D as its volume increases and increases, the sound getting purer and louder and more dysphoric, until, after a surprisingly few seconds, we find ourselves right in the middle of the pure, undampered sound, longing, and even maybe praying for the return of the natal thumb to shut it up. Hal isn't old enough yet to know that this is because numb emptiness isn't the worst kind of depression. That dead-eyed anhedonia is but a remora on the ventral flank of the true predator, the great white shark of pain. Authorities term this condition clinical depression, or involutional depression, or unipolar dysphoria. Instead of just an incapacity for feeling, a deadening of soul, the predator-grade depression Kate Gompert always feels as she withdraws from secret marijuana is itself a feeling. It goes by many names: anguish, despair, torment, or which see Burton's melancholia, or Yevtushenko's more authoritative psychotic depression. But Kate Gompert, down in the trenches with the thing itself, knows it simply as it. It is a level of psychic pain wholly incompatible with human life as we know it. It is a sense of radical and thoroughgoing evil, not just as a feature, but as the essence of conscious existence. It is a sense of poisoning that pervades the self at the self's most elementary levels. It is a nausea of the cells and soul. It is an unnumb intuition in which the world is fully rich and animate and unmap-like, and also thoroughly painful and malignant and antagonistic to the self, which depressed self it billows on and coagulates around and wraps in its black folds and absorbs into itself, so that an almost mystical unity is achieved in a world where every constituent of which means painful harm to the self. Its emotional character, the feeling Gompert describes it as, is probably most indescribable except as a sort of double bind, in which any/all of the alternatives we associate with human agency, sitting or standing, doing or resting, speaking or keeping silent, living or dying, are not just unpleasant, but literally horrible. It is also lonely, on a level that cannot be conveyed. There is no way Kate Gompert could ever even begin to make someone else understand what clinical depression feels like. Not even another person who is herself clinically depressed, because a person in such a state is incapable of empathy with any other living thing. This anhedonic inability to identify is also an integral part of it. If a person in physical pain has a hard time attending to anything except that pain,
282.
A clinically depressed person cannot even perceive any other person or thing as independent of the universal pain that is digesting her cell by cell. Everything is part of the problem, and there is no solution. It is a hell for one. The authoritative term psychotic depression makes Kate Gompert feel especially lonely, specifically the psychotic part. Think of it this way. Two people are screaming in pain. One of them is being tortured with electric current. The other is not. The screamer who's being tortured with electric current is not psychotic. Her screams are circumstantially appropriate. The screaming person who is not being tortured, however, is psychotic, since the outside parties making the diagnoses can see no electrodes or measurable amperage. One of the least pleasant things about being psychotically depressed, on a ward full of psychotically depressed patients, is coming to see that none of them is really psychotic, that their screams are entirely appropriate to certain circumstances, part of whose special charm is that they are undetectable by any outside party. Thus, the loneliness. It's a closed circuit. The current is both applied and received from within. The so-called psychotically depressed person who tries to kill herself doesn't do so out of, quote, hopelessness or any abstract conviction that life's assets and debits do not square, and surely not because death seems suddenly appealing. The person in whom its invisible agony reaches a certain unendurable level will kill herself the same way a trapped person will eventually jump from the window of a burning high-rise. Make no mistake about people who leap from burning windows. Their terror of falling from a great height is still just as great as it would be for you or me standing speculatively at the same window just checking out the view. That is, the fear of falling remains a constant. The variable here is the other terror, the fire's flames. When the flames get close enough, falling to death becomes the slightly less terrible of two terrors. It's not desiring the fall. It's terror of the flames. And yet nobody down on the sidewalk looking up and yelling, "Don't!" and "Hang on!" can understand the jump. Not really. You'd have to have personally been trapped and felt flames to really understand a terror way beyond falling. So, the idea of a person in the grip of it being bound by a suicide contract, some well-meaning substance abuse halfway house makes her sign, is simply absurd. Because such a contract will constrain such a person only until the exact psychic circumstances that made the contract necessary in the first place assert themselves, invisibly and indescribably. That the well-meaning halfway house staff does not understand its overriding terror will only make the depressed resident feel more alone. One fellow psychotically depressed patient Kate Gompert came to know at Newton Wellesley Hospital in Newton 2 years ago was a man in his 50s. He was a civil engineer whose hobby was model trains, like from Lionel Trains, Inc., etc., for which he erected incredibly intricate systems of switching and track that filled his basement recreation room. His wife brought photographs of the trains and networks of trellis and track into the locked ward to help remind him. The man said he had been suffering from psychotic depression for 17 straight years, and Kate Gompert had had no reason to disbelieve him. He was stocky and swart with thinning hair and hands that he held very still in his lap as he sat. 20 years ago, he had slipped on a patch of 3-in-1 brand oil from his model train tracks and bonked his head on the cement floor of his basement rec room in Wellesley Hills, and when he woke up in the ER, he was depressed beyond all human endurance, and stayed that way. He'd never once tried suicide, though he confessed that he yearned for unconsciousness without end. His wife was very devoted and loving. She went to Catholic Mass every day. She was very devout. The psychotically depressed man, too, went to daily Mass when he was not institutionalized. He prayed for relief. He still had his job and his hobby. He went to work regularly, taking medical leaves only when the invisible torment got too bad for him to trust himself. or when there was some radical new treatment the psychiatrists wanted him to try. They tried tricyclics, MAOIs, insulin comas, selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors,
283.
the new and side-effect-laden quadricyclics. They'd scanned his lobes and effective matrices for lesions and scars. Nothing worked. Not even high-amperage ECT relieved it. This happens sometimes. Some cases of depression are beyond human aid. The man's case gave Kate Gompert the howling fantods. The idea of this man going to work and to Mass and building miniaturized railroad networks day after day after day, while feeling anything like what Kate Gompert felt in that ward was simply beyond her ability to imagine. The ratio-spiritual part of her knew this man and his wife must be possessed of a courage way off any sort of known courage chart. But in her toxified soul, Kate Gompert felt only a paralyzing horror at the idea of the squat, dead-eyed man laying toy track slowly and carefully in the silence of his wood-paneled rec room. The silence total, except for the sounds of the track being oiled and snapped together and laid into place, the man's head full of poison and worms, and every cell in his body screaming for relief from flames no one else could help with or even feel. The permanently psychotically depressed man was finally transferred to a place on Long Island to be evaluated for a radical new type of psychosurgery where they supposedly went in and yanked out your whole limbic system, which is the part of the brain that causes all sentiment and feeling. The man's fondest dream was anhedonia, complete psychic numbing, that is, death in life. The prospect of radical psychosurgery was the dangled carrot that Kate guessed still gave the man's life enough meaning for him to hang on to the windowsill by his fingernails, which were probably black and gnarled from the flames. That and his wife. He seemed genuinely to love his wife, and she, him. He went to bed every night at home holding her, weeping for it to be over, while she prayed, or did that devout thing with beads. The couple had gotten Kate Gompert's mother's address and had sent Kate an Xmas card the last 2 years, Mr. and Mrs. Ernest Feaster, of Wellesley Hills, Massachusetts, stating that she was in their prayers and wishing her all available joy. Kate Gompert doesn't know whether Mr. Ernest Feaster's limbic system got yanked out or not, whether he achieved anhedonia. The Xmas cards had excruciating little watercolor pictures of locomotives on them. She could barely stand to think about them, even at the best of times, which the present was not. The 14th of November, year of the Depend Adult Undergarment. Ms. Ruth Van Cleves, first day off new residence 3-day house restriction. Allowed now to hit meetings outside Enfield if, accompanied by some more senior resident, the staff judges safe. Ruth Van Cleve, in spike heels, walking alongside a psychotically depressed Kate Gompert on Prospect just south of Inman Square, Cambridge, a little after 2200 hours, yammering nonstop. Ruth Van Cleve is shaping up to be excruciating for Kate Gompert to be around. Ruth Van Cleve hails from Braintree, on the South Shore, is many kilos underweight, wears brass-colored lipstick, and has dry hair teased out in the big hair fashion of decades past. Her face has the late-stage ice addict's concave, long-jawed, insectile look.
284.
Her hair is a dry, tangled cloud with tiny little eyes and bones and projecting beak underneath. Joelle V. Deed said it almost looked like Ruth Van Cleve's hair grew her head instead of the other way around. Kate Gompert's hair is butcher block cut, and has recognizable color at least. Kate Gompert hasn't slept in 4 nights, and her slumped progress up the Prospect sidewalk resembles the lazy tack of a boat in no rush. Ruth Van Cleve talks nonstop into her right ear. It's around 2200 hours on Saturday, and the sodium street lights keep going off and then on again with a stuttered hum, some connection in them loose somewhere. Foot traffic is dense. And the undead and drunks who live in the streets around Inman Square also crowd the sidewalk's edges. And if KG looks at the images of passers-by in the darkened shop windows, they become, pedestrians and undead STEM artists, just heads that seem to float across each window unconnected to anything. As in disconnected, floating heads. In doorways by shops are incomplete persons in wheelchairs with creative receptacles where limbs should be, and hand-lettered invitations to help them. An oral narrative begins to emerge. Ms. Ruth V.C. has been remanded to Ennet House by DSS and Family Court after her newborn baby was discovered in a Braintree, Massachusetts alley, swaddled in Walmart advertising circulars, whose Harvest Moon value specials had expired 11/01, a Sunday. Ruth Van Cleve had rather unshrewdly left the hospital ID bracelet with its DOB and her own name and health card number on the discarded infant's wrist. The infant is apparently now in a South Shore hospital incubator, attached to machines and tapering off the clonidine
285.
it received for in utero addictions to substances Kate Gompert can only speculate about.
286.
The father of Ruth Van Cleve's child, she reports, is under the protection and care of the Norfolk County Correctional Authority, awaiting sentencing for what Ruth Van Cleve described several times as operating a pharmaceutical company without a license. What's remarkable to Kate Gompert is that she seems to be able to move forward without any sort of conscious moving forward type volitions. She puts her left foot in front of her right foot, and then her right foot in front of her left foot, and she's moving forward, her whole self, when all she's capable of concentrating on is one foot and then the other foot. Heads glide by in the darkened windows. Some of the Latino males in the vicinity do a kind of sexual checking out as they pass, even though underweight and dry-haired and kind of haggish. Ruth Van Cleve's manner and attire and big hair broadcast that she's all about sexuality and sex. A negative thing about opting for recovery in NA instead of AA is availability and location of meetings. In other words, fewer NA meetings. On a Saturday night, you could stand on the roof of Ennet House in Enfield and be hard-pressed to spit in any direction without hitting some AA venue nearby. Whereas the closest Saturday p.m. NA meeting is North Cambridge's Clean and Serene group, infamous for crosstalk and share-throwing, and the Things Beginners meeting goes from 2000 to 2100 hours, and the regular from 2100 to 2200 hours. Purposely late, to offset the Saturday night Joneses so many drug addicts suffer weekly, Saturday still being the week's special, mythic, party night, even for persons who long ago ceased to be able to do anything but party 24/7, 365. But from Inman Square back to Ennet House is a ghastly hike. Hoof up Prospect to Central Square, and take the Red Line all the way to Park Street Station, and then the maddening Green Line B train forever west on Com Ave. And it's now after 22:15 hours, meaning Kate Gompert has 75 minutes to get herself, and this hideous, despair-producing, slutty, and yammering newcomer beside her, back for curfew. Ruth Van Cleve's chatter is as listener interest independent as anything Kate Gompert's heard since Randy Lentz got invited to ingest substances and abuse animals elsewhere, and left, which was who knows how many days or weeks ago. The two move in and out of cones of epileptic light from fluttering street lamps. Kate Gompert is trying not to shudder as Ruth Van Cleve asks her if she knows some place you can pick up a good toothbrush cheap. Kate Gompert's entire spiritual energy and attention are focused on first her left foot and then her right foot. One of the heads she does not see, floating in the windows with her own unrecognizable head and Ruth Van Cleve's cloud of hair, is the gaunt and spectral hollow-eyed head of poor Tony Krause, who's several steps behind them, and matching their slightly serpentine course step for step, eyeing string purses he imagines contain more than just train fare and NA newcomers' keychains. The vaporizer chugs and seethes and makes the room's windows weep as Jim Troeltsch inserts a pro wrestling cartridge in the little TP's viewer and dons his tackiest sport coat and Wet combs his hair down smooth so it looks toupeeish, and settles back on his bunk, surrounded by Celdane bottles and 2-ply facial tissue, preparing to call the action. His roommates have long since seen what was coming, and screwed. Standing on tiptoe in Subdorm B's curved hallway, using the handle of an inverted tennis racket whose vinyl cover he can absently zip and unzip as he moves the handle around, Michael Pemulus is gently raising one of the panels in the drop ceiling and shifting it on its aluminum strut, the panel, changing its lie on the strut from square-shaped to diamond-shaped, being careful not to let it fall. Lyle hovers cross-legged just a couple millimeters above the top of the towel dispenser in the unlit weight room, eyes rolled up white, lips barely moving, and making no sound. Coach Stitt and Mario tear ass downhill on West Commonwealth on Stitt's old BMW, bound for Evangeline's low-temperature confections in Newton Center, right at the bottom of what usually gets called Heartbreak Hill. Stitt, intense-faced and leaning forward like a skier, his white scarf whipping around and whipping Mario's face in the sidecar, as Mario, too, leans way forward into their downhill flight, preparing to whoop when they bottom out. Ms. Avril Incandenza, seeming somehow to have 3 or 4 cigarettes all going at once, secures from information the phone and email numbers of a journalistic business address on East Tucson, Arizona's blasted Expanse Boulevard, then begins to dial, using the stern of a blue felt pen to stab at the console's keys. "Aye!" cries the man, rushing at the nun, wielding a power tool. The tough-looking nun yells, "Aye!" right back as she kicks him expertly, her habit's skirts whipping complexly around her. The combatants circle each other warily in the abandoned warehouse, both growling. The nun's wimple is askew and soiled. The back of her hand, held out in a bladish martial art fist, displays part of a faded tattoo, some wicked clawed bird of prey. The cartridge opens like this, in violent medias res, then freezes in the middle of the nun's leaping kick, and its title, Blood Sister, One Tough Nun, gets matte dissolved in, and bleeds lurid, blood-colored light down into the performance credits rolling across the screen's bottom. Bridget Boone and Francis L. Unwin have come in uninvited and joined Hal in VR6 and are curled up against the arms of the room's other recumbency, their feet touching at the soles. Boone eating unauthorized frozen yogurt from a cylindrical carton. Hal's turned the rheostat down low, and the film's title and credits make their faces glow redly. Bridget Boone extends the confection carton over in Hal's direction in an inviting way, and by way of declining, Hal points to the lump of Kodiak in his cheek and makes a display of leaning out to spit. He appears to be studying the scrolling credits very closely. "So what is this?" Fran Unwin says. Hal looks over at her very slowly. Then even more slowly, raises his right arm and points around the tennis ball he's squeezing at the monitor, where the cartridge's 50-point title is still trickling redly over the credits and frozen scene. Bridget Boone gives him a look. "What's up your particular butt?" "I'm isolating. I came in here to be by myself." She has this way that gets to Hal of digging the chocolate yogurt out with a spoon, and then inverting the spoon, turning the spoon over, so that it always enters her mouth upside down, and her tongue gets to contact the confection immediately, without the mediation of cold spoon. And for some reason, this has always gotten under Hal's skin. "So then you should have locked the door." "Except there aren't locks on the VR doors, as you quite well know."
287.
Round-faced, Franny Unwin says, "Shh." Then, too, sometimes Boone plays with the laden spoon, makes it fly around in front of her face like a child's plane before inverting it and sticking it in. "Maybe this is partly because this is a public room for everybody, that your thinking person probably wouldn't choose to isolate in." Hal leans over to spit, and lets the spit hang for a while before he lets it go, so it hangs there slowly distending. Boone withdraws the clean spoon just as slowly. "No matter how sullen and pouty that person is over that person's play, or near loss in full view of a whole crowd that day, I hear." "Bridget, I forgot to tell you. I saw that Rite Aid's having an enormous clearance on emetics. If I were you, I'd scoot right over. You are vile. Bernadette Longley sticks her long, boxy head in the door and sees Bridget Boone and says, "I thought I heard you in here," and comes in uninvited with Jenny Bash in tow. Hal whimpers. Jenny Bash looks at the large screen. The cartridge's theme music is female choral and very heavy and ironic on the descants. Bernadette Longley looks at Hal. "You know there's a totally huge lady cruising the halls looking for you, with a notebook and a very determined expression." Boone banks the spoon back and forth absently. He's isolating. He won't respond, and is spitting extra repulsively to get across the point. Jenny Bash says, "Haven't you got a huge paper due for Thierry tomorrow? There was moaning coming from Struck and Shaw's room." Hal packs Chew down with his tongue. "Done." "Figures," Bridget Boone says. "Done, redone, formatted, printed, proofed, collated, stapled." "Proof to within its life," Boone says, barrel rolling the spoon. Hal can tell she's done a couple one-hitters. He's looking straight at the wall screen, squeezing the ball so hard his forearm keeps swelling to twice its size. "Plus, I hear your best friend in the whole world did something really funny today," Longley says. "She means Pemulus," Fran Unwin tells Hal. Bridget Boone makes dive bomber sounds and swoops the spoon around. "Sounds like too good a story not to save, and let my craving for it build and build until finally it's like I have to hear it or die right on the spot." "What is up his butt?" Jenny Bash asks Fran Unwin. Fran Unwin's a sort of Hanuman-faced girl, with a torso and trunk about twice as long as her legs, and a scuttly, vaguely simian style of play. Bernadette Longley wears knee-length candy cane trousers and a sweatshirt with the fleecy inside out. All the girls are now in socks. Hal notes that girls always seem to slip out of their shoes when they assume any kind of spectatorial posture. 8 empty, white sneakers now sit mute and weird at various points, slightly sunk in carpet pile. No two of the shoes face quite the same exact direction. Male players, on the other hand, tend to leave the footwear on when they come in and sit down somewhere. Girls literally embody the idea of making yourself at home. Males, when they come in somewhere and sit down, project an air of transience. Remain suited up and mobile. It's the same whenever Hal comes in and sits down someplace where people are already gathered. He's aware that they sense he's somehow there only in a very technical sense, that he's got an air of moment's notice readiness to leave about him. Boone extends her carton of TCBY toward Longley in an inviting way, even tilting it, invitingly, back and forth.
288.
Longley puffs her cheeks and blows air out with a fatigued sound. At least 3 different smells of cologne and skin cream struggle for primacy in here. Bridget Boone's free L.A. Gare shoes are both on their sides from the force of having been almost kicked off her feet. Hal's spit makes a sound against the bottom of the wastebasket. Jenny Bash has bigger arms than Hal. The viewing room is redly dim. Bash asks Unwin what they're watching. Blood Sister, One Tough Nun, one of himself's few commercial successes, wouldn't have made near the money it made if it hadn't come out just as Interlace was starting to purchase first-run features for its rental menus and hyping the cartridges with one-time spontaneous disseminations. It was the sort of sleazy-looking shock-exploitation film that would have had a 2-week run in multiplex theaters 8 and above, and then gone right to the featureless brown boxes of magnetic video limbo. Hal's critical take on the film is that himself, at certain dark points, when abstract theory issues seem to provide an escape from the far more wrenching creative work of making humanly true or entertaining cartridges, had made films in certain commercial-type genre modes that so grotesquely exaggerated the formulaic shticks of the genres that they became ironic meta-cinematic parodies on the genres. Sub/inversions of the genres, cognoscenti taken in were wont to call them. The meta-cinematic parody idea itself was aloof and over-clever to Hal's way of thinking, and he's not comfortable with the way himself always seemed to get seduced by the very commercial formulae he was trying to invert, especially the seductive formulae of violent payback. That is, the cathartic bloodbath. That is, the hero trying with every will fiber to eschew the generic world of the stick and fist, and but driven by unjust circumstance back to the violence again, to the cathartic final bloodbath the audience is brought to applaud instead of mourn. Himself's best in this vein was The Night Wears a Sombrero, a Lang-esque meta-western, but also a really good western, with chintzy homemade interior sets but breathtaking exteriors shot outside Tucson, Arizona, an ambivalent but finally avenging sun story played out against dust-colored skies, and big angles of flesh-colored mountain, plus with minimal splatter, shot men clutching their chests and falling deliciously sideways, all hats staying on at all times. Blood Sister, One Tough Nun, was a supposedly ironic lampoon of the avenging cleric splatter films of the late BS 90s. Nor did himself make any friends on either side of the concavity trying to shoot the thing in Canada. Hal tries to imagine the tall, slumped, tremulous stork shape of himself, inclined at an osteoporotic angle over digital editing equipment for hours on end, deleting and inserting code, arranging Blood Sister One Tough Nun into subversive/inversion, and can't summon one shadowy idea of what himself might have been feeling as he patiently labored. Maybe that was the point of the thing's meta-silliness, to have nothing really felt going on.
289.
Ginny Bash has left VR6's door agape, and Idris Arslanian and Todd Postlethwaite and Kent Blott all drift in and sit Indian style in a loose hemisphere on the thick carpet between the girls' recumbency and Hal's recumbency, and are more or less considerately quiet. They all keep their sneakers on. Postlethwaite's nose is a massive, proboscoid, bandaged thing. Kent Blott wears a sports fisherman's cap with an extremely long bill. That queer, faint smell of hot dogs that seems to follow Idris Arslanian around begins to insinuate itself into the room's colognes. He isn't wearing the rayon handkerchief as a blindfold, but does have it tied around his neck. No one asks him about it. All the littler kids are consummate spectators and are sucked immediately into Blood Sister's unfolding narrative, and the older females seem to take some kind of psychic cue from the little boys and subside, too, and watch. Until after a while, Hal's the only person in the room who isn't 100% absorbed. The entertainment's uptake is that a tough biker chick-type girl from the mean streets of Toronto is found OD'd, beaten up, molested, and robbed of her leather jacket outside the portcullis of a downtown convent, and is rescued, nursed, befriended, spiritually guided, and converted. Saved is the weak entendre made much of in the first act's dialogue, by a tough-looking older nun who, it turns out, she reveals, the tough older nun, had herself been hauled up out of a life of Harleys, narcotics dealing, and addiction, by an even tougher, even older nun, a nun who had herself been saved by a tough ex-biker nun, and so on. The last saved biker chick becomes a tough and street-smart nun in the same urban order, and is known on the mean streets as Blood Sister. And wimple or not, still rides her hog from parish to parish, and still knows Aikido, and is not to be fucked with, is the word on the streets. The motivational crux here being that almost this whole order of nuns is staffed by nuns who'd been saved from Toronto's mean, dead-end streets by other, older, tougher, saved nuns. So, endless novenas later, Blood Sister eventually feels this transitive spiritual urge to go out and find a troubled adolescent female of her own, to save and bring into the order, thereby discharging her soul's debt to the old tough nun who'd saved her. Through processes obscure, a Toronto troubled but savable adolescent girl directory of some sort, Bridget Boone cuts wise, Blood Sister eventually takes on a burn-scarred, deeply troubled adolescent punker-type Toronto girl who is sullen and, yes, reasonably tough, but is also vulnerable and emotionally tormented. The girl's pink, shiny, burn-scarred face tends to writhe in misery whenever she thinks Blood Sister's not looking. By the terrible depredation she's endured as a result of her rapacious and unshakable addiction to crank cocaine, the kind you have to convert and cook up yourself, and with ether, which is highly combustible, and which people used before somebody found out baking soda and temperature flux would do the same thing, which dates the film's BS time period even more clearly than the tough, tortured punk girl's violet, stelliform coiffure.
290.
But so Blood Sister eventually gets the girl clean by nurturing her through withdrawal in a locked sacristy, and the girl becomes less sullen by degrees that almost have audible clicks to them. The girl stops trying to dicky the lock of the sacramental wine cabinet, stops farting on purpose during matins and vespers, stops going up to the Trappists who hang around the convent and asking them for the time, and other sly little things to try to make them slip up and speak aloud, etc. A couple times the girl's face writhes in emotional torment and vulnerability even when Blood Sister's looking. The girl gets a severe and somewhat lesbianic haircut, and her roots establish themselves as softly brown. Blood Sister, revealing biceps like nobody's business, beats the girl at arm wrestling. They both laugh. They compare tattoos. This marks the start of a brutally drawn-out getting-to-know and trust-you montage, a genre convention, this montage involving Harley rides at such speeds that the girl has to keep her hand on Blood Sister's head to keep B.S.'s wimple from flying off, and long conversational walks, filmed at wide angle, and protracted and basically unwinnable games of charades with the Trappists, plus some quick scenes of Blood Sister finding the girl's Marlboros and dildo facsimile lighter in the wastebasket, of the girl doing chores unsullenly under B.S.'s grudgingly approving eye, of candlelit scripture study sessions with the girl's finger under each word she reads, of the girl carefully snipping the last bits of split violet ends from her soft brown hair, of the more senior tough nuns punching Blood Sister's shoulder approvingly as the girl's eyes start to get that impending conversion gleam in them. Then, finally, of Blood Sister and the girl habit shopping, the girl's burned lantern jaw and hairless Promethean brow frozen in a sunlit montage climax shot under a novitiate Wimple's gull wings, all accompanied by, no kidding, Getting to Know You, which Hal imagines the stork justified to himself as subversively saccharine. This all takes about half an hour. Bridget Boone of the Indianapolis Archdiocese begins to declaim briefly on Blood Sister One Tough Nun's ironic anti-Catholic subthesis, that the deformed addicted girl's salvation here seemed simply the exchange of one will-obliterating habit for another, substituting one sort of outlandish head decoration for another, and gets pinched by Jenny Bash and shushed by just about everyone in the room but Hal, who could pass for asleep except for the brief lists to port over the wastebasket to spit, and in fact is experiencing some of the radical loss of concentration that attends THC withdrawal, and is thinking about another, even more familiar J.O. Incandenza cartridge, even while he watches this one with the other ETAs. This other attention object is the late himself's so-called inversion of the corporate politics genre, low-temperature civics. An executive suite soap opera filled with power plays, position jockeyings, timid adulteries, martinis, and malignantly pretty female executives in elegant, tight-fitting dress-for-success wear who eat their paunched and muddled male counterparts for political lunch. Hal knows that low-temperature civics wasn't an inversion or lampoon at all, but derived right from the dark BS 80s period when himself had changed careers from government service to private entrepreneurism, when a sudden infusion of patent receipts left him feeling post-carrot anhedonic and existentially unmoored, and himself took an entire year off to drink wild turkey and watch broadcast television tycoon operas like Lorimer's Dynasty and others in a remote spa off Canada's northwest coast. where he supposedly met and bonded with Lyle, now of the ETA weight room. What's intriguing, but unknown to everyone in VR6, is the way Boone's take on himself's take of the substitution of one crutch for another interpretation of substituting Catholic devotion for chemical dependence is very close to the way many, not yet desperate enough newcomers to Boston AA, see Boston AA as just an exchange of slavish dependence on the bottle/pipe for slavish dependence on meetings and banal shibboleths and robotic piety, an attitude of platitude, and use this idea that it's still slavish dependence as an excuse to stop trying Boston AA and to go back to the original slavish substance dependence, until that dependence has finally beaten them into such a double-bound desperation that they finally come back in with their faces hanging off their skulls and beg to be told just what platitudes to shout and how high to adjust their vacant grins. Some substance-dependent persons, though, have already been so broken by the time they first come in that they don't care about stuff like substitution or banality. They'll give their left nut to trade their original dependence in for robotic platitudes and pep rally cheer. They're the ones with the gun to their head, the ones who stick and hang. It remains to be determined whether Joelle Van Dyne, whose first appearance in a James O. Incandenza project occurred in this very low-temperature civics, is one of these people who've come into AA/NA shattered enough to stick. But she's starting to ID more and more with the commitment speakers she hears, who did come in shattered enough to know it's get straight or die. A click and a half straight downhill from ETA, Joelle is hitting the Reality is for People That Can't Handle Drugs group, a meeting of the NA splinter Cocaine Anonymous.
291.
Mostly because the meeting's in the St. Elizabeth's Hospital Grand Rounds Auditorium, just a couple floors down from where Don Gately, whom she just got done visiting and mopping the massive unconscious forehead of, is lying in the trauma wing in a truly bad way. Cocaine Anonymous meetings have a long preamble and endless little Xeroxed formalities they read aloud at the start, is one reason Joelle avoids CA, but the opening stuff is done by the time she gets down and comes in and gets some burnt, urn-bottom coffee and finds an available seat. The only empty seats are in the meeting's back row. Denial aisle, the back rows are usually called. And Joelle is surrounded by catechic newcomers crossing and uncrossing their legs every few seconds, and sniffing compulsively, and looking like they're wearing everything they own. Plus there's the row of standing men. There's a certain hard-faced type of male in Boston fellowships who refuses ever to sit for meetings, standing behind the back row, legs set wide and arms crossed, and talking to each other out of the sides of their mouths. And she can tell the standing men are looking at her bare knees over her shoulder, making little comments about the knees and the veil. She thinks, with fearful sentiment of Don Gately.
292.
A tube down his throat, torn by fever and guilt and shoulder pain, offered Demerol by well-meaning but clueless MDs, in and out of delirium, torn, convinced that certain men with hats wished him ill, looking at his room's semi-private ceiling like it would eat him if he dropped his guard. The big blackboard up on the stage says, "The Reality is for People That Can't Handle Drugs group welcomes tonight's commitment speakers, the Freeway Access group from Mattapan," which is deep in the colored part of Boston where Cocaine Anonymous tends to be most heavily concentrated. The speaker just starting in at the podium when Joelle sits down is a tall, yellowish-colored man, with a weightlifter's build and frightening eyes, slow and a kind of tannin brown. He's been in CA 7 months, he says. He eschews the normal CA drug-a-log's macho war stories and gets right to his bottom, his jumping-off place. Joelle can tell he's trying to tell the truth, and not just posturing and performing the way so many CAs seem like they do. His story's full of colored idioms and those annoying little colored hand motions and gestures, but to Joelle it doesn't seem like she cares that much anymore. She can identify. The truth has a kind of irresistible unconscious attraction at meetings, no matter what the color or fellowship. Even Denial Isle and the Standing Men are absorbed by the colored man's story. The colored man says his thing is he'd had a wife and a little baby daughter at home in Mattapan's Perry Hill projects, and another baby on the way. He'd managed to hang on to his menial riveter's assistant job at Universal Bleacher right up the street from here in Enfield because his addiction to crank cocaine wasn't every day. He smoked on your binge-type basis, mostly weekends. Hellacious, psychopathic, bank account emptying binges, though. Like getting strapped to a Raytheon missile, and you don't stop till that missile stops, Jim. He says his wife had got temp work cleaning houses, but when she worked, they had to put their little girl in a daycare that just about ate her day's pay. So his paycheck was like their total float. And his weekend binges with a glass pipe caused them no end of financial insecurity, which he mispronounces. Which brings him to his last binge, the bottom, which predictably occurred on a payday. This check just had to go for groceries and rent. They were 2 months back, and there was not jack shit in the house in the way of to eat. At a smoke break at Universal Bleacher, he'd made sure and bought just one single vial, for just a tenski, for a Sunday night treat after a weekend of abstinence and groceries and quality time with his pregnant wife and little daughter. The wife and little daughter were to meet him after work right off the bus stop at Brighton Best Savings, right under the big clock, to help him deposit the paycheck right then and there. He let his wife stipulate the meeting at the bank because he knew, in a self-disgusted way even then, that there was this hazard of paycheck-type incidents from binges he'd pulled in the past, and their financial insecurity was now whatever words passed the word deep shit, and he knew goddamn well he could not afford to fuck up this time. He says that's how he used to think of it to himself. Fucking up. He didn't even make it to the bus after clocking out, he said. 2 other Holmeses, in riveting, had 3 vials each.
293.
Which vials they had, like, brandished at him, and he'd kicked in his 1 vial because 2 1/3 vials versus 1 thin-ass Sunday night vial was only a fucking fool way out of touch with the whole seize-the-opportunity concept could pass that shit up. In short, it was the familiar insanity of money in the pocket and no defense against the urge, and the thought of his woman holding his little girl in her little knit cap and mittens standing under the big clock in cold March dusk didn't so much get pushed aside as somehow shrink to a tiny locket-size picture in the center of a part of him he and the Holmeses had set out busily to kill with the pipe. He says he never made the bus. They passed a bottle of rye around the old Ford Mystique one of the Holmeses profiled, and fired up right in the car. And after he once fired up with dollars in his pocket, the fat woman with the little helmet with horns on it done already like fucking sang, Jim.
294.
The man's hands grip the sides of the podium, and he rests his weight on his elbow-locked arms in a way that conveys both abjection and pluck. He invites the CAs to let's just draw the curtain of charity over the rest of the night scene, which after the check-cashing stop got hazy with missile exhaust anyhow. But so he finally did get home to Mattapan the next morning, Saturday morning, sick and green-yellow, and on that mean post-crank slide, dying for more and willing to kill for more, and yet so mortified and ashamed of having done fucked up again, that just going up the elevator to their apartment was maybe the bravest thing he'd ever done, up to that point, he felt. It was like 0600 in the a.m., and they weren't there. There was nobody home, and in the sort of way where the place's emptiness pulsed and breathed. An envelope was slid under the door from the BHA.
295.
Not the salmon color of an eviction notice, but a green last warning with regards to rent. And he went into the kitchen and opened up the fridge, hating himself for hoping there was a beer. In the fridge was a jar of grape jelly, near empty, and a half a can of biscuit mix, and that, plus a sour, empty fridge odor, was all Jim. A little plastic jar of Labelless food bank peanut butter so empty its insides had knife scrapes on the sides, and a little clotted box of salt was all there was in the whole rest of the kitchen. But what sent his face clear down off his skull and broke him in two, though, was, he said, when he saw the shiny empty biscuit pan on top of the stove and the plastic rind of the peanut butter's safety seal wrap on top of the wastebasket's tall pile. The little locket picture in the back of his head swelled and became a sharp, focused scene of his wife and little girl and little unborn child eating what he now could see they must have eaten last night and this morning, while he was out ingesting their groceries and rent. This was his cliff edge, his personal intersection of choice. Standing there, loose-faced in the kitchen, running his finger around a shiny pan with not one little crumb of biscuit left in it. He sat down on the kitchen tile with his scary eyes shut tight but still seeing his little girl's face. They'd ate some charity peanut butter on biscuits, washed down with tap water, and a grimace. Their apartment was 6 floors up in Perry Hill's building number 5. The window didn't open but could be broke through with a running start. He didn't kill himself, though, he says. He just got up and walked out. He didn't leave his wife a note. Nothing. He went and walked the whole 4 clicks to Shattuck Shelter in Jamaica Plain. He felt like for sure they'd have been better off without him, he said. But he said he didn't know why, but he didn't kill himself. But he didn't. He figures there was some God involvement sitting there on the floor. He just decided to go to Shattuck and surrender and get straight and never, ever have his little girl's grimacing face in his hungover head ever again, James. And Shattuck Shelter, by coincidence, that usually had a waiting list every March until it got warm, they'd just kicked out some sorry-ass specimen for defecating in the shower. And they took him, the speaker. He asked for a CA meeting right away, and a Shattuck staff guy called somebody Afro-American with a lot of clean recovered time, and the speaker got taken to his first CA meeting. That was 224 days ago, tonight. That night, when the colored CA crocodile dropped him off back at the Shattuck, after he'd wept in front of other colored men at his first meeting and told men he didn't know from shit about the big clock and glass pipe and paycheck and the biscuits in his little girl's face. And after he'd come back to the Shattuck and got buzzed through and the buzzer sounded for supper, it turned out, by coincidence, that the Saturday night Shattuck supper was coffee and peanut butter sandwiches. It was the end of the week, and the shelter's donated food had run out. They only had PB on cheap-ass white bread and Sunny Square instant coffee. The cheap shit that doesn't even quite dissolve all the way. He's got your autodidactic orator's way with emotional dramatic pauses that don't seem affected. Joelle makes another line down the styrofoam coffee cup with her fingernail and chooses consciously to believe it isn't affected. The story's emotive drama. Her eyes feel sandy from forgetting to blink. This always happens when you don't expect it, when it's a meeting you have to drag yourself to and are all but sure will suck. The speaker's face has lost its color, shape, everything distinctive. Something has taken the tight ratchet in Joelle's belly and turned it 3 turns to the good. It's the first time she's felt sure she wants to keep straight no matter what it means facing. No matter if Don Gately takes Demerol, or goes to jail, or rejects her if she can't show him the face. It's the first time in a long time, tonight, 11:14. Joelle's even considered possibly showing somebody the face. After the pause, the speaker says, all the other sorry motherfuckers in the Shattuck Shelter in there started into bitching about what was this shit, peanut butter sandwiches for fucking supper. The speaker says how whatever he silently thanked for, just that particular sandwich he held and chewed, washing it down with gritty Sunny Square coffee. That thing became his higher power. He's now 7+ months clean. Universal Bleacher let him go, but he's got steady work at Logan, pushing a third-shift mop, and a Holmes on his cruise also in the program, by coincidence. His pregnant wife, it turned out, had gone to an unwed mother's shelter with Chantel that night. She was still in there. DSS still won't let him appeal his wife's restraining order and see Chantel. But he got to talk to his little girl on the phone just last month. And he's now straight. From giving up and joining the freeway access group and getting active and taking the voluntary suggestions of the Fellowship of Cocaine Anonymous. His wife was due to have her baby around Xmas. He said he didn't know what was going to happen to him or his family. But he says he has received certain promises from his new family, the Freeway Access Group of Cocaine Anonymous. And so he had certain hope-type emotions about the future inside. He didn't so much conclude or make obligatory reference to gratitude or any of that usual shit, as grip the lectern and shrug and say he'd started feeling just last month that the choice he made on the kitchen floor was the right choice, personally speaking. Entertainment-wise, things take a rapid turn for the splattery once the tough girl Blood Sister seemed to have saved is found bluely dead in her novitiate's cot, her habit's interior pockets stuffed with all kinds of substances and paraphernalia, and her arm a veritable forest of syringes. Tight shot of BS, face working purply, staring down at the ex-punker. Suspecting foul play instead of spiritual recidivism, Blood Sister, disregarding first the other cheek pieties, and then the impassioned pleas, and then the direct orders of the Vice Mother Superior, who happens now to be the tough nun who'd saved Blood Sister way back, begins reverting to her former Toronto Mean Street pre-salvation tough biker chick ways, demufflering her Harley hog, hauling an age-faded stud-covered leather bike jacket out of storage and squeezing it over her pectoral swollen habit, unbandaging her most lurid tattoos, shaking down former altar boys for information, flipping off motorists who get in her bike's way, meeting old street contacts in dim saloons and tossing back jiggers with even the most cirrhotic of them, beating, bludgeoning, aketoing, disarming thugs of power tools, avenging the desalvation and demapping of her young charge, determined to prove that the girl's death was no accident or backslide, that Blood Sister had not failed with the soul she'd chosen to save, to discharge her own soul's debt to the tough old Vice Mother Superior who'd saved her, Blood Sister, so far back. Several thuggish stuntmen, and countless liters of potassium thiocyanate later,
296.
The truth does out. The novitiate girl had been murdered by the Mother Superior, the Order's top and toughest nun. This Mother Superior is the nun who'd saved the Vice Mother Superior who'd saved Blood Sister, meaning, ironically, that the evidence Blood Sister needs to prove that her salvation debt really was discharged is also evidence inimical to the legal interests of the tough nun to whom Blood Sister's own savior is obligated. So Blood Sister gets increasingly tortured and ill-tempered as evidence of the Mother Superior's guilt accretes. In one scene, she says, "Fuck." In another, she swings a censer like a mace and brains an old verger who's one of the Mother Superior's stooges, knocking his toothless head clean off. Then, in Act 3, a veritable orgy of retribution follows the full emergence of the sordid truth. It seems that the tough old Vice Mother Superior, namely the nun who'd saved Blood Sister, had in fact not been saved, truly, after all. Had in fact, during 20-plus years of exemplary novena-saying and wafer-baking, been suffering a kind of hidden degenerative recidivist soul rot, and had resumed the Vice MS at about the time Blood Sister had donned the habit of full nunhood, had not only resumed substance dependence, but had started actually dealing in serious weights of whatever at the time was most profitable, which after 20-plus years had changed from Marseillaise heroin to Colombian freebasable grade Bing Crosby, to support her own hidden habit, covertly operating a high-volume retail operation out of the Order's Community Outreach Rescue Mission's little-used confessionals. This nun superior, the top tough Mother Superior nun, stumbling on to the drug operation after the now demapped verger informed her that a suspicious number of limousines were discharging gold-chained and not very penitent-looking persons into the Order's Community Outreach Rescue Mission, and disastrously unable to summon the pious humility to accept the fact that she'd failed, it seemed, at truly and forever saving the ex-dealer, whose salvation the Mother Superior required to discharge the debt to the now-retired octogenarian nun who'd saved her, this Mother Superior herself is the one who murdered Blood Sister's ex-punk novitiate, to silence the girl. What emerges is that Blood Sister's addicted punk girl's substance-copping venue, when she was out there pre-salvation, had been nothing other than the Vice Mother Superior's infamous Community Outreach Rescue Mission. In other words, the nun who'd saved Blood Sister, but had herself been secretly unsaved, had been the tough girl's Bing dealer. Is why the tough non-Catholic girl'd been so mysteriously adept at the confiture. The Order's Mother Superior had figured that it was only a matter of time before the girl's conversion and salvation reached the sort of spiritual pitch where her guarded silence broke when she told Blood Sister the seamy truth about the nun she, Blood Sister, thought had saved her, Blood Sister. So she, the Mother Superior, had eliminated the girl's map, ostensibly. She, the Mother Superior, told her lieutenant, the Vice Mother Superior, to save her, the Vice Mother Superior, from exposure and excommunication, and maybe worse if the girl weren't silenced.
297.
This narratively prolix and tangled stuff all gets explicated at near kabuki volume during an appalling free-for-all in the office of the Mother Superior, who hadn't saved the Vice MS, who'd saved Blood Sister, with the two senior nuns, who'd been tough and unsaved back in the Ontarian days when men were men and so were drug-addicted bike chicks, teaming up and kicking Blood Sister's ass. The fight scene a blur of swirling habitments and serious martial arts against the spot-lit backdrop of the wall's huge decorative mahogany crucifix, with Blood Sister giving a good account of herself but still getting her wimple beat in, and finally, after several whirling kicks to the forehead, starting to bid adieu to her corporeal map and commend herself to the arms of God, until the unsaved recidivist Vice Mother Superior nun who'd saved Blood Sister, wiping blood from her eyes after a headbutt, and seeing the Mother Superior about to decapitate Blood Sister with a souvenir Champlain-era tomahawk the Huron nun who'd been saved by the original founder of the Toronto Tough Girl Saving Order, had used to decapitate Jesuit missionaries before she, the tough Huron nun, had been saved, seeing the tomahawk raised with both arms before the normally pious-eyed old Mother Superior's face, a face now rendered indescribable in aspect by the absence of humility and the passion for truth silencing that added up to pure and radical evil. Seeing now the upraised hatchet and demonized face of the MS, the unsaved vice nun has a moment of epiphanic, anti-recidivist spiritual clarity, and averts Blood Sister's demapping by leaping across the office and cold-cocking the Mother Superior with a large, decorative, mahogany, Christian object, so symbolically obvious it needn't even be named, the object's symbolic unsubtlety making both Hal and Bridget Boone cringe. Now Blood Sister has the Champlain-era hatchet, and the unsaved nun who'd saved her has an unnamed object whose mahogany's no match for a hatchet, and they stand facing each other over the prone Mother Superior's puddle of skirts, chests heaving, and the Vice MS has a writhing expression under her askew wimple like, "Go ahead! Make the circle of recidivist retribution against the nun you thought had saved you, but ultimately couldn't even save herself. Complete the lapsarian circuit." Or whatever. They stare at each other for countless frames, the office wall behind them cruciformly pale, where the unnamed object had hung. Then Blood Sister shrugs in resignation, and drops the tomahawk, and turns, and with an ironic little obeisance, walks out the Mother Superior's office door, and through the little sacristy, and over the altar, and down the little convent nave, bike boots echoing on the tile, emphasizing the silence, and out the big doors whose tympanum overhead is carved with a sword, and a plowshare, and a syringe, and a soup ladle, and the motto, Contraria sunt complementa, the heaviness of which makes Hal cringe so severely it's Boone, who has to supply the translation Kent Blott asks for.
298.
On screen, we're still following the tough nun, or ex-nun. The fact that the hatchet she resignedly dropped fetched the prone Mother Superior a pretty healthy knock is presented as clearly accidental, because she, blood sister, is still walking away from the convent, moving emphatically and in a gradually deepening focus, limping toughly eastward into the twittering Toronto dawn. The cartridge's closing sequence shows her astride her hog on Toronto's meanest street. About to lapse? Backslide back into her tough, pre-saved ways? It's unclear, in a way that's supposed to be rich. Her expression is agnostic at best, but the huge sign of a discount Harley muffler outlet juts just at the horizon she's roaring toward. The closing credits are the odd lime green of bugs on a windshield. It's hard to tell whether Boone and Dash's applause is sarcastic. There's that post-entertainment flurry of changed positions and stretched limbs and critical sallies. Out of nowhere, Hal remembers Smothergill. Postlethwaite says he and the id-man brought Blott in to speak to Hal about something disturbing they encountered during their disciplinary shit detail in the tunnels that p.m. Hal holds up a hand for the kids to hang on, flipping through cartridge cases to see whether low-temperature civics is up here. All the cases are clearly labeled. The apparition receded, the red of its coat shrinking against the swinging view of Prospect Street, and pavement and dumpsters and looming storefronts. Ruth Van Cleve on its lurid tail and receding also, screaming bits of urban argot that became less faint than swallowed. Kate Gompert held her hurt head and heard it roar. Ruth Van Cleve's pursuit was slowed by her arms, which were waving around as she screamed, and the apparition was swinging their purses to clear a path on the sidewalk before it. Kate Gompert could see pedestrians leaping out into the street way up ahead to avoid getting clocked. The whole visual scene seemed tinged and violet. A voice under a storefront awning right nearby somewhere said, "Seen it." Kate Gompert leaned over again and held the part of her head that surrounded her eye. The eye was palpably swelling shut, and her whole vision was queerly violet. A sound in her head like a drawbridge being drawn up, implacable trundle and squeaks. Hot, watery spit was flooding her mouth, and she kept swallowing against nausea.
"Seen it? Bet your ever-living goddamn life I seen it."
A kind of gargoyle seemed to detach itself from a storefront hardware display and moved in, its motions oddly jerky, as in a film missing frames.
"Seen the whole thing,"
it said, then repeated it.
"I'm a witness,"
it said. Kate Gompert put her other arm out against the light post and hauled herself mostly upright, looking at it.
"Witness the whole goddamn thing,"
it said. In the eye that wasn't swelling shut, the thing resolved violently into a bearded man in an army coat and a sleeveless army coat over that coat, spittle in his beard. One eye had a system of exploded arteries in it. He shook like an old machine. There was a smell involved. The old man got right up close, looming in, so that pedestrians had to curve out around both of them together. Kate Gompert could feel her pulse in her eye.
"Witness, eyewitness, the whole thing."
But he was looking someplace else, like more around at people passing.
"Seen it, I'm him."
Not clear who he was shouting at. It wasn't her. And the passers-by were paying that studious urban kind of no attention as they broke and melted around them at the light post and then reformed. Kate Gompert had the idea that supporting herself against the light post would keep her from throwing up. Concussion is really another word for a bruised brain. She tried not to think about it, that the impact had maybe sent one part of her brain slamming against her skull, and now that part was purply swelling, mashed up against the inside of her skull. The light post she held herself up with was what had hit her.
"Fellow, I'm your fellow. Witness saw it all."
And the old fellow was holding a trembling palm up just under Kate Gompert's face, as if he wanted it thrown up into. The palm was violet, with splotches of some sort of possible fungal decay, and with dark branching lines where the pink palm lines of people who don't live in dumpsters usually are. And Kate Gompert studied the palm abstractly, and the weather-bleached gigabucks ticket on the pavement below it.
299.
The ticket seemed to recede into a violet mist and then move back up. Pedestrians barely glanced at them and then looked studiously elsewhere, a drunk-looking pale girl and a street bum showing her something in his hand.
"When is the whole thing being committed?"
the man remarked to a passerby with a cellular on his belt. Kate Gompert couldn't summon the juice to tell him to go screw. That's the way it was said down here in the real city. Go screw, with a deft little thumb gesture. She couldn't even say go away, though the smell involved in the man made it worse, the nausea. It seemed terribly important not to vomit. She could feel her pulse in her eye the pole had hit. As if the strain of vomiting could aggravate the spongy purpling of the part of her brain the pole had bruised. The thought made her want to vomit in this horrid palm that wouldn't stay still. She tried to reason. If the man had witnessed the whole thing, then how could he think she'd have change to put in his hand? Ruth Van Cleve had been listing some of her baby's jailed father's wittier aliases when Kate Gompert had felt a hand strike her back and close around the strap of her purse. Ruth Van Cleve had cried out as the apparition of just about the most unattractive woman Kate Gompert had ever seen crashed forward between them, knocking them apart. Ruth Van Cleve's vinyl purse's strap gave right away, but Kate Gompert's thin but densely macrameed strap held around her shoulder, and she was pulled wrenchingly forward by the womanly apparition's momentum as it tried to sprint up Prospect Street. And the red hag-like figure was yanked wrenchingly back as the quality filings all cotton, French braidedly macrameed purse strap held, and Kate Gompert had got a whiff of something danker than the dankest municipal sewage, and a glimpse of what looked like a 5-day facial growth on the hag's face, as street-tough Ruth Van Cleve got a grip on its red leather coat, proclaiming the thief a son of a muff-fun hoe. Kate Gompert was staggering forward, trying to get her arm out of the strap's loops. They all three moved forward together this way. The apparition spun itself violently around, trying to shake off Ruth Van Cleve, and its spin with her purse took the strap-attached Kate Gompert, who didn't weigh very much, out, around in a wide circle. She'd had a flashback of reminiscence back to Crack the Whip at the Wellesley Hills Skating Club's rinks, Wee Blade's toddler skating hour as a child, gaining speed. And then a rust-pocked curbside light post rotated toward her, also gaining speed, and the sound was somewhere between a bonk and a clang, and the sky and the sidewalk switched places, and a violet sun exploded outward, and the whole street turned violet and swung like a clanging bell. And then she was alone, and purseless, and watching the two recede, both seeming to be shrieking for help. The 14th of November, year of the Depend Adult Undergarment. A disadvantage of your nasally ingested cocaine being that at a certain point, somewhere past the euphoric crest, if you haven't got the sense left to stop and just ride the crest and instead keep going nasally, it takes you into regions of almost interstellar cold and nasal numbness. Randy Lentz's sinuses were frozen against his skull, numb and hung with crystal frost. His legs felt like they ended at the knees. He was trailing two very small-sized Chinese women as they lugged enormous paper shopping bags east on Bishop Allen Drive under Central. His heart sounded like a shoe in the Ennet House basement's dryer. His heart was beating that loud. The Chinese women scuttled at an amazing rate, given their size, and the bag's size. It was circa 22:12:30 to 22:12:40 hours, smack in the middle of the former interval of issues resolution. The Chinese women didn't walk so much as scuttle with a kind of insectile rapidity, and Lance was hard-pressed to both keep up and seem to casually saunter, numb from the knee down and the nostril back. They made the turn onto Prospect Street, 2 or a few blocks below Central Square, moving in the direction of Inman Square. Lance followed 10 or 30 paces behind, eyes on the twine handles of the shopping bags. The Chinese women were about the size of fire hydrants, and moved like they had more than the normal amount of legs, conversing in their anxious and high-pitched monkey language. Evolution proved your Orientoid tongues were closer to your primatal languages than not. At first, on the brick sidewalks of the stretch of Mass Ave between Harvard and Central, Lance had thought they might be following him. He'd been followed a great deal in his time, and like the well-read Jeffrey D., he knew only too well, thank you, that the most fearsome surveillance got carried out by unlikely-looking people that followed you by walking in front of you with small mirrors in their glasses' temples, or elaborate systems of cellular communicators for reporting to the command center, or else also by helicopters, also, that flew too high to see, hovering, the tiny chop of their rotors disguised as your own drumming heart. But after he'd had success at successfully shaking the Chinese women twice, the second time so successfully he'd had to tear ass around through alleys and vault wooden fences to pick them up again a couple blocks north on Bishop Allen Drive, scuttling along, jabbering, he'd settled down in his conviction about who was trailing who here. As in, just who had the controlling discretion over the general situation right here. The ejection from the house, which the ejection had at first seemed like the kiss of a death sentence, had turned out to maybe be just the thing. He'd tried the straight-on narrow, and for his pains had been threatened and dismissively sent off. He'd given it his best, and for the most part, impressively. And he had been sent away, alone, and at least now could openly hide. R. Lentz lived by his wits out here, deeply disguised, on the anonymous streets of North Cambridge and Somerville, never sleeping, ever moving, hiding in bright-lit and public plain sight, the last place they would think to find him. Lentz wore fluorescent yellow snow pants, a slightly shiny coat to a long-tailed tux, a sombrero with little wooden balls hanging off the brim, oversized tortoiseshell glasses that darkened automatically in response to bright light, and a glossy black mustache promoted from the upper lip of a mannequin at Leechmere's in Cambridgeside. The ensemble the result of bold snatch and sprints all up and down the nighttime Charles, when he'd first gone overground northeast from Enfield several odd days back. The absolute blackness of the mannequin's mustache, very securely attached with promoted crazy glue, and made even glossier by the discharge from a nose Lentz can't feel running, gives his pallor an almost ghostly aspect in the sombrero's portable shade. Another both advantage and disadvantage of nasal cocaine is that eating becomes otiose and optional, and one forgets to, for extended periods of time, to eat. In his gaudy pastiche of disguise, he passes easily for one of Metro Boston's homeless and wandering mad, the walking dead and dying, and is given a wide berth by all comers. The trick, he's found, is to not sleep or eat, to stay up and moving at all times, alert in all 6 directions at all times, heading for under the cover of T Station or enclosed mall whenever the invisible rotor's cardiac chop betrayed surveillance at altitude.
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.